Bonjour à vous et bienvenue à ce premier épisode de The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, mais vu d'une autre façon. Moi, ce serait pas d'une autre façon. Je dois vous confesser que je n'ai jamais joué à Morrowind et ça va être la première fois pour moi. C'est avec toutes les extensions, donc il y a Blood Moon, je pense, et Tribunal. Et la particularité de cette aventure que vous allez vivre avec moi, c'est que je compte le faire pour la première fois en version ASMR. Donc, je vais faire des sessions courtes, je dirais, par rapport à ce que je fais d'habitude. Peut-être des 3-4 heures, pas tellement plus. Puis ça va être vraiment... On y va. On va se mettre dans l'ambiance. Puis, pour ce qui est du reste, on laisse aller, c'est tout. Donc, je vous invite à découvrir avec moi Morrowind ou à le redécouvrir, cette fois-ci façon ASMR avec moi. Donc, si vous êtes français, vous avez de la difficulté à dormir, présentement il doit être, là si vous êtes live avec moi sur Twitch, ici 8 heures, soit il est 20 heures, donc il doit être quelque chose comme 2 heures du matin chez vous. Ben, ce sera peut-être l'occasion de vous détendre. Peut-être simplement vous assoupir au son de la musique et de l'ambiance de Morrowind. Donc, sans plus tarder, allons-y.
They have taken you from the Imperial City's prison, first by carriage and now by boat. To the east, to Morrowind. Fear not, for I am watchful. You have been chosen.
Wake up. We're here. Why are you shaking? Are you okay? Wake up. Stand up. There you go. You were dreaming. What's your name?
Alors, mon nom c'est Charlot. Je vais revenir plus tard sur qui est Charlot, au juste.
Well, not even last night's storm could wake you. I heard them say we've reached Morrowind. I'm sure they'll let us go. Quiet. Here comes the guard.
This is where you get off. Come with me.
You better do what they say.
Get yourself up on deck and let's keep this as civil as possible.
The sooner you leave, the sooner we can move on. Yes, confused? We're all waiting. Yes, confused? We're all waiting.
Moi, je vais regarder les contrôles, voir si... use. Activate, c'est F. Ok.
This is where they want you. Head down to the dock and it'll show you to the census office.
Pour ceux qui sont peut-être habitués avec Morrowind, peut-être remarquer que j'ai mis quelques add-ons qui rendent le jeu beaucoup plus beau. Alors, bonsoir Baba, et bienvenue sur ASMR Morrowind.
You finally arrived, but our records don't show from where.
Ah, eh bien Charlot, voyez-vous, c'est un 𝓐𝓢𝓜. Et là, 𝓐𝓢𝓜, est-ce que... Non, Charlot, c'est un garçon. Change face, peut-être? Hair? Est-ce qu'il y a différents hair? Ah, c'est comme ça ici. Ah ouais, totalement un lion. Ah, j'ai pas l'espèce de queue de cheval. Hein. Peut-être un autre visage. Ouais. Il me semble que Charlot a pas de... Il n'y a pas de blanc dans le visage. Ça, c'est peut-être un peu trop. Hein? Ouais, j'hésite, hein. J'hésite. Je pense que je vais y aller avec ça. Eye of Fear. Demoralize humanoid. 100 points. For 30 seconds on target. Ok. Night Eye, évidemment. 50 points. 30 seconds on self. Air. Ah non, non, j'aime bien ça comme ça. Ça fait espèce de... Ouais.
Great. I'm sure you'll fit right in. Follow me up to the office and they'll finish your release.
Oh oui. Je peux déjà cueillir plein de trucs.
Head on in. Head on in.
Ok.
Ah, yes, we've been expecting you. You'll have to be recorded before you're officially released. There are a few ways we can do this, and the choice is yours.
J'ai goût de faire quelque chose avec vous. On va répondre à ces questions. Ce qui va nous générer une classe, mais ce qu'on peut faire à la fin, c'est qu'on peut quand même revenir sur les décisions et tout refaire. Donc, c'est ce qu'on va faire avec vous.
On a clear day, you chance upon a strange animal, its leg trapped in a hunter's claw snare. Judging from the bleeding, it will not survive long. What do you do?
Un animal qui est pris au piège. Qui, d'après ce que je peux voir, ne va pas survivre très longtemps. C'est un strange animal, c'est vrai. Je dois le dire, c'est un animal que je ne connais pas. Qu'est-ce que Charlot ferait? C'est une bonne question. Écoute, ça ne durera pas tellement longtemps, par contre. Ouais. Tu sais, vois-tu, d'en apprendre plus sur l'animal en question m'intéresserait beaucoup, mais il me semble que ça fait un peu sadique, je trouve, de le laisser mourir. Ouais, je pense que je prendrais des herbes pour le laisser dormir, puis regardez, ouais, il va mourir de toute façon, puis je pourrais, je pourrais en apprendre plus sur l'animal en tant que tel par après, je pense.
One summer afternoon, your father gives you a choice of chores. What would you rather do?
Ah, d'attraper des poissons, évidemment. Moi, je pense que Charlot, c'est ce qu'il ferait.
Your cousin has given you a very embarrassing nickname, and even worse, likes to call you it in front of your friends. You have asked him to stop, but he finds it very amusing to watch you blush. What do you do?
Ok. Mon cousin m'appelle... me traite de... En tout cas, m'a donné un surnom qui est très embarrassant. Il m'appelle comme ça même en avant de mes amis. Je lui ai demandé d'arrêter, mais il continue. Ouais, je pense que Charlot utiliserait ce surnom-là comme un badge d'honneur.
There is a lot of heated discussion at the local tavern over a group of people called telepaths. They've been hired by certain city-state kings. Rumor has it these telepaths read a person's mind and tell their lord whether a follower is telling the truth or not. You believe what?
Ok. Il y aurait des télépathes à la taverne locale. Est-ce que j'y crois ou non? C'est... C'est vrai que c'est une façon de trouver les assassins et les espions, tu sais. Et ça, c'est advenant seulement que le roi soit quelqu'un de bon, tu sais. Si c'est le roi qui est mauvais... Je veux dire... Je pense que j'irai avec le necessary evil.
Your mother sends you to the market with a list of goods to buy. After you finish, you find that by mistake a shopkeeper has given you too much money back in exchange for one of the items. What do you do?
Je pense que j'utiliserais le extra money pour acheter des items pour aider ma
While
famille.
in a marketplace, you witness a thief cut a purse from a noble. Even as he does so, the noble notices and calls for the city guards. In his haste to get away, the thief drops the purse near you. Surprisingly, no one seems to notice the bag of coins at your feet. What do you do?
Il y a un voleur qui vole un noble. Mais personne ne voit qu'il a échappé les pièces d'or à tes pieds. pense que je prends les pièces d'or, puis je les garde pour moi, pour ma famille. Ah oui.
Your father sends you on a task which you loathe, cleaning the stables. On the way there, pitchfork in hand, you run into your friend from the homestead near your own. He offers to do it for you, in return for a future favor of his choosing. What do you do?
Ok. Mon père m'envoie faire une tâche que je déteste. Nettoyer les étables. Puis un de mes amis qui m'offre de le faire pour lui, mais en échange de futures considérations. On va appeler ça comme ça. Ouais, en vrai, Charlot, moi j'accepterais. Par contre, ouais, ça va être une faveur plus tard. Au lieu de juste se faire aider. Mais je déteste ça. Peut-être que ça va être une faveur que. Peut-être quelque chose que je vais aimer. Hein. Ouais. Je vais accepter.
Your mother asks you to help fix the stove. While you're working, a very hot pipe slips its moorings and falls towards her. What do you do?
Bon, ma mère me demande de l'aider à réparer le poêle. Et pendant qu'on travaille, il y a un gros tuyau qui tombe sur elle. Et un tuyau qui est très très chaud. Ben ouais, je vais pousser ma mère. Je vais pas rentrer en contact avec le tuyau.
While in town, the baker gives you a sweet roll. Delighted, you take it into an alley to enjoy, only to be intercepted by a gang of 3 other kids your age. The leader demands the sweet roll, or else he and his friends will beat you and take it. What do you do?
Oh non. Le deuxième, évidemment. Alors moi, si on vient m'accoster pour me demander mon sweet roll, c'est un non tout de suite. Là. Fait que ouais. Fait que moi prendre le deuxième. Faire comme si j'allais lui donner. Puis, au dernier moment, le lancer dans les airs. En espérant que son attention soit tenue par ça assez longtemps pour pouvoir frapper le leader.
Entering town, you find that you are witness to a very well-dressed man running from a crowd. He screams to you for help. The crowd behind him seems very angry. What do you do?
Ça, c'est vraiment comme... ouais. Ouais, je vais les laisser passer. Je suis mieux de pas me... Ouais. Quelqu'un qui se fait courir après par une horde de gens qui sont très en colère. Ouais, non, je les laisse passer, j'interviens pas. I'm a spell sword.
Very good. The letter that preceded you mentioned you were born under a certain sign. And what would that be?
The sign. Apprentice. Okay, Fortify Magicka, weakness to Magicka. The Atronarch. Spell Absorption, Fortify Magicka. Stunted Magicka. Lady. Fortify Personality, Endurance, Willpower. Charm 20%. The Lord. Resist Frost, weakness to Fire. Store health on self. Fortify health. Fortify agility. Fortify personality. Paralyze. 10 seconds on target. C'est pas mauvais ça. Hey, paralysé pendant 10 secondes là. Pour un assassin, ça peut être... Ouais. Fortify Magicka. Willpower 10 points. Willpower 5 points. Ça c'est Agility en plus. C'est bon là, c'est... Resist Common Disease 15%. Turn Undead 120%. Store Health 200 points on self. C'est bon ça. Serpent. Fortify Willpower. Poison 3 points. 30 seconds on touch. Damage Fatigue. On self. Cure poison on self. Dispel 90% on self. Wow. Ok, Shadow. Ça c'est bon esti. The Shadow. Fortify Agility. Invisibility for 30 seconds on self. Steed. Fortify Speed. Restore Fatigue. Charioteer. The Thief. Sanctuary. This point. Cavili Danger Sense. Fortify Agility. Luck et Speed. The Tower. Resist Poison. Detect Animal. Enchantment. Detect Key. Okay. Beggar's Nose. Open 75 points on touch. Puis Reflect. Okay, puis finalement The Warrior. Fortify Endurance, Strength. Restore Fatigue. Fortify Strength. Ok. Ben moi il y a le Lover qui est vraiment bon. Qui m'intéresse beaucoup. Puis The Shadow, Invisibility. Dans les deux cas, t'as Agility, Luck, Speed. Mais le Paralyze for 10 seconds on target là. Je pense que The Lover, c'est ce qui se prête bien à mon personnage là. Ouais. Paralyzed for 10 seconds on target.
Interesting. Now, before I stamp these papers, make sure this information is correct.
Ok. Oui, on va changer le class. On peut faire, pour regarder ce qu'il y a, hein? Assassin, Security, Long Blade, Alchemy, Block, Athletics, Sneak, Marksman, Light Armor, Short Blade, Acrobatics. Ouais, parce que je veux quand même des... Night Blade. Un Witch Hunter. Okay. Fill out forms yourself. Class description. Ouais, attends un peu. Combat. Ça va être how fast you can move. Et ouais, je vais mettre habilité. Agilité, speed. Stealth. With long picks and disarm traps and probes, this skill is essential for agents and thieves alike. Ben oui, security ça va aller là. Armor, j'ai pas besoin de ça. On va prendre Marksman. Medium Armor, non. Non, non, non. Light Armor. On va mettre Sneak, évidemment. Ouais, Short Blade, on va mettre ça ici. Ah ben, il va y avoir un illusion, c'est sûr. Ah ben oui. Ah ben oui. Moi, j'ai toujours mis alchimie. Sincèrement. Oui. Et restoration. Light armor. Peut-être à la place d'ancient, quelque chose d'autre. Mercantile et Speechcraft, c'est vrai que j'ai pas mis ça, moi. Ah, ben oui. Ben oui, ben oui. Alors... I am a cat. Ah, j'avoue que... Attends un peu. Et je pouvais le changer là. Bon, ça va, je peux pas le changer, semble-t-il. You now have a stats menu where you can always view your information. Right-clicking allows you to use your menus. When you're done with them, right-click again to close them.
Show your papers to the captain when you exit to get your release fee.
Read your papers by pressing F while looking at them. And select Take to pick them up.
Take your papers off the table and go see Captain Gravius.
I have to take it. We are the Imperial Legion. We swear our lives and unyielding loyalty to the Emperor and his noble empire. We believe in honor, swift justice for the innocent, our unbreakable bond to our brothers in the Legion, unshakable courage in the face of death, and in the spread of civilization and culture to all people everywhere. We pledge to uphold the just and infallible imperial rule of law, and to crush the wicked, those who would violate imperial law and defile imperial values, and to serve to all imperial citizens everywhere. Y-a-t-il une faute là? Possible que oui. C'est pas grave. This is our oath and sworn fealty to the Empire and Emperor.
Continue through to the next building and talk to Sellus Gravius.
Brief History of the Empire, Part 1. Before the rule of Tiber Septim, all Tamriel was in chaos. The poet Tradisis called that period of continuous unrest days and nights of blood and venom. The kings were a petty lot of grasping tyrants who fought Tiber's attempts to bring order to the land, but they were as disorganized as they were dissolute. The strong hand of Septim brought peace forcibly to Tamriel. The year was 2E 896. The following year, the Emperor declared the beginning of a new era. Thus began the Third Era, year Aught. For 38 years, the Emperor Tiber reigned supreme. It was a lawful, pious, and glorious age, when justice was known to one and all, from serf to sovereign. On Tiber's death, it reigned for an entire fortnight, as if the land of Tamriel itself was weeping. The Emperor's grandson, Pelagius, came to the throne. Though his reign was short, he was as strong and resolute as his father had been, and Tamriel could have enjoyed a continuation of the Golden Age. Alice, an unknown enemy of the Septim family, hired that accursed organization of cutthroats, the Dark Brotherhood, to kill the Emperor Pelagius I, as he knelt at prayer at the Temple of the One in the Imperial City. Pelagius I's reign lasted less than 3 years. Pelagius had no living children, so the crown imperial passed to his first cousin, the daughter of Tiber's brother Agnorit, 𝓐𝓤𝓚, former queen of Silvanar, assumed the throne as 𝓐𝓤𝓚 I. Her reign was blessed with prosperity and good harvests, and she herself was an avid patroness of art, music, and dance. 𝓐𝓤𝓚's son was crowned after her death, the first emperor of Tamriel to use the imperial name Uriel. Uriel I was the great lawmaker of the Septim dynasty and a promoter of independent organizations and guilds. Under his kind but firm hand, the Fighters Guild and the Mages Guild increased in prominence throughout Tamriel. His son and successor, Uriel II, reigned for 18 years, from the death of Uriel I in 3E64 to Pelagius II's ascension in 3E82. Tragically, the rule of Uriel II was cursed with blights, plagues, and insurrections. The tenderness he inherited from his father did not serve Tamriel well, and little justice was done. Pelagius II inherited not only the throne from his father, but the debt from the latter's poor financial and judicial management. Pelagius dismissed all of the Elder Council and allowed only those willing to pay great sums to resume their seats. He encouraged similar acts among his vassals, the kings of Tamriel, and by the end of his 17-year reign, Tamriel had returned to prosperity. His critics, however, have suggested that any advisor possessed of wisdom but not of gold had been summarily ousted by Pelagius. This may have led to some of the troubles his son, Antiochus, faced when he in turn became emperor. Antiochus was certainly one of the more flamboyant members of the usually austere Septim family. He had numerous mistresses and nearly as many wives, and was renowned for the grandeur of his dress and his high good humor. Unfortunately, his reign was rife with civil war, surpassing even that of his grandfather Uriel II. The War of the Isle in 3E110, 12 years after Antiochus assumed the throne, nearly took the province of Somerset Isle away from Tamriel. The united alliance of the kings of Somerset and Antiochus only managed to defeat King Orgum of the island kingdom of Piandonia due to a freak storm. Legend credits the Psychic Order of the Isle of Artaeum with the sorcery behind the tempest. The story of 𝓐𝓤𝓚 II, heiress to her father Antiochus' throne, is certainly one of the saddest tales in imperial history. Her first cousin, Uriel, son of Queen Potema of Solitude, accused 𝓐𝓤𝓚 of being a bastard, alluding to the infamous decadence of the imperial city during her father's reign. When this accusation failed to stop her coronation, Uriel bought the support of several disgruntled kings of High Rock, Skyrim, and Morrowind, and with Queen Potema's assistance, he coordinated 3 attacks on the Septim Empire. The first attack occurred in the Iliac Bay region, which separates High Rock and Hammerfell. 𝓐𝓤's entourage was massacred and the Empress taken captive. For 2 years, 𝓐𝓤 II languished in an imperial prison, believed to be somewhere in Glenpoint or Glenmorill, before she was slain in her cell under mysterious circumstances. The second attack was on a series of imperial garrisons along the coastal Morrowind Islands. The Empress consort, Contin Arynx, fell defending the forts. The third and final attack was a siege of the imperial city itself, occurring after the Elder Council had split up the army to attack western High Rock and eastern Morrowind. The weakened government had little defense against Uriel's determined aggression, and capitulated after only a fortnight of resistance. Uriel took the throne that same evening and proclaimed himself Uriel III, Emperor of Tamriel. The year was 3E 121. Thus began the War of the Red Diamond, described in Volume 2 of this series. Volume 1 of this series described in brief the lives of the first 8 emperors of the Septim dynasty, beginning with the glorious Tiber Septim and ending with his great-great-great-great-grandniece, 𝓐𝓤 II. 𝓐𝓤's murder in Glenpoint while in captivity is considered by some to be the end of the pure strain of Septim blood in the imperial family. Certainly, it marks the end of something significant. Uriel III not only proclaimed himself Emperor of Tamriel, but also Uriel Septim III, taking the eminent surname as a title. In truth, his surname was Mantiarco from his father's line. In time, Uriel III was deposed and his crimes reviled, but the tradition of taking the name Septim as a title for the Emperor of Tamriel did not die with him. For 6 years, the War of the Red Diamond, which takes its name from the Septim family's famous badge, tore the empire apart. The combatants were the 3 surviving children of Pelagius II, Potima, Sepphoris, and Magnus, and their various offspring. Potima, of course, supported her son Uriel III, and had the combined support of all of Skyrim and northern Morrowind. With the efforts of Sepphoris and Magnus, however, the province of High Rock turned coat. The provinces of Hammerfell, Somerset Isle, Valenwood, Elsewhere, and Black Marsh were divided in their loyalty, but most kings supported Sepphoris and Magnus. In 3E 127, Uriel III was captured at the Battle of Ishidag in Hammerfell. En route to his trial in the imperial city, a mob overtook his prisoner's carriage and burned him alive within it. His captor and uncle continued on to the imperial city, and by common acclaim was proclaimed Sepphoris I, Emperor of Tamriel. Sepphoris' reign was marked by nothing but war. By all accounts, he was a kind and intelligent man, but what Tamriel needed was a great warrior, and he, fortunately, was death. It took an additional 10 years of constant warfare for him to defeat his sister Fatima, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude, who died in the siege of her city-state in the year 137. Sepphoris survived his sister by only 3 years. He never had time during the war years to marry, so it was his brother, the fourth child of Pelagius II, who assumed the throne. The Emperor Magnus was already elderly when he took up the imperial diadem, and the business of punishing the traitorous kings of the War of the Red Diamond drained much of his remaining strength. Legend accuses Magnus' son and heir Pelagius III of patricide, and that seems highly unlikely for no other reason than that Pelagius was king of Solitude following the death of Fatima, and seldom visited the imperial city. Pelagius III, sometimes called Pelagius the Mad, was proclaimed emperor in the 145th year of the Third Era. Almost from the start, his eccentricities of behavior were noted at court. He embarrassed dignitaries, often offended his vassal kings, and on one occasion marked the end of an imperial grand ball by attempting to hang himself. His long-suffering wife was finally awarded the regency of Tamriel, and Pelagius III was sent to a series of healing institutions and asylums until his death in 3E 153, at the age of 34. The Empress Regent of Tamriel was proclaimed Empress Cataria I upon the death of her husband. Some who do not mark the end of the Septim bloodline with the death of 𝓐𝓢𝓜 II consider the ascendancy of this dark elf woman the true mark of its decline. Her defenders, on the other hand, assert that though Cataria was not descended from Tiber, the son she had with Pelagius was, so the imperial chain did continue. Despite racist assertions to the contrary, Cataria's 46-year reign was one of the most celebrated in Tamriel's history. Uncomfortable in the imperial city, Cataria traveled extensively throughout the empire, such as no empire ever had since Tiber's day. She repaired much of the damage that previous emperors' broken alliances and bungled diplomacy created. The people of Tamriel came to love their empress far more than the nobility did. Cataria's death in a minor skirmish in Black Marsh is a favorite subject of conspiracy-minded historians. The sage Montalius' discovery, for instance, of a disenfranchised branch of the Septim family and their involvement with the skirmish was a revelation indeed. When Cassander assumed the throne upon the death of his mother, he was already middle-aged. Only half-elven, he aged like a Breton. In fact, he had left the rule of Wayrest to his half-brother Uriel due to poor health. Nevertheless, as the only true-blood relation of Pelagius and thus Tiber, he was pressed into accepting the throne. To no one's surprise, the Emperor Cassindar's reign did not last long. In 2 years, he joined his predecessors in eternal slumber. 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓚, Cassander's half-brother and the child of 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓚 and her imperial consort 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓚, after the death of Pelagius III, left the kingdom of Wayrest to reign as Uriel IV. Legally, Uriel IV was a septim. Cassander had adopted him into the royal family when he had become king of Wayrest. Nevertheless, to the council and the people of Tamriel, he was a bastard child of Cataria. Uriel did not possess the dynamism of his mother, and his long 43-year reign was a hotbed of sedition. Uriel IV's story is told in the 3rd volume of this series. The 1st volume of this series told in brief the story of the succession of the first 8 emperors of the Septim dynasty from Tiber I to 𝓐𝓸𝓻 II. The 2nd volume described the War of the Red Diamond and the 6 emperors that followed its aftermath, from Uriel III to Cassander I. At the end of that volume, it was described how the Emperor Cassander's half-brother Uriel IV assumed the throne of the Emperor of Tamriel. It will be recalled that Uriel IV was not a septim by birth. His mother, though she reigned as empress for many years, was a dark elf married to a true septim emperor, Pelagius III. Uriel's father was actually Cataria, Cataria's first consort after Pelagius' death, a Breton nobleman named 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓚. Before taking the throne of empire, Cassander I had ruled the kingdom of Wayrest, but poor health had forced him to retire. Cassander had no children, so he legally adopted his half-brother Uriel and abdicated the kingdom 7 years later. 7 years later, Cassander inherited the empire at the death of his mother. 3 years after that, Uriel once again found himself the recipient of Cassander's inheritance. Uriel IV's reign was a long and difficult one. Despite being a legally adopted member of the Septim family, and despite the Lariat family's high position, indeed, they were distant cousins of the Septims, few of the Elder Council could be persuaded to accept him fully as a blood descendant of Tiber. The council had assumed much responsibility during Cataria's I's long reign and Cassander's I's short one, and a strong-willed alien monarch like Uriel IV found it impossible to command their unswerving fealty. Time and again, the council and emperor were at odds, and time and again, the council won the battles. Since the days of Pelagius II, the Elder Council had consisted of the wealthiest men and women in the empire, and the power they wielded was conclusive. The council's last victory over Uriel IV was posthumous. 𝓐𝓙𝓚, Uriel IV's son, was disinherited by vote of council, and a cousin more closely related to the original septim line was proclaimed Sepphoris II in 3E 268. For the first 9 years of Sepphoris II's reign, those loyal to 𝓐𝓙𝓚 battled the imperial forces. In an act that the sage Arentine called Tiber Septim's heart beating no more, the council granted 𝓐𝓢𝓚 the high rock kingdom of 𝓐𝓢𝓚 to end the war, and 𝓐𝓢𝓚's descendants still ruled there. By and large, Sepphoris II had foes that demanded more of his attention than 𝓐𝓢𝓚. From out of a Cimmerian nightmare, in the words of Erantine, a man who called himself the Cameron Usurper led an army of 𝓚𝓸𝓻 and undead warriors on a rampage through Valenwood, conquering kingdom after kingdom. Few could resist his onslaughts, and as month turned to bloody month in the year of 3E249, even fewer tried. Sepphoris II sent more and more mercenaries into Hammerfell to stop the usurpers' northward march, but they were bribed or slaughtered and raised as undead. The story of the Cameron Usurper deserves a book on its own. It is recommended that the reader find Pollock's 𝓐𝓢𝓚 The Fall of the Usurper for more detail. In short, however, the destruction of the forces of the usurper had little to do with the efforts of the emperor. The result was a great regional victory and an increase in hostility toward the seemingly inefficacious empire. Uriel V, Sepphoris II's son and successor, swiveled opinion back toward the latent power of the empire, turning the attention of Tamriel away from internal strife. Uriel V embarked on a series of invasions, beginning almost from the moment he took the throne in 3E268. Uriel V conquers Roscrea in 271, Catnoque in 276, Ineslea in 279, and Esroniet in 284. In 3E288, he embarked on his most ambitious enterprise, the invasion of the continent kingdom of Akavir. This ultimately proved a failure, for 2 years later, Uriel V was killed in Akavir on the battlefield of Ionit. Nevertheless, Uriel V holds a reputation second only to Tiber as one of the 2 great warrior emperors of Tamriel. The last 4 emperors, beginning with Uriel V's infant son, are described in the 4th and final volume of this series, which is here. The first book of this series described in brief the first 8 emperors of the Septim dynasty, beginning with Tiber I. The second volume described the War of the Red Diamond with the 6 emperors who followed. The third volume described the troubles of the next 3 emperors, the frustrated Uriel IV, the ineffectual Sepphoris II, and the heroic Uriel V. On Uriel V's death across the sea in distant, hostile Akavir, Uriel V was but 5 years old. Uriel VI was but 5 years old. In fact, Uriel V was born only shortly before his father left for Akavir. Uriel V only other progeny by a morganatic alliance were the twins Moriatha and Eloisa, who had been born a month after Uriel V left. Uriel VI was crowned in the 290th year of the Third Era. The imperial consort Tónica and the boy's mother was given a restricted regency until Uriel VI reached his majority. The Elder Council retained the real power, as they had ever since the days of 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓚. The Council so enjoyed its unlimited and unrestricted freedom to promulgate laws and generate profits that Uriel VI was not given full license to rule until 307, when he was already 22 years old. He had been slowly assuming positions of responsibility for years, but both the council and his mother, who enjoyed even a limited regency, were loath to hand over the reins. By the time he came to the throne, the mechanism of government gave him little power except for that of the imperial veto. This power, however, he regularly and vigorously exercised. By 313, Uriel VI could boast with conviction that he truly did rule Tamriel. He utilized defunct spy networks and guard units to bully and coerce the difficult members of the Elder Council. His half-sister Moriata was, not surprisingly, his staunchest ally, especially after her marriage to Baron Ulfhe Gerson of Winterhold brought her considerable wealth and influence. As the sage 𝓐𝓢𝓚 said, Uriel V conquered 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡, but Uriel VI conquered the Elder Council. When Uriel VI fell off a horse and could not be resuscitated by the finest imperial healers, his beloved sister Moriata took up the imperial tiara. At 25 years of age, she had been described by admittedly self-serving diplomats as the most beautiful creature in all of Tamriel. She was certainly well-learned, vivacious, eclectic, and a well-practiced politician. She brought the Archmagister of Skyrim to the Imperial City and created the second Imperial Battle Mage since the days of Tiber Septim. Moriata finished the job her brother had begun and made the Imperial Province a true government under the Empress, and later, the Emperor. Outside the Imperial Province, however, the Empire had been slowly disintegrating. Open revolutions and civil wars had raged unchallenged since the days of her grandfather Sepphoris II. Carefully coordinating her counterattacks, Moriata slowly claimed back her rebellious vassals, always avoiding overextending herself. Though Moriata's military campaigns were remarkably successful, her deliberate pace often frustrated the council. One councilman, an Argonian who took the Colovian name of Toricles Robus, furious at her refusal to send troops to his troubled Black Marsh, is commonly believed to have hired the assassins who claimed her life in 339. Romus was summarily tried and executed, though he protested his innocence to the last. Moriata had no surviving children, and Eloisa had died of a fever 4 years before. Eloisa's 25-year-old son Pelagius was thus crowned Pelagius IV. Pelagius IV continued his ounce work, slowly bringing back under his wing the radical and refractory kingdoms, duchies, and baronies of the empire. He exercised Moriata's poise in his circumspect pace in his endeavors, but alas, he did not attain her success. The kingdoms had been free of constraint for so long that even a benign imperial presence was considered odious. Nevertheless, when Pelagius died after an astonishing 49-year reign, Tamriel was closer to unity than it had been since the days of Uriel I. Our current emperor, His Awesome and Terrible Majesty, Uriel VII, son of Pelagius IV, has the diligence of his great aunt Moriata, the political skill of his great uncle Uriel VI, and the military prowess of his great grand uncle Uriel V. For 21 years he reigned and brought justice and order to Tamriel. In the year 3E 389, however, his imperial battle mage Jagar-Tharn betrayed him. Uriel VII was imprisoned in a dimension of Tarn's creation, and Tarn used his sorcery of illusion to assume the Emperor's aspect. For the next 10 years, Tarn abused imperial privilege but did not continue Uriel VII's schedule of reconquest. It is not yet entirely known what Tarn's goals and personal accomplishments were during the 10 years he masqueraded as his liege lord. In 3E 399, an enigmatic champion defeated the battle mage in the dungeons of the imperial palace and freed Uriel VII from his other dimensional jail. Since his emancipation, Uriel VII has worked diligently to renew the battles that would reunite Tamriel. Tarn's interference broke the momentum, it is true, but the years since then have proven that there is hope of the golden age of Tiber Septim's rule, glorifying Tamriel once again. So basically, we have hope to make Tamriel great again. Of course. I'm an officer of the Imperial Legion. Move along. Imperial Legion. We have garrisons at Fort Pelagiad in Pelagiad, Fort Hawkmoth in Ebonheart, Fort Moonmoth in Balmora, Fort Buckmoth in Alderun. Déjà, je vois Balmora puis j'ai mal au cœur. J'espère qu'il n'y a pas trop d'ascenseurs. J'espère que le ciel est beau, hein, puis que ça n'a pas l'air du vomi de Hot. Fort Ashmont in the Molac Amur region, and Fort Darius in Ignisus. Were you looking to join the Imperial Legion? Maybe. All the garrisons are presently at full strength, except, perhaps, the Deathshed Legion at Fort Darius in the West Gash near the village of Ignisus. If you're interested, you'll have to talk to General Darius there. Okay. Alright, well, goodbye. should learn how to do combat. Pick up the dagger on the table by activating it with F. Okay. If you say so. But first, can I save? I can't. Je peux pas saver. Comment ça, je peux pas saver? Non, 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 je peux pas saver encore. Ok. Equip lockpicks in the inventory menu. Try picking the lock of the small chest on the shelf. Iron dagger. Note to 𝓐𝓢𝓜. 𝓐𝓢𝓜, don't think I've forgotten our wager. I want this dagger sharp as a scamp's claw by morning. 𝓐𝓢𝓜. Letters, books, and scrolls can be read by equipping them in your inventory menu. Hello. The Firmament by Falcon. The stars of Tamriel are divided into 13 constellations. 3 of them are the major constellations known as the Guardian. These are the Warrior, the Mage, and the Thief. Each of the Guardians protects its 3 charges from the 13th constellation. The Serpent. Oh. When the sun rises near one of the constellations, it is that constellation's season. Each constellation has a season of approximately 1 month. The Serpent has no season, for it moves about in the heavens, usually threatening one of the other constellations. The Warrior is the first Guardian constellation, and he protects his charges during their seasons. The Warrior's own season is Last Seed, when his strength is needed for the harvest. His charges are the Lady, the Steed, and the Lord. Those born under the sign of the Warrior are skilled with weapons of all kinds, but prone to short tempers. The Mage is a Guardian constellation whose season is Rain's Hand, when Magicka was first used by man. His charges are the Apprentice, the Golem, and the Ritual. Those born under the Mage have more Magicka and talent for all kinds of spellcasting, but are often arrogant and absent-minded. Intéressant. The Thief is the last Guardian constellation, and her season is the darkest month of Evening Star. Her charges are the Lover, the Shadow, and the Tower. Those born under the sign of the Thief are not typically thieves, though they take risks more often and only rarely come to harm. They will run out of luck eventually, however, and rarely live as long as those born under other sign. The Serpent wanders about in the sky and has no season, though its notions are predictable to a degree. No characteristics are common to all who are born under the sign of the Serpent. Those born under this sign are the most blessed and the most cursed. The Lady. The Lady is one of the warrior's charges, and her season is Heartfire. Those born under the sign of the Lady are kind and tolerant. The Steed. Steed is one of the warrior's charges, and her season is mid-year. Those born under the sign of the Steed are impatient and always hurrying from one place to another. The Lord. The Lord's season is first seed, and he oversees all of Tamriel during the planting. Those born under the sign of the Lord are stronger and healthier than those born under other sign. The apprentice's season is sun's height. Those born under the sign of the apprentice have a special affinity for magic of all kinds, but are more vulnerable to magic as well. The Atronach, often called the Golem, is one of the mage's charges. Its season is sun's dusk. Those born under this sign are natural sorcerers with deep reserves of magicka, but they cannot generate magicka of their own. The Ritual is one of the mage's charges, and its season is Morning Star. Those born under this sign have a variety of abilities depending on the aspects of the moons and the divine. The Lover, qui est mon signe à moi, is one of the thief's charges, and her season is Sun's Dawn. Those born under the sign of the Lover are graceful and passionate. The Shadow. Shadow's season is second seed. The Shadow grants those born under the sign the ability to hide in shadows. And finally, the Tower. The Tower is one of the thief's charges, and its season is Frostfall. Those born under the sign of the Tower have a knack for finding gold and can open locks of all kinds. Ça. Et donc, c'est comme ça, c'est ça. Ok. Beast races cannot wear shoes. Oh, ok. Intéressant. Je prends tout. Seyda Neen, okay. Meat. You can eat ingredients by equipping them on your character by the inventory menu. Ingredients have different properties. Some may hurt you, some may help. Hello. Allô? Comment ça va? Oui. Non, je sais que tu m'as vu. Je sais. Tu me vois pas. Je me demande comment est-ce qu'on fait pour lockpick là. Ok. Ah. Ah, je pense que c'est comme ça. Bon, ok. Ah, d'accord. Mhm. D'accord. peu stiff. Un peu. Donc là... Lock too complex. Ok. Vraiment, on a un poignet là, cette pauvre garde-là. Donc, il ne reste plus qu'à aller par là, hein, semble. Here's a list of the prisoners arriving later today. Please make sure they are processed quickly and without incident. Ren, Breton, male. Thetheric, Bosmere, male. Terminin, Altmer, female. Chiub, Dunmer, male. Faust, Abitius, imperial, male. Charlot, 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡, unknown. D'accord. You now have a map menu. It shows you the name of the place you are in, the direction you're facing. Je viens de là. All menus, right click to use your new menu. Click the spell of magic item you want to make. Active magic. Press Q. Active magic and click to cast. Donc, je vais équiper le Ring of Healing. Et donc, Fortify Attack, Fortify Attribute. Démoraliser quelqu'un. Je suis pas sûr de comment fonctionne la magie encore. tout à fait. Bon. Moi je prends tout, prends pas de chance. Ok, donc là... Activate, ready magic, run. Okay, always run. Auto run. Next weapon. Previous weapon. Okay. Next spell. Okay. Non, j'ai ça, non. Ah! D'accord. Déjà ils disent essaye pas de te persuader à faire quoi que ce soit. Si t'es pas bon, il t'aimera pas. Point final. First, let me take your identification papers. Thank you. Word of your arrival have reached me yesterday. I am 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓚, but my background is not important. I'm here to welcome you to Morrowind. Morrowind. Yes, you're in Morrowind. I don't know why you're here, or why you were released from prison and shipped here, but your authorization comes directly from Emperor 𝓐𝓢𝓚 himself, and I don't need to know any more than that. When you leave this office, you are free, but before you go, I have instruction on your duties. Instructions from the Emperor, so pay careful attention. 𝓐𝓚𝓚? Yes, 𝓐𝓚𝓚 is still the Emperor. According to my instructions, he personally authorized your release from prison and your delivery here. It's all very mysterious, but that's the way the Empire works. Silence, secrecy. Let not the left hand know what the right hand is doing. Okay, the Empire. Yes, of course, this is the Empire. This is Vvardenfell district of the province of Morrowind, and Morrowind has been part of the Empire for over 400 years. The current Emperor is 𝓐𝓚𝓚, 24th of the Septim line. You haven't been in prison that long, have you? Nothing wrong with your head, is there? The men said you were acting a little strange when they brought you in from the ship. What's your background? I am 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡, Knight Errant of the Imperial Legion. Okay. What are my duties? This package came with the news of your arrival. You are to take it to 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 in the town of Balmora. Go to the South Wall Corner Club to ask for 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡. They'll know where to fight him. Serve him as you would serve the Emperor himself. I also have a letter for you, and a disbursal to your day. Okay. Et de l'argent. Okay. What's my trade? Ouais, il y a un my trade en quelque part, hein, que je sais pas. I am Knight Errant of the Order of Ebonheart and the Imperial Emissary attached to the Census of Excise Office here in Seyda Neen. Seyda Neen, where is Seyda? Okay. I'm proud to be an Imperial. Through our legions and rule of law, we've brought peace and civilization to the provinces of Tamriel. Bon. 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡𝓡. Report to 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 at Balmora. I can't tell you where to find him, but you are to go to the South Wall Corner Club and ask for him. Someone there can direct you to him. Okay. Balmora is north of Seyda Neen. The road passes Pelagiad village and Fourth Pelagiad, crosses a deep ravine, passes Fourth Moonmouth, then turns west across the Odai River and into Balmora. The South Wall Corner Club is in southeast Balmora, on the east side of the river. For more detailed directions, talk to Elone the Scout at Ryle's Trade House here in Seyda Neen. But take my advice, you're new here. Take the 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 to Balmora. Fast, cheap, safe. Cross the bridge and at the east. Can't miss it. 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡s carry passengers and cargo between settlements on Vvardenfell. Fares depend on distance to be traveled. 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡s are giant insects. A compartment for passengers and cargo is hollowed from the creature's shell. The driver directs the beast by directly manipulating exposed organs and tissues. 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡s travel between Aldrun, Balmora, Seyda Neen, Suran, Nizis, Kul, Molagmar, Ma'arkan, and North Landing near Vivek. Ok, bah ça a l'air bien. Goodbye. Je serais mieux de pas tenter ma chance tout de suite. Non. Welcome to Morrowind Comes Alive. Okay. Enable companions. Enable, of course. Enable courtesans. Enable. Oh, bon, toutes. Enable hostile drunks in taverns. Est-ce qu'on veut des hostile drunks in taverns? J'imagine qu'on peut aller enlever ça plus tard. Bah, peut-être pas pour commencer. Enable respawning hostile NPCs in caves and ruins. Modify disable. Enable bandit attacks in towns. In towns, c'est un peu, ouais, disable. Enable hostile Ashlanders at outcast Ashlanders campsite. So oui. Enable brigands and highwaymen at crossroad. Ouais, enable. Lastly, select your preferred size of hostile NPC parties. Mettre 2 à 5, quand même. Parce que moi être seul, hein, fait que, hein, je peux l'amener jusqu'à 2 à 20. All done. Thanks for using Morrowind Comes Alive. Press J to use your journal and review what you've been told. You should probably check out Ariel's trade house up on the left. You're on your own now. Good luck. Ça bouge cette affaire-là. C'est quelque chose qui va m'attaquer. On va commencer par sauver, hein? Peut-être. Always save your game. Bon. J'ai aucune idée de ce que les choses sont, mais c'est pas grave. Bonsoir, Croque-Flac. Bienvenue à ASMR Morrowind. Effectivement, je le sais. What do you want? Nothing. Non, je capoterai pas, inquiète pas. Je suis pas là pour capoter de toute façon. Imperial Legion. Ok, move on. Latest rumors. These Imperial tax collectors have really started to get on everyone's nerves. I haven't seen the local one in a while though. Not that anyone is complaining. C'est quoi ce monde? Eh bien, tu vois, c'est un petit monde pour aider les gens à s'endormir. On va faire des vidéos pour ça. Little advice. I've never seen a successful adventurer who didn't carry a couple of divine intervention scrolls with him on long expeditions. 2 reasons. Emergency exit, and it lets you move a lot more loot than you can carry on foot. And faster, goes without saying. Mood de drogué? Mais non, c'est un mood pour être... plutôt pour relaxer, méditer, s'endormir même. A little secret. Daedra? You know what they are, right? Well, the Daedric shrines are where Daedra cults worship Daedra. Bad people who summon bad Daedra. Stay away from them. Why? Because Daedra are nasty. And the folks that worship them are even nastier. Okay. What's your background? Hardened trooper. Are you the one that boat dropped off? Ought to see a boat arrive at that time of day. Hope the Imperials treated you okay. I swear they took my ring. Your ring? I swear one of the guards has it. I had it last week before their weekly let's shake down 𝓐𝓢𝓜 ritual. An engraved healing ring. Family heirloom of mine. You haven't seen it, have you? Yes, I found it. Here, take it. You found it? Amazing. Thank you, thank you. You're now my favorite friend. I'll be sure to tell the others, especially my friend Ariel, who runs the trade house here. Go see him. He'll be happy to see you now. Bon, fait que là j'ai plus le Ring of Healing malheureusement. Ouais, je sais, hein. Ben écoute, c'est à force de faire du Star Wars, les gens venaient pour s'endormir de toute façon. Je me suis dit, ben écoute, je vais aller faire quelque chose avec une ambiance, tu sais, avec de la petite musique calme. Hein? Latest rumors. These imperial tax collectors have really started to get on everyone's nerves. Fait que les tax collectors, ils aiment pas. Little advice. Some neglected ancestral tombs around here. Locals don't like it, but you can find some nice bits. Ghosts and ancestral spirit guardians are dangerous. Little secret. 𝓐𝓢𝓜? Stay away from Daedric shrines. My trade. Ça fait 4 heures que je monte mon sorcier-cite. Ah oui, bon, d'accord. Est-ce que c'est un sorcier-cite... Est-ce qu'il fait des dégâts ou est-ce que c'est un guérisseur? C'est quoi sa spécialité exactement? My trade, I'm a commoner. I do whatever needs doing. Cooking, cleaning, building, baking, making, breaking. And by your accent, I can tell you are an outlander. Since you're new to these parts, perhaps you'd like me to share a little local lore. Pourquoi pas? Éclair de PS, ah ben comme le mien. Comme le mien. Faudrait que je trouve un meilleur nom, par exemple. Je trouve que 𝓐𝓢𝓜, ça fait pas tellement Sith Lord. J'avais pas beaucoup d'inspiration à la création de personnages. Tu sais, juste un site qui est rouge, j'étais comme oh ouais. Sans Army, ah ouais non, let's go. On appellera 𝓐𝓢𝓜. Bon. Ring. Thank you for finding those guards, better look out. Services. Get food and sundries from Ariel's trade house. That's also where you find anyone who offers trading. You may also want to visit the Red Lantern, a local tavern here in Seyda Neen. Alkaline, ok. Bah j'avoue que c'est... Je déteste pas le nom. J'ai vu 100 fois pire, je vais t'avouer, au moins il y a... Alkaline, c'est une... c'est un homme ou c'est une fille ou c'est pas sûr? Someone in particular. The Altmer Ariel runs Ariel's trade house. 𝓐𝓢𝓜 is the chief agent as the census and excise offices. C'est un homme, ok. Bah, pourquoi pas. Specific place, Dark Alkaline, évidemment. Mais j'espère que tu l'as pas appelé Dark Alkaline, parce que Dark, c'est un, voyons, c'est un titre que tu peux avoir, que tu finis par avoir en fait avec le temps. Moi, je trouve ça drôle, tu sais, parce qu'il y en a qui s'appellent Dark quelque chose, tu sais. Ils ont 2 fois Dark dedans parce que, ok. Thank God, t'as pas fait ça. Merci. Specific place. Not much here. A real trade house, the census and excise offices. That's the Coast Guard too, and the lighthouse. And that's it. Silt's trader service goes to Vivek, Balmora, Nizis, and Saran. Occasionally ships travel to 𝓐𝓢𝓜, 𝓜𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀𝓲, or the mainland. The road goes north, past Pelagad to Balmora, and east to Vivek, and southeast to 𝓜𝓸𝓻. Bon, ben c'est parfait. C'était quoi ce bruit-là? Je sais pas trop. Ben ça c'est cool ça. What can I do for you? Nothing, I guess. Door to Seyda Neen, census and excise warehouse. Huh. Ah, j'avoue que la façon de marcher des bonhommes dans Morrowind, ça me... Ok, je peux pas rentrer là non plus. Bon, d'accord. 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓚𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀𝓲. You're new to Seyda Neen, right? I'm 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓚𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀𝓲. I'm sure you have questions. Go ahead, ask. I have plenty of time. Latest rumors. Tax collectors, as always. Advice: some rough customers came into town now and then for supplies. I think they might be smugglers and bandits holed up locally. Be doing a public service to clean them up. You might find yourself some nice loot in the bargain. Oh, okay. Okay, no secret. You're an outlander. Maybe you don't know about the kinds of 𝓸𝓻 ruins we have here in Morrowind. 𝓸𝓻 cults worship the bad 𝓸𝓻. You can learn more about that in the temple. Anyway, long ago, before the temple put a stop to it, people used to worship bad 𝓸𝓻. Moagbal, Malacath, Sheogorath, and Merun's Dagon at 𝓸𝓻 shrines. But lately, since the Empire came in, some people have taken up worshipping the bad 𝓸𝓻 at these old sites. And I warn you, these are dangerous places. What's your trade? I'm a commoner. Okay, services. Get food at the trade house. I also want to visit the Red Lantern, the local tavern here in Seyda Neen. There's a chief, the map shows, specific place. D'accord. Ok, si je fais un petit peu de persuasion peut-être. Si j'ai, mettons, admire. I'd prefer not to. Ah, ça n'a pas fonctionné. Ok. Khajiit. Okay. Ok, c'était elle que j'ai vu tantôt. What can I do for you? Nothing, it seems. Oh. You have gained knowledge from this book. Your mercantile skill. Ah, nice. Bien ça. The 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 sat down, listening to 𝓐𝓲𝓷𝓭. The clerk could hardly believe how fat his former colleague at Lord Atreus's building commission had become. The piquant aroma of the roasted meat dish before Scotty melted away. All the other sounds and textures of 𝓜𝓸𝓻𝓻 vanished all around him, as if nothing else existed but the vast form of Judas. Scotty did not consider himself an emotional man, but he felt the tide flow over him at the sight and sound of the man whose bald, badly written letters had been the guideposts that carried him from the Imperial City back in the early Frostfall. "Where have you been?" Juris demanded again. "I told you to meet me in 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 weeks ago." "I was there weeks ago," Scotty stammered, too surprised to be indignant. "I got your note to meet you in 𝓐𝓢𝓜, and so I went there, but the Khajiit had burned it to the ground. Somehow, I found my way with the refugees in another village, and somehow someone told me that you had been killed." "And you believed that right away?" Juris sneered. "The fellow seemed very well informed about you. He was a clerk from Lord Venex's building commissioned, named Regulus, and he said that you had also suggested that he come down to Valenwood to profit from the war." "Oh yes," said Juris. After thinking a moment, "I recall the name now. Well, it's good for business to have two representatives from Imperial building commissions here. We just need to all coordinate our bids, and all should be well." "Regulus is dead," said Scotty, "but I have his contracts from Lord Vanex's commission." "Even better," gasped Juris, impressed. "I never knew you were such a ruthless competitor, the 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡. Yes, this could certainly improve our position with the Sylvanar. Have I introduced you to Bast here?" Scotty had only been dimly aware of the Bosmer's presence at the table with Juris, which was surprising, given that the mirror's girth nearly equaled his dining companion. The clerk nodded to Bast coldly, still numb and confused. It had not left his mind that only an hour earlier Scotty had intended to petition for the Sylvanar for safe passage through the border back to Cyrodiil. The thought of doing business with Juris after all, of profiting from Valenwood war with elsewhere, and now the second one with the Somerset Isle, seemed like something happening to another person. "Your colleague and I were talking about the Sylvanar," said Bast, putting down the leg of mutton he had been gnawing on. "I don't suppose you've heard about his nature?" "A little, but nothing very specific. I got the impression that he's very important and very peculiar." He's the representative of the people legally, physically, and emotionally, explained Juris, a little annoyed at his new partner's lack of common knowledge. When they're healthy, so is he. When they're mostly female, so is he. When they cry for food or trade or an absence of foreign interference, he feels it too, and makes laws accordingly. In a way, he's a despot, and he's the people's despot. That sounds, said Scotty, searching for the appropriate word, like bunk. Perhaps it is, shrugged Bast, but he has many rights as the voice of the people, including the granting of foreign buildings and trade contracts. It's not important whether you believe us. Just think of the Sylvanar as being like one of your mad emperors, like Pelagius. The problem facing us now is that since Valenwood is being attacked on all sides, the Sylvanar's aspect is now one of distrust and fear of foreigners. The one hope of his people, and thus of the Sylvanar himself, is that the Emperor will intervene and stop the war. Will he? Asked Scotty. You know as well as we do that the Emperor has not been himself lately. Jurist helped himself to Reglius' satchel and pulled out the blank contracts. Who knows what he'll choose to do or not do? That reality is not our concern, but these blessings from the late good Sir Reglius make our job much simpler. They discussed how they would represent themselves to the Sylvanar into the evening. Scotty ate continuously, but not nearly so much as Juris and Bast. When the sun had begun to rise in the hills, its light reddening through the crystal walls of the tavern, Juris and Bast left to their rooms at the palace, granted to them diplomatically in lieu of an actual immediate audience with the Sylvanar. Scotty went to his room. He thought about staying up a little longer to ruminate over Juris's plans and see what might be the flaw in them, but upon touching the cool, soft bed, he immediately fell asleep. The next afternoon, Scotty awoke, feeling himself again. In other words, timid. For several weeks now, he had been a creature bent on mere survival. He had been driven to exhaustion, attacked by several jungle beasts, starved, nearly drowned, and forced into discussions of ancient Aldmeri poetical works. The discussion he had with Juris and Bast about how to dupe the Sylvanar into signing their contracts seems perfectly reasonable then. Scotty dressed himself in his whole battered clothes and went downstairs in search of food and a peaceful place to think. "You're up," cried Bast upon seeing him. "We should go to the palace now." "Now?" whined Scotty. "Look at me, I need new clothes. This isn't the way one should dress to pay a call on a prostitute, let alone the voice of the people of Valenwood. I haven't even baited. You must cease from this moment forward being a clerk and become a student of mercantile trade," said Lyodis Juris grandly, taking Scotty by the arm and leading him into the sunlit boulevard outside. The first rule is to recognize what you represent to the prospective client and what angle best suits you. You cannot dazzle him with opulent fashion and professional bearing, my dear boy, and it would be fatal if you attempted to. Trust me on this. Several others besides Bast and I are guests at the palace, and they have made the error of appearing too eager, too formal, too ready for business. They will never be granted audience with the 𝓐𝓲𝓚, but we have remained aloof ever since the initial rejection. I've dallied about the court, spread my knowledge of life in the imperial city, had my ears pierced, attended promenades, eaten and drunk of all that was given to me. I dare say I've put on a pound or two. The message we've sent is clear. It is in his, not our, best interest to meet. Our plan worked, added Bast. When I told his minister that our imperial representative had arrived, and that we were at least willing to meet with the 𝓐𝓲𝓚 this morning, we were told to bring you there straight away. Aren't we late, then? Asked Scotty. Very, laughed Juris. But that's again part of the angle we're representing. Benevolent disinterest. Remember not to confuse the 𝓐𝓲𝓚 with conventional nobility. His is the mind of the common people. When you grasp that, you'll understand how to manipulate him. Juris spent the last several minutes of the walk through the city expounding on his theories about what Valenwood needed, how much, and at what price. They were staggering figures, far more construction and far higher costs than anything Scotty had been used to dealing with. He listened carefully. All around them, the city of 𝓐𝓲𝓚 revealed itself, glass and flower, roaring winds and beautiful inertia. When they reached the palace of the 𝓐𝓲𝓚, the 𝓐𝓢𝓜 Scotty stopped, stunned. Juris looked at him for a moment and then laughed. It's quite bizarre, isn't it? That it was. A frozen scarlet burst of twisted, uneven spires, as if a rival sun rising. A blossom the size of a village, where courtiers and servants resembled nothing too much as insects walked about it sucking its ichor. Entering over a bent petal-like bridge, the three walked through the palace of unbalanced walls. Where the partitions bent close together and touched, there was a shaded hall or a small chamber. Where they warped away from one another, there was a courtyard. Where there was no doors anywhere, no any way to get to the 𝓐𝓲𝓚 but by crossing through the entire spiral of the palace, through meetings and bedrooms and dining halls, past dignitaries, concerts, musicians, and many guards. It's an interesting place, said Bast, but not very much privacy. Of course, that suits the 𝓐𝓲𝓚 well. When they reached the inner corridors, 2 hours after they first entered the palace, guards brandishing blades and bows stopped them. We have an audience with the 𝓐𝓲𝓚, said Juris patiently. This is Lord Decimus Scotty, the imperial representative. One of the guards disappeared down the winding corridor and returned moments later with a tall, proud Bosmer, clad in a loose robe of patchwork leather. He was the Minister of Trade. The 𝓐𝓲𝓚 wishes to speak with Lord Decimus Scotty alone. It was not the place to argue or show fear, so Scotty stepped forward, not even looking toward Juris and Bast. He was certain that they were showing their mask of benevolent indifference. Following the minister into the audience chamber, Scotty recited to himself all the facts and figures Juris had presented to him. He willed himself to remember the angle and the image he must project. The audience chamber of the 𝓐𝓲𝓚 was an enormous dome, where the walls bent from bowl-shaped at the base inward almost meet at the top. A thin ray of sunlight streamed through the fissure hundreds of feet above, and directly upon the 𝓐𝓲𝓚, who stood upon a puff of shimmering grey powder. For all the wonder of the city and the palace, the 𝓐𝓲𝓚 himself looked perfectly ordinary. An average, blandly handsome, slightly tired-looking, extraordinary wood elf of the type one might see in any capital in the Empire. It was only when he stepped from the dais that Scotty noticed an eccentricity in his appearance. He was very short. "I had to speak with you alone," said 𝓐𝓲𝓚 in a voice common and unrefined. "May I see your papers?" Scotty handed him the blank contracts from Lord Vannick's building commission. The 𝓐𝓲𝓚 studied them, running his finger over the embossed seal of the Emperor before handing them back. He suddenly seemed shy, looking to the floor. "There are many charlatans at my court who wish to benefit from the wars. I thought you and your colleagues were among them, but those contracts are genuine." "Yes, they are," said Scotty calmly. The 𝓐𝓲𝓚's conventional aspect made it easy for Scotty to speak, with no formal greetings, no deference, exactly as jurists had instructed. "It seems most sensible to begin straight away talking about the roads which need to be rebuilt, and then the arbors that the 𝓐𝓲𝓚 have destroyed, and then I can give you my estimates on the cost of resupplying and renovating the trade routes." "Why hasn't the Emperor seen fit to send a representative when the war with Elsewhere began, 2 years ago?" asked the 𝓐𝓲𝓚 glumly. Scotty thought for a moment before replying of all the common bossberry he had met at Valenwood. The greedy, frightened mercenaries who had escorted him from the border. The hard-drinking revelers and expert pest-exterminating archers in the western cross of Falinesti. Nosy old Mother Pascosts in the Havel slump. Captain Balfix, the poor sadly reformed pirate. The terrified but hopeful refugees of Atay and Greenos. The mad, murderous, self-devouring wild hunt of Vindisi. The silent, dour boatmen hired by Griff Milan. The degenerate, grasping Bast. If one creature represented their total disposition, and that of many more throughout the province, what would be his personality? Scotty was a clerk by occupation and nature, is instinctively comfortable cataloging and filling, making things fit in a system. If the soul of Valenwood were to be filled, where would it be put? The answer came upon him almost before he posed himself the question. Denial. "I'm afraid that question doesn't interest me," said Scotty. "Now, can we get back to the business at hand?" All afternoon, Scotty and the 𝓐𝓲𝓚 discussed the pressing needs of Valenwood. Every contract was filled and signed. So much was required, and there were so many costs associated that addendums and codicils had to be scribbled into the margins of the papers, and those had to be resigned. Scotty maintained his benevolent indifference, but he found that dealing with the 𝓐𝓲𝓚 was not quite the same as dealing with a simple sullen child. The voice of the people knew certain practical, everyday things very well. The yields of fish, the benefit of trade, the condition of every township and forest in his province. "We will have a banquet tomorrow night to celebrate this commission," said the 𝓐𝓲𝓚 at last. "Best make it tonight," replied Scotty. We should leave for Cyrodiil with the contracts tomorrow, so I'll need a safe passage to the border. We best not waste any more time." "Agreed," said the 𝓐𝓢𝓜, and called for his Minister of Trade to put his seal on the contracts and arrange for the feast. Scotty left the chamber and was greeted by Bast and Juris. Their faces showed the strain of maintaining the illusion of unconcern for too many hours. As soon as they were out of sight of the guards, they begged Scotty to tell them all. When he showed them the contract, Bast began weeping with delight. "Anything about the 𝓐𝓢𝓜 that surprised you?" asks Juris. "I hadn't expected him to be half my height." "Was he?" Juris looked mildly surprised. "He must have shrunk since I tried to have an audience with him earlier. Maybe there is something to all that nonsense about him being affected by the plight of his people." Maybe there is. Well, ça c'était l'histoire de A Dance in the Fire, Chapter 6. Merci, Foreign Gilnet. Oh. 𝓚 Well, hello, Charlot. I'm 𝓚. This is Seyda Neen, swamp fever capital of the world. I suppose you're wondering what's going on here. I can tell you where the services are. There aren't many, and I can tell you the latest rumors, unless you already heard. Well, get food and sundries from Ariel's trade house. That's also where you'll find anyone who offers training. You may also want to visit the Red Lantern, the local tavern here in Seyda Neen. Latest rumors. I've heard that the local tax collector, Processus Vitellius, is missing. No surprise, really. He wasn't well liked around here. Our civilization has brought peace and prosperity to all Tamriel. We place our faith in hard work, education, and discipline. We prefer free trade and diplomacy, but are not ashamed to use force. Phew, you're bitter green, Outlander. Might as well wear a sign, you in town. Word of advice. Buy a little goodwill, lose a few drakes, gain a friend. Folks will loosen up if you spread a little of the Emperor's gold around. Ah, c'est déjà ils disent comme bribe le monde avec l'argent, tu vois ça va t'aider. Little secret. Talk to everyone. Talk is cheap. Ask questions. You don't ask, you never learn. You're a commoner, okay. Services, c'est fait. Someone in particular. Rien de nouveau. Specific place. Même chose que d'habitude. Ok. Ah, ben il y a des livres ici. Guide to Vardenfell. Morrowind is the northeastmost province of the Tamrielic Empire, bounded on the north and east by the Sea of Ghosts, on the west by Skyrim, on the southwest by Cyriville, also known as the Imperial Province, and on the south by Black Marsh, also known as Argonia. Vardenfell district encompasses Vardenfell Island, a great land mass dominated by the giant volcano Red Mountain and cut off from mainland Morrowind by the surrounding inner sea. Only recently open to settlement and trade, most of the island's population is confined to the relatively hospitable west and southwest coasts, centered on the ancient city of Vivec. The Old Great House district centers at Balmora, Aldrud, and Sadrith Mora. The rest of the island is covered by hostile desert wastes, arid grasslands, and volcanic badlands, and thinly populated by the nomadic Ashlander tribes. Vardenfell has 9 basic geographic regions, each with their own distinctive plants and terrain features. Scholars have based their classifications on the different types of land described by the native Ashlanders, so the designations are recognized by most local traders, travelers, and adventurers. These geographic regions are called the Ascadian Isles, the Ashlands, Azura's Coasts, the Bitter Coast, the Gracelands, Molaga Moor, Red Mountain, the West Gauche, and 𝓐𝓢𝓜. Sont-ils toutes là? Ah ouais, ok. Donc là, on est ici, à Seyda Neen. Vivec est en bas. Il y a Molag Mar, ici. Sadrith Mora est là. The Red Mountain est là. Aldrun et Balmora. Moi, il faut que j'aille à Balmora. D'accord. The Ascadian Isles is a region of lush, green, well-watered southern lowlands where most of Vardenfell's agriculture is found. The area includes Pelagad, Suran, Vivec City, and Al-Sotha, along with the inland lakes and waterways of the Ascadian Isles proper. The urban areas of Vivec and Ebenhard of the southern coasts are densely populated. The inland Ascadian Isles are dotted with small farms and large plantations. The climate is temperate and comfortable, with moderate rainfall. Ebenhard is the seat of the imperial government for Vardenfell district and a busy center of maritime trade. Castle Ebenhard is the home of Duke Vedam Dren, the district's ruler and emperor's representative. Also located at Castle Ebenhard are the Vardenfell District Council chambers and the Hawkmoth Legion garrison. The officers, docks, and the warehouses of the East Empire Company are also found in Ebenhard. Vivec City is the largest settlement on Vardenfell and one of the largest cities in the east. Each of the great Kentids is the size of a complete town. The High Fane and the Palace of Vivec are visited by hundreds of tourists and pilgrims daily. Citizens flock to the arena for entertainments and war games. Outlanders mostly confine themselves to the foreign canton, while natives live, work, and shop in the great house compounds and residential cantons. Al-Sotha is a splendid Daedric ruin within sight of Vivec City. Though exotic and picturesque, it is a dangerous site, haunted by old magics, dark cultists, and their Daedric summonings, and not recommended for sightseer. Suran is an agricultural village in the northeastern corner of the fertile Ascadian Isles region. Two popular pilgrimage sites are nearby, the fields of Kumu and the shrine of Molagbal. 𝓐𝓢𝓜 is a newly chartered imperial village between Balmora and Vivec City, on the western edge of the Oscadian Isles region. The village is right outside the Imperial Legion garrison at Fort 𝓐𝓢𝓜. The houses and shops are built in the Western Imperial style, and 𝓐𝓢𝓜 looks more like a village in the Western Empire than a Morrowind settlement. The Ashlands. The Ashlands are the dry, inhospitable wastelands surrounding the lower slopes of Red Mountain. The Ashlands extend to the Sea of Ghosts in the north, and elsewhere form a wide margin between the blighted Red Mountain region and other geographic regions. The village of Margan is the only sizable permanent Ashlands settlement, and Aldrun, the district seat of 𝓐𝓢𝓜, is on the margin of the region. Ashlanders hunt for game here, and their herds find sparse grazing. It rains rarely and suffers frequent hash storms. Margan is a small isolated village in a remote region north of Aldrun. The Margan Shrine is an important temple pilgrimage. The Ashlander Urshilaku tribe has a permanent settlement at Urshilaku Camp in the Ashlands region north of Margan village. Azura's coasts. The rugged coast of highlands and islands of northern and eastern Vardenfell are called Azura's coasts. The region is rocky, infertile, and largely uninhabited, except for the outpost at Molagmar, the Telvanni settlements at Sadrit Mora, the wizard towers at Tel Arun, Tel Mora and Tel Branora, and Hahemhusa Camp, and the remote fishing villages of Redania and Dagenfell on the north coast. There are no roads. Most travel is by boat. Despite the rocky terrain, a variety of plants thrive on the regular rainfall. Sadrith Mora, in the district seat of Aus Telvanni and home of the Telvanni Council, though only one Telvanni councillor actually lives in Sadrith Mora. Sadrith Mora is an island settlement and accessible only by sea and teleportation. Oh, the town is large, with many services, but it is open only to Telvanni retainers. Outsiders must confine themselves to the Gateway Inn. Tel Branora is the tower and seat of the eccentric Telvanni wizard named Mistress Tirana. The tower and its tiny village are located on a rocky promontory at the southeasternmost tip of Azerost's coast. Telfir is the Telvanni tower of Sorcerer Lord Devate Fear. Beneath the tower is the Corporusarium, a refuge prison where the deranged, distorted victims of the deadly Corporus disease are housed and tended. Tel Arun is the Telvanni tower of Archmagister Guthrin, Telvanni Sorcerer Lord and head of the Telvanni Council. The associated settlement is a sizable village and the site of the festival slave market, the largest slave market on Vardenfell. Telmora is the Telvanni Tower of Mistress Dratha, an ancient wizard of the Telvanni Council. The small settlement includes a few craftsfolk and a trade house. Tel Voss is the tower of Telvanni wizard and council member Master Tel Voss is a peculiar blend of Telvanni and Western architectural styles and is close to Voss village. Balfell is the City of Stone, an ancient First-Era ruin in the southeastern islands and promontories of Azura's coast. The site has a nasty reputation, and several Telvanni wizards currently have competing camps of hirelings and adventurers exploring and looting there. Legend says that Balfell was built on the site of an ancient Daedric worship center. The Ashlander Ahemusa tribe has a permanent settlement at Ahemusa Camp on a rocky promontory at the northeastern tip of the Vardenfell mainland in the Azura's Coast region. Now the Bitter Coast. The western coast of Vardenfell from Seyda Neen north to 𝓐𝓙𝓜𝓡 is called the Bitter Coast. The salt marshes and humid swamps of this region are uninhabited, with the only settlements found at the good harbors of 𝓐𝓙𝓜𝓡, 𝓚 and Seyda Neen. Also called the Smuggler's Coast, the region's secluded coasts and islands provide refuge for criminal trade, and the frequent rain and fog hide small boats from excise cutters. Okay. The piercing light of the Grand Pharos at the mouth of the arbor of the port village of Seyda Neen is a beacon to mariners throughout the inner sea. Most visitors from the Empire make landfall at the port of Seyda Neen, where they are processed by the Imperial Census and Excise Commission agents of the Coast Guard station. The Coast Guard cutters docked here control smuggling and piracy on the inner sea. 𝓚 is a tiny, isolated fishing village on western Vardenfell in the Bitter Coast region. A rough track along the River Odai connects 𝓚 with the town of Balmora. 𝓐𝓙𝓜𝓡 is a tiny island fishing village in the Bitter Coast region of western Vardenfell. The Grazelands. The regular rain and dark soils of the Grazelands produce the rich grazing for Ashlander herds that give the region its name. The region lies in the northeast of Vardenfell, sandwiched between the Ashlands and Azura's coast. Permanent settlements include Voss village and the towers of Tel Voss and Tel Fyr. The Ashlanders of Zainab Camp move their herds across the plains in search of fresh grazing. There are no roads or tracks, but travel is easy across the open plains. The Ashlander Zainab tribe has a permanent settlement at Zainab Camp, near the village of Voss in the Grazelands regions. Molag Amur. Located inland in the southeast of Vardenfell, Molag Amur is an uninhabited wasteland of rocky hills, steep-sided ravines, lava pools, and barren hash pavements. Pathfinding and travel is extremely difficult in this trackless wilderness, and is complicated by frequent hash storms. The Ashlanders of Erabenimsun Camp hunt game here, but few other venture into this region. The worst part of Molag Amur, called the Great Skates, is considered impassable even by the Ashlanders. The outpost at Molagmar is a fortified stronghold on the southeastern edge of the desolate Molagamur region. Pilgrims bound for the nearby pilgrimage sites at Mount Asarnibibi and Mount Kand take refuge at the outpost's hostels, comforted by the garrison of Redorod and Buoyant Armiger crusaders stationed at the stronghold. The Ashlander Erabenimson tribe has a permanent settlement at Erabenimson Camp, an isolated hut settlement in the middle of the desolate Molag Amur region. The Red Mountain. Finally, the dominant feature of Vardenfell, Red Mountain, is a vast volcano in the center of Vardenfell. The outer slopes are steep and rugged, and the crater is deep and dotted with surface lava. The Ghost Fence, a magical barrier which blocks travel, as well as seals in the harmful, disease-laden weather called blight, rings the volcano's outer slopes and is broken only at Ghost Gate. Within the Ghost Fence, rain never falls and the sun never shines. The only weather is the red and deadly. Ghost Gate is the gate citadel of the Ghost Fence Ordinator and Buoyant Armiger garrisons. Ghost Gate sits astride the only gap through which the monstrous hosts of Dagut-Hur might emerge from the Red Mountain to threaten the breast of Morrowind. The Ghost Fence itself is a colossal magical artifact that completely encircles Red Mountain and prevents the Blight from spilling its corruption across the rest of Vardenfell. The West Gosh, c'est pas fini. The Western Highlands of Vardenfell are called the West Gosh. The region extends from the Sea of Ghosts to the northwest coast to the inland town of Balmora, where the region is sandwiched between the Bitter Coast and the Ashlands. The trading village of Gnizis is north of Aldrun, and the fishing villages of Aldefelot and Kul lie on the north coast. The town of Caldera lies near Balmora. The herds of the Ashlanders of Urshilaku camp graze on the sparse but hardy island vegetation. Balmora is the district seat of House Lalu and the largest settlement on Vardenfell after Vivec City. Good roads lead north to Aldrun and south to Caldera, Seyda Neen, and Vivec City. The Imperial Legion garrison at Fort Moonmoth lies south of Balmora. Caldera is a recently chartered imperial town and mining corporation. The Caldera Mining Company has been granted an imperial monopoly to remove raw ebony from the rich deposits here. Caldera has the appearance and flavor of a western imperial town. Aldrun is the district seat of House Redoran and a large settlement. The Redoran Council chambers are located inside the shell of an ancient extinct giant crab. Tracks lead north to Maragond and Gnizis villages and south to Balmora. Gnizis is a small mining and trade village astride the Silt Strider caravan route between the northwest, West Gosh, and Aldrun. Aldvelothi and Kul are tiny fishing villages on the northern coast of the West Gosh. Sheogorod. The large island of 𝓐𝓢𝓜 lies north of Vvardenfell. This island and its associated lesser islands are a maritime wilderness extending north from Vvardenfell into the Sea of Ghosts. The region is largely hostile and uninhabited, with 2 small villages at 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓚 and Dagonfell. Only Dagonfell is reached by ship services. All other island-to-island transport must be provided by the traveler. Well, that was the guide to Vvardenfell. So Dagonfell is here? Je me sais plus c'est où faut que j'aille pour rentrer dans la... voyons. Dans l'Imperial Army. My orders are to go to town of Balmora, ouais. I've met a bossman named Fargot who claims the Imperials have stolen a ring of his. He would like it back. Return the engraved ring with a rejoiced and promised to blah blah blah. Bon. Ok. Et c'est tout. D'accord. On Morrowind. After the conquest of Hammerfell, Imperial legions amassed along the northeastern borders of Cyrodiil, and invasion fleets prepared in Skyrim. Initially, though the Imperial legions and navy were widely considered undefeatable, House Indoril and the Temple hierarchy proposed to resist to the death. Redoran and Dress stood by Indoril, with 𝓐𝓙 remaining neutral. 𝓐𝓙 proposed accommodation. Contrived border incidents in Black Marsh ended inconclusively, but the swampy terrain did not favor Legion and Navy coordination. Against the legions massed west of Silgrad Tower and Kragenmoor, and the legions west of Blacklight and Cormaris View, Morrowind as pitifully small militias stiffened by small companies of Redoran mercenaries and elite units of house nobles and temple ordinators and armigers. Further complicating matters was the refusal of Indoril, Dress, 𝓐𝓙, and 𝓐𝓙 to garrison the western borders. Indoril and Dress proposed, rather than defend, the western border, instead to withdraw to the interior and fight a guerrilla war. With 𝓐𝓙 advocating accommodation and 𝓐𝓙 remaining neutral, Redoran therefore faced the prospect of standing alone against the Empire. The situation changed radically when Vivec appeared in person in Vivec City to announce his negotiation of a treaty with Emperor Tiber Septim, reorganizing Morrowind as a province of the Empire, but guaranteeing all rights of faith and self-government. A shocked temple hierarchy, which apparently had not been consulted, greeted the announcement with awkward silence. Indoril swore they would resist to the death, with the loyal support of Dress, while Redoran, grateful for a graceful excuse to avoid facing the legions unsupported, joined with 𝓐𝓙 in welcoming the agreement. 𝓐𝓙, seeing which way the wind blew, joined with 𝓐𝓙 and Redoran in supporting the treaty. Nothing is known of the circumstances of the personal meeting between Septim and Vivec, or where it took place, or the preliminaries which must have preceded the treaty. The public reason was to protect the identities of the agents involved. In the West, speculation has centered around the role of Zurant Arctus in brokering the agreement. In the east, rumors suggest that Vivek offered Numidium to aid in the conquest of the Altmere and Somerset Isle in return for significant concessions to preserve self-rule, House traditions, and religious practices in Morrowind. The Lord High Counselor of the Grand Council, Nindoril, refused to accept the treaty and refused to step down. He was assassinated and replaced by a 𝓐𝓢𝓜. House 𝓐𝓢𝓜 took the opportunity to settle some old scores with House Indoril, and a number of local councils changed hands in bloody coup. More blood was shed in these inter-house struggles than against the Imperial Legions during Morrowind's transition from an independent nation to a province of the Empire. The generals of the legions had dreaded an invasion of Morrowind. The Dunmer were widely regarded as the most dreadful and fanatic foes, further inspired by their temple and clan traditions. The generals had not grasped the political weaknesses of Morrowind, which Emperor Tiber Septim recognized and exploited. At the same time, given the tragic depopulation and destruction experienced by the other provinces conquered by Septim, and the swift and efficient assimilation of Morrowind into the imperial legal systems and economy, with relatively small impact on lower or upper classes of Morrowind's citizens, the tribunal also deserves some credit for recognizing the hopelessness of Morrowind's defense and the chance of gaining important concessions at the treaty table by being the first to offer peace. By contrast, many Indoril nobles chose to commit suicide rather than submit to the Empire, with the result that the House was significantly weakened during the period of transition, guaranteeing that they would lose much of their influence and power to House 𝓐𝓢𝓜, whose influence and power was waxing with its enthusiastic accommodation with the Empire. The temple hierarchy more skillfully managed their loss of face, remaining aloof from political struggles and earning the goodwill of the people by concentrating on their economic, educational, and spiritual welfare. Well, that was Morrowind. And now, the origin of the Mages Guild. The idea of a collection of mages, sorcerers, and assorted mystics pooling their resources and talents for the purpose of research and public charity was a revolutionary concept in the early years of the Second Era. The only organization then closest in aim and structure to what we know today as the Mages Guild was the Psijic Order of the Isle of 𝓐𝓢𝓜. At the time, magic was something to be learned by individuals, or at most within intimate covens. Mages were, if not actually hermits, usually quite solitary. The Psijic Order served the rulers of Somerset Isles as counselors and chose its members through a complex ritualized method not understood by outsiders. Its purposes and goals likewise went unpublished, and detractors attributed the worst evils as the source of the Order's power. Actually, the religion of the Old Order could be described as ancestor worship, an increasingly unfashionable philosophy in the Second Era. When Vanus Galerian, a Psijic of Artaeanum, and student of the famed began collecting magic users from around Somerset Isle, he attracted the animosity of all. He was operating out of the urban center of First Hold, and there was a common, and not entirely unfounded, attitude that magical experiments should be conducted only in unpopulated areas. Even more shocking, 𝓐𝓸𝓻 proposed to make magical items, potions, and even spells available to any member of the general public who could afford to pay. No longer was magic to be limited either to the aristocracy or intelligentsia. 𝓐𝓸𝓻 was brought before Iachesis and the kings of First Hold, Rillis XII, and made to state the intentions of the fraternity he was forming. The fact that 𝓐𝓸𝓻's speech to Rillis and Iachesis was not recorded for posterity is doubtless a tragedy, though it does afford opportunity for historians to abuse one another with speculation about the lies and persuasions 𝓐𝓸𝓻 might have used to found the ubiquitous organization. The charter, at any rate, was approved. Almost immediately after the guild was formed, the question of security had to be addressed. The Isle of Artaeum does not require force of arms to shield it from invaders. When the Psychic Order does not wish someone to land on the isle, it and all its inhabitants simply become insubstantial. The new Mages Guild, by contrast, had to hire guards. 𝓐𝓸𝓻 soon discovered what the Tamrielian nobility has known for thousands of years: money alone does not buy loyalty. The Knightly Order of the Lamp was formed the following year. Like a tree from in the corn, the Mages Guild grew branches all over Somerset Isle and gradually the mainland of Tamriel. There are numerous records of superstitious or sensibly fearful rulers forbidding the guild in their domains, but their heirs or heirs' heirs eventually recognized the wisdom of allowing the guild free rein. The Mages Guild has become a powerful force in Tamriel, a dangerous foe if a somewhat disinterested ally. There have been only a few rare incidents of the Mages Guild actually becoming involved in local political struggles. On these occasions, the guild's participation has been the ultimate decider in the conflict. As begun by Vanus 𝓐𝓸𝓻, the Mages Guild, as an institution, is presided over by a supreme council of six archmagisters. Each guild hall is run by a guild magister, assisted by a twofold council, the Master of 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 and the Master at Arms. The Master of 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 presides over an additional council of 2 mages, the Master of Academia and the Master of the Scry. The Master of at Arms also has a council of 2, the Master of Initiates and the Palatinus, the leader of the local chapter of the Order of the Lamp. One need not be a member of the Mages Guild to know that this carefully contrived hierarchy is often nothing more than a chimera. As Vanus 𝓐𝓸𝓻 himself said bitterly, leaving Tamriel to travel to other lands, the guild has become nothing more than an intricate morass of political infighting. Ce qui est un peu triste, mais qu'est-ce que tu veux? Bon, ça t'a pas d'aller te coucher, toi? Non? Tu sais qu'en plus t'as 2 small chests à prendre, mon espèce. Ce serait le fun de... Eh non. So, Charlot, you're new here. Latest rumors. Okay. Okay. Commoner. Nothing much more. Okay. Pas rien là-dedans. Oh. Salut, Wadarg. You're new to Seyda Neen, right? I'm Wadarg. I'm sure you have questions. Go ahead, ask. I have plenty of time. Background. Trade of Commoner, okay. Imperial tax collector. You in Morrowind, eh? Well, the natives are not very friendly. They still resent the Empire, and they look down on the other races. They don't like Outlander Dunmer very much either. If you are a Dunmer and native born, you're an Outlander, just like the rest of us. Okay. Daedra? Know what they are, right? Okay. Fais attention aux Daedra. Commoner. Services. Someone in particular. What? Specific place? No? Okay. Chez Admire. Not interested. Mais. Ça a pas perdu. Moi, j'ai pas perdu des points. Guide to Balmora. Oh. Balmora to Caldera, Balmora to Ghost Gate, Fort Moon, quelque chose. Foyada, Mamaka, Pelagiad, to Vivek. Balmora is the district seat of 𝓐𝓢𝓜 and the largest settlement on Vardenfell after Vivek City. Balmora's 4 districts are High Town, the Commercial District, Labor Town, and Fort Moonmoth. High Town on the hill to the west as a tribunal temple, 𝓐𝓢𝓜 Council Hall, rich manors, better shops, and the Morak Tong Guild Hall. The Commercial District, just west of the river, is centered on the large plaza north of South Gate, with the Strider Port along the south wall east of the South Gate. The Fighters Guild and Mages Guild and most of Balmora's shops and inns are located along the streets of the commercial district, Labor Town east of the river, where the commoners and poor live, as several modest corner clubs and a few merchants. Fort Moonmoth, a long walk southeast of town, houses a Legion garrison and the Imperial cult. Imperial cult? Ok, c'est spécial ça. Services. House 𝓐𝓢𝓜 services are available at 𝓐𝓢𝓜 Council Manor in Hightown. Temple faithful seek solace and services at the Balmora Temple in the southeast. Outlanders must travel outside the town walls, through South Gate and east along well-marked roads, to Fort Moonmoth for Imperial Legion and the Imperial Cult services. The guild halls of the Fighters Guild and Mages Guild are on the street north of the plaza in the commercial district. Morag Tong services are available at their guild hall in the extreme northwest of Hightown. Better shops are in Hightown on the hill, with numerous merchants in the commercial district west of the river, and a few traders in Labor Town east of the river. Notable figures. None of the 𝓐𝓢𝓜 consulars live in Balmora. 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓚 at the council hall is the ranking 𝓐𝓢 local. At the Fighters Guild, Adis Fire Eye is the steward. Ranis Atris is the Mages Guild steward. Etasi Rilvain is the Morag Tong steward. Feldrello Sadri is the ranking cleric of the Balmora Tribunal Temple. The colorful Sugar Lips Abasi, a freelance facilitator of no fixed address, is often rumored to be the local boss of the Thieves Guild. Il y a de la guilde qui m'intéresse pas mal là, à Balmora déjà. Transportation. A good road leads south to Pelagad, Seyda Neen, Ebonheart, and Vivek. A rugged wilderness track leads southwest along the Odai River to the fishing village of 𝓐𝓐𝓜. Improved roads head north to Caldera and Aldrun. The Silt Strider Port is on the west side of the river near South Gate. Silt Strider service goes to Aldrun, Suran, Aldrun, deux fois, okay, and Seyda Neen. Guild guides at the Mages Guild can teleport you to Aldrun, Vivek, Caldera, and Sadrit Mora for a fee. 𝓐𝓐𝓜 is southwest on the coast. An unimproved trail leads northeast up the ravines of Foyada Mamaea to Ghost Gate. The path is easy to follow, but dangerous beasts threaten pilgrims who travel this route to Ghost Gate Shrine. Okay. Brief history of the Empire. Il me semble que j'ai déjà lu ça. Before the rule of... Ouais, il me semble que j'ai déjà lu ça. Ouais, j'ai déjà lu ça. Rolled paper. Fellowship of the Temple. I have been asked to write this guidebook for outsiders who are unfamiliar with the Tribunal Temple and interested in joining. All those who are earnest and who are willing to submit to the wisdom of Blessed 𝓐𝓢𝓜 triune grace, the saints and the priests are welcome to the fellowship of the Tribunal Temple. The temple is the religion of Morrowind and Dunmer people, and has been for generation upon generation. With guidance and counsel of 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 𝓜𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀𝓲 and 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓚, the anticipations and all the oaths of saints of ancestors, the temple guards and protects the lands and peoples of Morrowind. Those who follow the tribunal must have the personality to lead others and the willpower to resist the world's temptations. When violence is needful, we fight with staves and hammer, armored only in our faith. We study restoration and alchemy to heal the people, and mysticism to learn more of the divine. We must also study conjuration to speak with the spirits of our ancestors and protect against those who traffic with the Four Corners. Those interested in joining the Tribunal Temple should speak to priests at the temples in Aldrun, Balmora, Molagmar, and Ghostgate, or with priests at the Eye Fane in the temple compound in Vivec. Articles of Fate. The temple believes that 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 𝓜𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀𝓲 and 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓚 were mortal guardians of Morrowind who walked the earth, defeated the Dunmer's greatest enemies, the Nords and the Dwarves, and achieved divine substance through its superhuman discipline and virtue and supernatural wisdom and insight. Like loving ancestors, they guard and counsel their followers. Like stern parents, they punish sin and error. Like generous relatives, they share their bounty among the greatest and least, according to their needs. Duties of the Faithful. Your fourfold duties are to faith, family, masters, and all that is good. Perform only quests and bring luster to the temple. Never transgress against your brothers or sisters, and never dishonor your house or your ancestors. Serve and protect the poor and weak, and honor your elders and clan. For those who would be wise, these sacred books will be of interest. Sarioni's sermons, learn from the teachings of Vivec, and from the Arcanon's sermons of the Seven Graces. Lives of the Saints, members of the temple who wish to be virtuous, will model their lives on the lives of the saints. The Pilgrim's Path. The path to wisdom and self-knowledge is through pilgrimage. Those who would rise in the ranks of the faithful may retrace the steps of the lords and saints, and gain blessings and learn virtue by suffering and overcoming hardships. The consolations of prayer. Learn what bounties and blessing might be gained by prayer at the shrines found in temples, and in places of pilgrimage, and in the tombs of our ancestors. D'accord?
Sarah.
Well, letter. Try to make out what it says, but whoever wrote this has a terrible handwriting. Okay. Autrement dit, tu sais pas comment écrire. C'est ça? Un peu triste. bord, man. Il y en a un autre bord, là. Bon. Voilà. Salut. Bon. Join the Imperial Legion. Moi, il faut que j'aille à Fort Darius. Ah, d'accord. Fatigue. Peut-être s'essayer. Ouais. On save ça. Charlot, voilà. Jusqu'à là, ça a bien été. Ah! J'ai perdu mon lockpick. Slave ledger. Okay. Shit, sand of gold. Well, hello, Charlot. I'm 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡. This is Seyda Neen, swamp fever capital of the world. I suppose you were wondering what's going on here. I can tell you where services are. There aren't many. And I can tell you latest rumors, unless you already heard them. Yeah, goodbye. Non, je suis plus intéressé par ton gold, man. What are you doing here? Can you let 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 go free? Cannot be freed without the key. Find the key to these bracers before I can be freed. Yeah, if you're hoping to stand out from the crowd, you need to practice a lot to improve your skills. If you want to increase your general level of competence, focus on your major skills, the ones most important to your trade. That way, you'll advance more quickly. And another little tip newcomers forget, always carry a little food so you can freshen up when fatigue gets you down. Eat a little and you can feel your energy coming back. Sure, Charlot, go ahead.
There is someone watching me, I can tell.
Finemouth's shack. Oh, bonjour, toi. Welcome to Seyda Neen, stranger. Is there some specific place you're looking for? Grand chose ici. Oh, I failed. C'est bien triste, ça. Bonjour. Until. 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 office. Peut-être d'avoir des choses intéressantes là-dedans. Provinces of Tamriel. The Empire of Tamriel encompasses the 9 imperial provinces: Skyrim, High Rock, Hammerfell, Somerset Isle, Valenwood, Elsewhere, Black Marsh, Morrowind, and the ancient imperial province itself, Cyrodiil. Morrowind was among the last of the provinces to be integrated into the Empire, and because it was added by treaty and not by conquest, Morrowind retains exceptional power to define local law by reference to ancient Great Owl's precedents. Skyrim, also known as the Old Kingdom of the Fatherland, was the first region of Tamriel settled by humans from the continent of Akmora, the hardy, brave, warlike Nords, whose descendants still occupy this rugged land. Though more restrained and civilized than their barbarian ancestors, the Nords of the pure blood still excel in the manly virtues of red war and bold exploration. Hammerfell is primarily an urban and maritime province, with most of its population confined to great cities of Sentinel and suivez-moi, and to other small ports among the islands and along the coast. The interior is sparsely populated with small, poor farms and beast herds. The Redguard love of travel, adventure, and the high seas has dispersed them as sailors, mercenaries, and adventurers in ports of call throughout the Empire. High Rock encompasses the many lands and clans of Greater Brittany, the Delis Isles, the Bullseye River tribes, and by tradition, the Western Reach. The rugged highlands, strongholds, and isolated valley settlements have encouraged the fierce independence of the various local Breton clans, and this contentious tribal nature has never been completely integrated into a provincial or imperial identity. Nonetheless, their language, bardic traditions, and heroic legends are a unifying common legacy. Their Somerset Isle is a green and pleasant land of fertile farmlands, woodland parks, and ancient towers and manors. Most settlements are small and isolated, and dominated by ruling seats of the local wizard or warlord. The isle has few good natural ports, and the natives are unwelcoming to foreigners. So the ancient chivalric culture of the Aldmer is little affected by modern imperial mercantilism. Valenwood is a largely uninhabited forest wilderness. The coasts of Valenwood are dominated by mangrove swamps and tropical rainforests, while heavy rainfalls nurture the temperate inland rainforests. The Bosmer live in timber clan houses at sites scattered along the coast and through the interior, connected only by undeveloped footrails. The few imperial roads traverse vast dense woodlands studded with tiny, widely separated settlements and carry little trade or traffic of any kind. The Khajiit of the southern Elsewhere jungles and river basins are settled city dwellers with ancient mercantile traditions and a stable agrarian aristocracy based on sugarcane and citrus plantations. The nomadic tribal Khajiit of the dry northern wastes and grasslands are, by contrast, aggressive and territorial tribal raiders periodically united under tribal warlords. While the settled South has been quick to adopt imperial ways, the northern nomadic tribes cling to their warlike barbarian traditions. Most of the native Argonian population of Black Marsh is confined to the great inland waterways and impenetrable swamps of the southern interior. There are few roads here, and most travel is by boat. The coasts and the northwestern upland forests are largely uninhabited. For ages, the Dunmer have raided Black Marsh for slaves. Though the Empire has made this illegal, the practice persists, and Dunmer and Argonians have a long-standing and bitter hatred for one another. Morrowind, homeland of the Dunmer peoples, is the northeastmost province of the Tamrielic Empire. Most of the population is gathered in the high uplands and fertile river valleys of central Morrowind, especially around the inland sea. The island Vardenfell is encircled by the inner sea and is dominated by the titanic volcano Red Mountain and its associated ash wastelands. Most of the inland's population is confined to the relatively hospitable west and southwest coast. Cyrodiil is a cradle of human imperial high culture on Tamriel. It is the largest region on the continent, and most is endless jungle. The imperial city is in the Heartland, the fertile 𝓜𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀𝓬 Valley. The densely populated Central Valley is surrounded by wild rain forests drained by great rivers into the swamps of Argonia and Topal Bay. The land rises gradually to the west and sharply to the north. Between its western coast and its central valley are deciduous forests and mangrove swamps. En Morrowind, je sais déjà. Blasting car. Yeah. Iron Broadsword, oh ouais. Bonjour toi, 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 𝓜𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀𝓬. You are Imperial? He is Imperial, indeed. Fait pas grand chose. Coudonc, il n'y a pas grand monde qui dorme finalement. C'est un peu triste. Fishing pole. Ouais, j'aimerais ça voler un paquet d'affaires, mais je peux pas là. Il y a toujours des gens. Cassius. I'm Cassius. Welcome to scenic Seyda Neen, gateway to Morrowind. No one in particular, Imperial, blah blah blah. Okay. Oh. We are the Imperial Legion. We swear our lives in unyielding loyalty to the Emperor and his noble empire. We believe in honor, swift justice for the innocents, unbreakable bond to our brothers in the legions. Je pense que j'avais lu ça tantôt. Ouais. Oh, ouais. J'ai lu ça tantôt, moi. Donc ça va. History of Empire. Hey, t'es dans les belles, toi?
Adventure lies beyond the cities, friend.
Ouais, ils me disent d'aller au village de Knisis, donc c'est vraiment au nord. So, Charlot, you're new to Seyda Neen. Oh, yeah, services, blah blah blah. Morrowind, homeland of the Dunmer people, is the northmost province of the Tamrielic Empire. Most of its population is gathered in the high uplands and fertile river valleys of central Morrowind, especially around the inland sea. The island of Vardenfell is encircled by the inner sea and is dominated by the titanic volcano Red Mountain and its associated ash wastelands. Most of the island's population is confined to the relatively hospitable west and southwest coasts. Okay. Current Emperor is Uriel Septim. Uriel the 7th, 24th of the Septim dynasty. Emperor is over 80 and in poor health. He has 2 declared heirs, Enmon and Ebel, but there is some controversy over a succession in the imperial city. Oh, okay. Don't expect the natives to take to you right away. Colonists like us, outlanders, settlers from the other provinces who will be more open and friendly at the start. Then, maybe when you do a few things, get your name around, gain a reputation, then the locals will open up a little. Stick to your own kind to start, and it will go a little easier. So what did he mean? Lui, il me dit que les Imperial tax collectors have really started to get on everyone's nerves, même à lui. Celui qui a disparu, il y a personne qui s'en plaint. Non? This note is wrinkled, suggesting it was sent here by a courier. Commander Valius, there are rumors of a Dunmer uprising against the Empire in the Gracelands and Azura's coast. Talk of marching to and burning down Imperial settlements and enslaving townfolk. I suggest you investigate this matter promptly. These rumors have not been confirmed as of yet. The House of Troubles. No. Among the ancient ancestral spirits who accompanied Saint Veleth and the Chimer into the promised land of Morrowind, the 4 Daedra lords Malakoth, Merun's Dagon, Molak Bal, and Shogorath are known as the 4 corners of the House of Troubles. These 𝓸𝓸𝓻 lords rebelled against the council and admonition of the tribunal, causing great kinstrife and confusion among the clans and great houses. Malakoth, 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 𝓐𝓢𝓚, and 𝓐𝓢𝓜 are holy in that they serve the role of obstacles during the testing. Through time, they have sometimes become associated with local enemies, like the Nords, Akaviri, and mountain orcs. Malakoth is the reanimated dung that was 𝓐𝓸𝓻. Malakoth is a weak but vengeful god. The Dark Elves say he is Malak, the god king of the orcs. He tests the Dunmer for physical weakness. 𝓐𝓢𝓚 is, in Morrowind, the king of rape. Okay. He tries to upset the bloodlines of houses and otherwise ruin the Dunmer gene pool. A race of monsters, said to live in Molag Amur, are the result of his seduction of Vivek during the previous era. Sheogorath is the king of madness. He always tests the Dunmer for mental weakness. In many legends, he is called upon by one Dunmer faction against another. In half of these stories, he does not betray those who called him, further confusing the issue of his place in the scheme of things. Can he help us? Is he not an obstacle? He is often associated with the fear other races have of the Dunmer, especially those who, like the Empire, might prove as useful allies. 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓚 is a god of destruction. He is associated with natural dangers like fire, earthquakes, and floods. To some, he represents the inhospitable land of Morrowind. He tests the Dunmer will to survive and persevere. The worship of these four malevolent spirits is against the law and practice of the temple. However, the Four Corners seldom fail to discover those greedy, reckless, or mad enough to serve them. By ancient temple law and custom, and also by imperial law, the lives of witches and warlocks are forfeit, and imperial garrisons join ordinators and buoyant armigers of the temple in tracking down and destroying these foul covens in the wilderness refuges and ancient ruins where they conceal their profane worships. D'accord. Indeed. The Imperial Tower Shield. Je pourrais avoir un Tower Shield, mais je pense pas qu'il me laisse. Dommage. 𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓻. So, Charlot, you're new to Seyda Neen, and you'd like some help finding your way around? Very sensible. Go ahead, ask away. There's rumors. Processus Vitellius is missing. You'll be looking for better armor and a decent weapon. Let me make a suggestion. A lot of people out there are wearing very nice armor and carrying very nice weapons. You don't want to go taking those things from honest citizens. because you'll end up doing hard labor. But if you happen to find some outlaws wearing nice armor and carrying nice weapons, well, the bailiffs don't mind at all if you knock them over the head and take their stuff. That's good advice, I guess. Buy from merchants and traders who like you. You get better prices. Members of your own factions usually like you best. Okay. Commoner. Services. Rien de bien nouveau. Ok. D'accord. Bon, on va continuer dans ce cas-là, hein? Bah oui. I haven't seen your Kadjit face before. What about a little advice? Look like you can take care of yourself, then why don't you do something about those smugglers in Adamarastus cave? It's right over there, near the 𝓐𝓤 port. Yet these guards, look at them, just strutting around. Someone must have paid them to ignore the smuggling going on here. Okay. Altmer Ariel runs Ariel's trade house, suivez-moi. We Altmer are proud, wise, and beautiful. The Empire is built on the arts, crafts, and sciences of the High Elves. Our pure blood protects us from disease and makes us superior spellcrafters. Indeed. Collector. Okay. A cave near the 𝓐𝓤 port. I like you. D'accord. Si j'essaye un petit admire sur elle. I'm busy that day. Sorry. Ugh, j'ai perdu. Ah, c'est move along. Indrel, j'ai déjà parlé. Whoops. You violated the law, Charlot. Pay the court 5 gold and surrender your stolen goods, or surrender your stolen goods and serve your sentence of hard labor. I guess I'll go to jail. I'm gonna serve a sentence of hard labor, serve your time peacefully, and pay your debt to society. You have been released after 1 day. Skill has been affected by your time in prison. Is the system skill decreased? Oh, c'est ça?
This is a wondrous encounter. Welcome.
There's no one I'd rather see, Shadow. If I can help in any way. Holy shit, man, ils m'ont enlevé un paquet d'affaires. Ouais, j'avoue que je peux loader, hein. Ouais, je pense que je peux loader. Ah, pis de la merde. Non, non, non. Je vais le jouer. Well, hello, Charlot. I'm Bluetooth. This is Seyda Neen, Swamp Fever, capital of the world. I suppose you're wondering what's going on here. I can tell you where the services are. There aren't many. And I can tell you the latest rumors, unless you already heard them. What? Okay. Rumors. Oh, advice. Okay, what? There's rumors, advice. It pays to take it slow when you first come to Morrowind. When you talk to folks, keep an eye on their disposition. They let you know if you don't like them, and it's smart to get on a flaw's good side before you ask for a favor. Little secret. Fais attention au 𝓐𝓸𝓻, ok. Ah, c'est bon à savoir, je suppose. Hein? Ouais. Ah, fallait que je vienne ici. Donc, avant de venir là, aventures house. Ok. This is a back door. Okay. Ça c'est le front door. Rumor? My cousin claimed he saw a city in the water near 𝓐𝓢𝓜. He's a drunkard though, and spends too much time in the sun. A city in the water near 𝓐𝓢𝓜. Okay. Some rough customers. Why? Okay. 𝓐𝓢𝓜. Ok, c'est bon. Lives of the Saints. If you would be wise, model your lives on the lives of the saints. If you would learn valor, follow Saint Nerevar the Captain. patron of warriors and statesmen. Lord 𝓜𝓸𝓻𝓻 helped to unite the barbarian Dunmer tribes into a great nation, culminating in his martyrdom when leading the Dunmer to victory against the evil Dwemer and the traitorous house Daggett in the Battle of Red Mountain. If you would learn daring, follow Saint Veleth the Pilgrim, patron of outcasts and spiritual seekers. Saint Veleth, prophet and mystic, led the Dunmer out of the decadent home country of the Somerset Isles and into the promised land of Morrowind. Saint Veleth also taught the difference between the good and bad 𝓸𝓸𝓻, and won the aid of the good 𝓸𝓸𝓻 for his people while teaching how to carefully negotiate with the bad 𝓸𝓸𝓻. If you would learn generosity, follow Saint Rilms the Barefooted, patron of pilgrims and beggars. Saint Rilms gave away her shoes, then dressed and appeared as a beggar to better acquaint herself with the poor. If you would learn self-respect and respect for others, follow Saint Charlot the Penitent, patron of tanners and miners. This foul criminal repented his sins and traveled the circuit of the great pilgrimages on his knees. If you would learn mercy and its fruits, follow Saint Seren the Merciful, patron of brewers, bakers, distillers. This pure virgin of modest aspects could heal all diseases at the price of taking the disease upon herself. Tough-minded and fearless, she took on the burdens of others and bore those burdens to an honored old age. If you would learn fierce justice, follow Saint Felms the Bold, patron of butchers and fishmongers. This brave warlord slew the Nord invaders and drove them into our lands. He could neither read nor write, receiving inspiration directly from the lips of Almsivi. If you would learn pride of race and tribe, follow Saint Rorus the Martyr, patron of furnishers and caravaneers. Captured by Argonians just before the Arnesian War, Rorus proudly refused to renounce the tribunal faith and withstood the cruel tortures of Argonian sorcerers. Vengeance and justice for the martyred Saint Rorus was the rallying cry of the Arnesian War. Et j'aimerais dire bonjour à... Bonjour, qu'est-ce que je fais là, Marc? Colin. Si le lune, elle me raid, et bienvenue à vous tous. C'est qui est présentement passé minuit. Et que j'avais promis de finir ça à minuit avant. Mais bonjour à vous tous, et bienvenue à ASMR Morrowind, où je découvre, parce que moi j'ai jamais joué, un vieux jeu, plus ou moins vieux jeu, et j'imagine que la plupart d'entre vous, ça va être une redécouverte. Là, je suis en train de lire le... Est-ce qu'il y en a beaucoup? Oh non, il y en a beaucoup. If you would learn the rule of law and justice, follow Saint Alms, the Just, patron of chandlers and clerks, founder of the ordinators. Saint Alms convinced and articulated the fundamental principles of testing. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Sako mon gros. Oui, en effet. Donc en même temps, j'en profite pour lire des histoires. Et Dieu sait qu'il y en a beaucoup dans les Elder Scrolls. Et malgré que je joue en ASMR, je me suis déjà fait arrêter une fois pour vol. Parce que bon, tant qu'à rester silencieux, autant faire de quoi dans le... Mais bon. Merci beaucoup chez Stream. Merci beaucoup C'est, selon toi, le meilleur des Elder Scrolls? Ben écoute, moi je le découvre. Je suis embarqué dans la série avec Oblivion. J'ai ensuite suivi avec Skyrim. Non, je n'ai pas volé les livres, mais je les lis aussitôt qu'ils sont disponibles. Hey, merci Steph le Ref. Il y a une chose que je suis content d'avoir fait, j'ai baissé le son des différentes annonces de Streamlabs. Pour un ASMR, c'est parfait évidemment. Donc, Ordeal and Repentance. If you would learn benevolence, follow Saint Dylan the Wise, patron of potters and glassmakers. Saint Dylan was head of House Inderil, a skilled lawyer, and author of many learned treatises on tribunal law and custom. Oui, en effet. C'est vrai que ces derniers temps, j'y ai pas été tant que ça dans le stream avec Lune, par contre. Malheureusement. Mais j'ai eu toutes sortes de raisons. Et... pour vous donner une idée, là, je suis pas sorti de la ville de départ depuis le début. J'ai juste visité les trucs, je vais tranquillement pas vite. Et pour ceux qui ont manqué le début, c'est pas grave. Ces vidéos-là vont être faites pour le bon plaisir des gens, pour qu'ils puissent relaxer, méditer, s'endormir en m'écoutant. Et ils vont être tous disponibles en VOD, présentement sur Twitch pour les 2 prochaines semaines, mais sur YouTube. Je vais faire une playlist au complet de toute cette suite de ASMR Morrowind sur YouTube. Bonsoir, Monsieur Steph, qui, semble-t-il, était endormi, d'après ce que je peux voir, mais t'es réveillé, mon cher. Eh bien, t'es à la bonne place, parce que, ben, tu vas pouvoir, je l'espère, t'endormir en m'écoutant. 19 spectateurs, oui. Il y en a beaucoup. Non, j'ai pas acheté des bottes. Non. J'ai seulement gagné, j'imagine, le respect de Lulune, et c'est tout. Tu t'es réveillé trop tôt. Oh, c'est triste, ça. Ben écoute, reste à mon antenne au pire, puis ça pourra au moins te calmer. Peut-être t'apaiser, t'assoupir. Sait-on jamais, peut-être vas-tu tomber dans un sommeil profond en m'écoutant, ou en écoutant simplement la musique d'ambiance de Morrowind. Je vais continuer ma lecture. If you would learn to the love of peace, follow Saint Maris, the peacemaker, patron of farmers and laborers. As a little girl, Saint Maris showed healing gifts and trained as a healer. She ended a long and bloody house war, intervening on the battlefield in her white robe to heal warriors and spellcrafters without regard to faction. The troops of all house adopted white robes as their standard and refused to shed the blood of their brethren. If you would learn reverence, follow Saint Lotus the Pious, patron of tailors and dyers, contemporary and companion of the tribunals, and the best-loved Alma Rula of the Tribunal Temple. He formulated the central rituals and principles of the new temple faith. Saint Lotus is the symbolic mortal bridge between the gods and the faithful, and the archetypal priest. T'es entré dans quelle secte? Oh, je suis pas entré dans aucune secte. Et pour ceux qui sont peut-être habitués avec Morrowind, j'ai mis quelques add-ons, disons, qui, je l'espère, agrémenteront la vue. Et je crois aussi les sons, j'ai mis quelques sons d'ambiance. Et mon personnage, voici Charlot, le chat. Un Khajiit que j'espère pouvoir J'espère pouvoir lui faire vivre de belles aventures. Les mods, ça serait vraiment très long toutes les nommer, mais c'est... Je vais t'avouer que la plupart des mods qui sont recommandés pour rendre le jeu plus beau et plus intéressant visuellement et sonore, de façon sonore, ben je les ai installés. Le nude mod. Non, je n'ai pas mis le nude mod. Non, quand même. Quand même. Mais j'ai une question pour toi, Lulune. Je me sais plus c'était quoi tu jouais le samedi soir. C'était à quoi tu jouais? Ou juste? Attends un peu. Est-ce que c'est... non, Tales of Vesperia, me semble que c'est la semaine. Durant la fin de semaine, c'est un autre jeu. Est-ce que ça a bien été ton stream? J'espère que oui. FF5. Oui, ok. Le meilleur héros, ben oui, avec Steph, bien sûr. Welcome to Arrel's Trade House. I'm Arrel, publican and proprietor. Don't take what doesn't belong to you. Ouais, non, ça, je l'ai découvert à la dure. You're a new face here. If you want to buy from me, you have to barter. If you want a little advice, free to new customers, just ask. Would you like to hear about our most popular potions? Our most popular scroll? De divin et de smoke meat. Ah, évidemment. Tout le monde, quand on joue à Final Fantasy V, la première chose qui nous vient en tête, c'est des divins et des smoke meat. Évidemment. Donc, je vais regarder les spells. Moi, je suis intéressé au niveau des spells. Parce que si je peux acheter des spells qui sont intéressants, particulièrement des spells pour me guérir. Restore Fatigue, Restore Health. Ouais. Non, ça, c'est j'achète ça immédiatement. Et... s'il peut y avoir un sort peut-être pour au niveau de la magie, Frost Damage, non. Fire Damage, non. Restore Fatigue, non. Qu'est-ce qui... Weakness, Feather. Feather, of course, c'est toujours intéressant, mais c'était peut-être un petit peu trop cher. Absorb Fatigue, Shock Bite, non. Jack of Trades, qu'est-ce que c'est ça? Fortify Luck. Oh ouais, ok. Intéressant. Bon ben. Pose pas trop de questions, non. Je vais m'abstenir de poser des questions, je pense, parce que... Tu me parles de divin et de smoke meat, il y a certaines choses qui me viennent à l'esprit, puis je suis pas sûr que ça vaut la peine d'aller là. Donc, maintenant j'ai un spell. Ça c'est bon. Popular potions, peut-être? Cure common disease and cure poison potions are most popular with travelers. Fortify strength, endurance, and speed, agility are very helpful in combat. Fortify personality is popular with merchants and shy persons. Of course, Fortify fatigue keeps you fighting at your best. Restore health and restore fatigue are perhaps our most popular items, and for a short burst of power during a fight, you can beat Grief, Shane, Flynn, Maesty, and Sujama. D'accord. Okay. Fine. Popular scrolls, Vigor and Vitality, are our best-selling bargain items, restoring fatigue and health, respectively. Alm City. Intervention and Divine Intervention transport you instantly to the nearest temple or nearest Imperial Shrine. Good for routine or emergency transportation. Heartwise help with persuasion. Summon skeletal minion brings help in a jiffy. Ouais, ben, no wonder, hein? And Dratis Winter Guest does a lot of damage at a touch. Handy to whittle a too tough opponent down to size. Voyons maintenant. Riscar upstairs is having some financial troubles. Oh! Ça va être intéressant d'aller voir ce qu'il a à dire. Peut-être qu'il va m'envoyer sur une mission intéressante. Can't seem to win a wager these days. Little advice. If you want to live a ripe old age, buy a weapon and as much armor as you can wear and still run from trouble. Buy a spell or two and practice your skills. Don't practice on citizens. We call that foul murder, and we don't like it. You can kill smugglers and bandits and other outlaws if you like. Outlaws have no rights. Plenty of adventurers make a living from killing and looting outlaws. That smuggler scum down in Adamasartus, for instance, the cave down near the Silt Strider platform. Bon, ben, je pense que je vais aller là aussi. Practice on creatures and outlaws, and anyone who attacks you first. When in doubt, run away. Ok, j'aime ça comme... And if you attack the citizen by accident, don't kill him. Okay, turn yourself into a guard, pay your fine, and clear your name. Or people will treat you like an outlaw. D'accord, ça c'est... Je suis bien d'accord avec ça. Ok. Est-ce que un petit admire sur lui fonctionne? Non. Colin. Your tone lacks sincerity. D'accord. Barter. Comment est-ce qu'on fait pour vendre? Comme ça? Je pense que ça a fonctionné, je suis pas sûr. Hein. Violet Caprinus. Fait que c'est quoi, c'est offer pour vendre? Je pense que c'est ça. Et peut-être que je pourrais avoir quelque chose de meilleur. Hein? Shortbow. Shortbow, c'est intéressant parce que moi j'ai un petit dagger de merde. Iron Staff, Iron Spear, Iron Tento, Bolt, Arrow. Ah oui, ça va me prendre des arrows aussi. Hein? J'ai 92 de gold. Ok. Et... Probe Journeyman. Non, Probes, non. Even Spool, j'en ai pas besoin. Scroll, j'en ai pas besoin non plus. Lockpick. Value 20. Mais je vais peut-être en trouver des lockpicks, ça. Fait que, peut-être laisser faire ça. J'avoue qu'une armure quelconque aussi, ça serait peut-être pas si mal. Là. Quelque chose de bien... leather cuirasse. Fur boots. Armor rating 4. Armor rating 4. Ok, ouais, c'est pas space. Common shoes. Common shirt. Non, là, je... Et mon dieu, ouais, non, je vais pas acheter ça. Tu peux être certain que non. 4 ou 4. Ça, c'est light. C'est light, ça aussi. Wait, 8. 8. 150 dans les deux cas. C'est vrai que j'ai pas besoin de bottes parce que I'm a beast. Donc ça, je peux acheter ça. Et ouais, je vais prendre cuirasse. Ok. avec le shortbow. Ça c'est Throwing Star. D'accord. Shitson Arrow. Corkball Arrow. Shitson Arrow est moins pesant. Quête gîte et les Argoons ne peuvent pas porter de bottes. Non, en effet. Ben, en tout cas, c'est ce qu'ils m'ont dit. Donc, ouais. Donc, j'imagine que j'aurai besoin de ça. Ce qui est trop cher. Oh mon dieu. Ok. Shit. Ouais, je peux vendre le 𝓐𝓢𝓚 Flyer. Ok. Note to Riscar. Bon, ça, je vais vendre ça. Package for machin. Je vais vendre ça. Ampoule Rod, je vais vendre ça. Last Bottle, je vends ça aussi. Bon, fait que là... Là, j'ai comme ça. On va regarder comment ce qui me reste. 34. Est-ce que je peux... Ah, voilà. Tiens, ça c'est beaucoup mieux. Ah, là mon barter il a augmenté avec lui. Parfait ça. C'est bon ça. Bon. Et là maintenant, je peux équiper, je crois. Shortbow. Avec les flèches. Yes sir. Bon. Et ça. Ouais. Ah, faut que je porte le common shirt en dessous. Ah, d'accord. Ok, pas de problème. Au moins, j'ai une armure là. Ça commence à avoir un petit peu plus de sens. Mon affaire. Là, Restore Health. I failed casting the spell. Wow, ok. C'est les rois du sneak. Bonjour, Riscar Flatfoot. You look like you could use a friend, Outlander. Perhaps I can be your friend. I'd like you to help me recover some gold. Why not? That's right, see? I had a bad run of luck playing 9 holes and lost a bit of money. Normally, I'd be fine. We can usually keep some gold in our pockets just from the money the locals pay us for protection. But I know some of them are holding out on me, especially that little fetcher 𝓐𝓐𝓚. He's come up light the past couple of weeks when I've shaken him down. I know he's stashing it somewhere. I'd like you to find 𝓐𝓐𝓚's hiding place. Okay. I know the little fetcher's got one somewhere in town. Just not sure where yet. I've already gone through his whole house, so I know he's not hiding it there. I'd like you to find out where he's stashing his gold. If you can, I'll give you a share of the wealth. Are you up for it? I'll do it. Excellent. Here's what I want you to do. I'm not sure where he goes, but I know he wanders around town at night. Watch his movements. The best vantage point is on top of the lighthouse south of town. That will give you a nice view of all of Seyda Neen. If you keep an eye on where he goes, I'm sure you'll be able to figure out where he's hiding that gold. I will find it, sir. 𝓚𝓙𝓚 𝓚𝓙𝓚, welcome to scenic Seyda Neen, gateway to Morrowind. Non, mais... Persuasion, training en quoi? Medium armor, long blade, block. Oh, ok. C'est bon. Background. Little this, little that, okay. Latest rumor, a friend of mine says you have to visit the House of Earthly Delights in Suran. Ok. Et les gens d'affaires de même, j'aimerais ça pouvoir prendre des notes en quelque part. Parce que c'est pas conservé nulle part, c'est vraiment dommage. Little advice. There are a lot of faces like yours in Seyda Neen. If you're hoping to stand out from the crowd, well, I practice a lot, c'est bon. Little secret. If someone attacks you first, you have the right to defend yourself. If someone doesn't attack you first, you're going to break the law if you attack him. Ok. D'accord. I'm a scout. I know places, people, plants, paths, wind, and weather. I serve as guild for travelers and traders, or work as advance guard and pathfinder for expeditions. I know the geography of Vvardenfell, the various geographic regions. My best defense is stealth, sneaking past trouble, but I can fight bow and blade in various armor styles when the job requires it. Ok. So on me parler des geographic regions. Vvardenfell has 9 regions, each with their own plans and terrain. They're called the Oscadian Isles, the Ashlands, Azeroth's Coast, the Bitter Coast, the Gracelands, Molag Amur, Red Mountain, West Gosh et Shogorod. J'ai lu pas mal tout tantôt. Sneak a toujours été le skill que je maximise en premier, mais je joue souvent comme Red Guard ou Breton. Ben, la première fois que j'ai joué à Oblivion, c'était mon premier Elder Scrolls, ça a été un Red Guard en fait. Mais j'étais pas du tout un sneaker, mais alors là, pas du tout. Oh non, moi j'étais Longsword et Shield. Et quiconque me faisait chier, je peux te garantir qu'il goûtait de mon épée. Et ce qui est pratique avec un Red Guard, c'est que si je me souviens bien, tu peux pas l'empoisonner ou quelque chose comme ça, donc tous les voleurs, ces affaires-là, aucun problème, zéro problème. Donc, Vvardenfell. It's one of the Imperial Administrative District of Morrowind. It's surrounded by the Inland Sea and dominated by the titanic volcano Red Mountain and its associated ash wasteland. Puis par après, j'avais fait aussi un breton qui était spécialisé en magie, lui, par exemple. Ou par contre, devrais-je plutôt dire. Et breton magie, magicien, là, c'est... Ça pète des culs. Dark Elf, j'en ai jamais... j'en ai-tu déjà fait? Oui. Non. Non, j'ai jamais fait de Dark Elf. J'ai jamais fait de Dunmer. J'avais fait à Skyrim. Qu'est-ce que j'avais fait au juste? Ah oui, j'avais fait un Argonian. Un Argonian magicien encore là. C'était assez extraordinaire. Thème Red Guard, justement, pour sa résistance au poison, maladie. Dommage qu'ils ont tout changé ça dans Skyrim. Pourtant, non. Il me semble que Red Guard, c'est encore la même chose dans Skyrim. C'est avec Morrowind que j'ai adoré l'univers et l'ambiance des Dunmer. Ben, moi, je vais découvrir l'ambiance des Dunmer, en fait. J'ai jamais joué à Morrowind. Bitter Coast, the western coast of Vardenfell from Seyda Neen north to 𝓐𝓢𝓜 is called the Bitter Coast. 𝓐𝓢𝓜, tiny island fishing village in the Bitter Coast region of western Vardenfell. Moi, il faut que j'aille à 𝓐𝓢𝓜 en haut pour rentrer dans l'armée impériale, premièrement, ça a l'air. Woohoo, indeed. Bon, en tout cas, toi, je prendrai pas rien de toi. De toute façon, j'ai pas d'argent, mais... 𝓐𝓢𝓜 𝓜𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀. I'm sure you have question. Go ahead. Qu'est-ce que tu as à dire comme rumeur? Ah oui, le tax collector qui disparut. Little advice. Most others stick close to the Imperial Guilds and the Legions, but you might consider service in one of the Dunmer Great Houses. They aren't real fond of Outlanders, and you have to look around hard for a patron. Someone who will speak for you, help you advance to the higher ranks. But the great houses are where the real opportunities are. House 𝓐𝓢𝓜 and House 𝓜𝓸𝓻𝓻 are pretty reasonable. House 𝓐𝓢𝓜, the wizard house, they're another story. Okay. In modern times, dans Skyrim, c'est juste 50%. Oui, c'est vrai que c'est juste 50%. C'est vrai, ça. Ouais, tandis qu'auparavant, c'était complètement. Il y avait une résistance au complet. Une résistance au complet. Oui, là, vous me comprenez, je pense. Oh mon dieu, j'ai besoin de boire. Donc, Morrowind is ruled by... Ouais, ça j'ai tout lu ça tantôt, les houses, là. 3 of these great territorial interests on Vardenfell, the other 2, Dress and Indril, are not represented on Vardenfell. The 3 great houses on Vardenfell identify themselves by their traditional colors, red for Redaran, yellow for 𝓐𝓢𝓜, and brown for 𝓐𝓢𝓜. Thus, members of House 𝓐𝓢𝓜 must be referred to collectively as Yellows. Ah, d'accord. Derived from ancient Dunmer clan and tribes, but now function as political parties, Dunmer Great House membership is largely a matter of birth and marriage, but imperial colonists may also become retainers of a great house, or may be adopted into a great house. Nice! Bonne chose à récupérer dans les alentours de 𝓐𝓢𝓜. En explorant un peu, je te laisse découvrir ça. Les autres pas spoil. Et tu peux être sûr que je suis du genre à découvrir puis à chercher tous les trucs là. Donc, là, lui, il peut me parler de toutes les houses pis tout là. Moi, j'aimerais vraiment ça, pouvoir rentrer dans une house en particulier. House 𝓐𝓢𝓜, c'est des mages surtout. Moi, je pense que je vais plus jouer un voleur puis un assassin. Parce que, tu sais, on fait ça silencieusement, évidemment. Je sais pas quel... House 𝓜𝓸𝓻𝓻, peut-être? With holdings on Vardenfell. Prize the virtues of duty, gravity, and piety. Duty is to one's own honor and to one's family and clan. Gravity is the essential seriousness of life. Life is hard, and events must be judged, injured, and reflected upon with due care and earnestness. Piety is respect for the gods and the virtues they represent. A light, careless life is not worth living. Là, si tu es du genre à jouer au roleplay, les 𝓐𝓢𝓜, c'est pas le bon plan pour un 4G. Il y a des chances, je sais pas, je connais pas tellement les maisons tant que ça. J'ai lu un peu tantôt, mais je veux dire, à part à part quand Morrowind a été cédé à l'Empire, il y a eu des maisons qui se sont formées. Là. Mais à part ça, j'ai pas vraiment d'idée. Voyons voir House-Dress. The Five Dunme is one of 2 houses without holdings of our interest in Vardenfell. Dress District is in the south of Morrowind, bordering the swamps and marshes of Black Marsh. House-Dress is an agrarian agricultural society, and its large sulphurous plantations rely completely on slave labor. Ok, ben non. Non. Hostile to Imperial Law. Fait que non, on laisse faire ça. Là, c'est les mages. Voyons voir 𝓐𝓢𝓜. C'est quoi les 𝓐𝓢𝓜? With all things, has always been loyal to the Emperor and the Empire. 𝓐𝓢𝓜 welcomes Imperial law and allegiance, and freedom of trade of religion. 𝓐𝓢𝓜 still respects the old Dunmer ways and ancestors, the temple, and the noble houses. But times change, and the Empire changes with the times. House 𝓐𝓢𝓜 hopes to live in peace and harmony with the other races, and share in the growth and prosperity of the Empire. Ça peut être intéressant. Ok, ben je vais te souhaiter une bonne nuit, Lulune. Bonne nuit à toi. Puis merci pour le raid, merci énormément. J'espère pouvoir aller te visiter cette semaine, ou même demain. Ou du moins très prochainement. Fait que je te souhaite une bonne nuit, je te remercie de m'avoir envoyé ton monde. Puis je vais tenter de les entertainer autant que possible. Et sait-on jamais, moi, si les gens sont là pour s'endormir, eh bien tant mieux. C'est mon but, c'est à ça que ça sert. House Rindelrell, voyons voir qu'est-ce qu'ils sont, eux autres. One of the 2 houses without holding or interest in Vardenfell. City of Morrowind is located in the Rindelrell district, and the Rindelrell are orthodox and conservative supporters of the temple and temple authority. House Rindelrell is openly hostile to imperial culture and religion, and preserves many traditional Dunmer customs and practices in defiance of imperial law. Okay. C'est... Morrowind est divisé en plusieurs maisons, effectivement, chacune avec ses propres valeurs. Les Telvanni sont des mages et des esclavagistes. Ah, ça, je savais pas. Oui, tu me l'apprends. Tout ce qui n'est pas Dunmer, ça devient des esclaves. Ah, d'accord. Ben, déjà, je les aimerais pas. Mais en partant, ça va devenir mes ennemis. Ouais, je peux même aller jusqu'à dire qu'il n'y a pas beaucoup de maisons de Dunmer qui vont m'aimer, en fait, je pense. Très possible que j'aille en tuer une couple. Donc c'est pour ça peut-être... ouais, non. Je pense que House 𝓐𝓢𝓜 live in peace and harmony with the other races. Ouais. Moi je pense que House 𝓐𝓢𝓜 est peut-être cette maison-là que je vais... The 10 races commonly encountered in Morrowind are Redguard, Breton, Nord, Altmer, Dunmer, Bosmer, Imperial, Khajiit, Argonian, and Orc. Dunmer are the native majority, but on Vardenfell, heavily colonized by Imperial Outlanders, only 1 in 2 individuals are Dunmer. The other 9 races are about equally distributed, with more Argonian and Khajiit slaves. Khajiit slaves? Me no likey. As mercenaries, House 𝓐𝓢𝓜 prefers Imperials and Redguards. Redoran prefers Nords and Altmers, and Telvanni prefer Bosmer and Bretons. Puis il y a personne qui préfère les Khajiits. Ça, c'est triste. Les Khajiits sont mal vus, quel que soit le Elder Scrolls de toute façon. Des voleurs, des drogués et des arnaqueurs. C'est triste, ça. Parce que pourtant, moi, je te dirais qu'un des personnages non-joueurs les plus intéressants de toute Skyrim, c'est un Khajiit. Espèce de Khajiit qui se promène partout, puis tu rencontres un peu partout. Hein. C'est lui qui a des choses intéressantes à vendre. Fait que c'est comme... Moi, c'est lui que je veux. Slavery, qu'est-ce que t'aimes ça là-dessus? Have traditionally permitted enslavement of humans, orcs, Argonians, and Khajiit. We do not recognize the mistreatment of slaves and these races as a serious crime, other than a crime against property. By terms of the armistice, Morrowind may define its own laws and customs, and slavery remains legal. Slavery is uncommon in the 𝓐𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀 and 𝓐𝓢𝓜 districts, but common in 𝓐𝓷𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀 districts. Ah oui, peut-être les 𝓐𝓸𝓻𝓻. Les 𝓐𝓸𝓻𝓻 sont... Ouais, ça peut slide une gang de paladins, ça m'a t'avoué. Ouais, je suis peut-être mieux avec 𝓐𝓢𝓜. Ouais, Maïk. Ben oui. Maïk le menteur. Ouais, d'ailleurs, il y avait... Je me souviens qu'il y avait... il y avait un groupe de vendeurs Khajiits que... Je pense qui accompagnait Maïk le menteur. Et puis si tu... t'arrivais à un certain... ben, si je me souviens bien, si t'arrivais à un certain niveau d'appréciation avec le personnage, il pouvait te suivre comme suivant. Assez intéressant si ton personnage était un assassin ou un voleur. Est-ce que je t'avais demandé Little Advice? Ouais, Advice? Peut-être Secrets? Qu'est-ce que t'as à me dire comme Secrets, toi? Talk to everyone, ouais. Little Advice. Ouais, bon, c'est ça. Quoi qu'il arrive, Maïk rencontrera toujours des mensonges. Ou pas, qui sait? Ouais, c'est ça, qui sait? On sait pas. On va pas savoir. Bon, your trade? Ouais, c'est quoi que t'es aujourd'hui? You're a bard. As an entertainer, I share songs and stories with patrons and peasants. As a scholar, I travel the world, speaking with people and learning the lessons of history and human nature. And because a good bard must experience adventure at first hand in order to present its drama effectively, I have learned to defend myself with the noble tools of medium armor and long blade, and I've mastered minor mysteries of alchemy, enchantment, and illusion. Ah, d'accord. Opportunities. The greatest opportunity lie in its untapped wealth, its rich mines and ancient treasures, its unexplored and unclaimed lands, and even its threats represent a limitless opportunity to any bold adventurer determined enough to fight and scheme his way to distinction, earning the attention of the great lords and wizards of Morrowind. Bon, d'accord. Tout a l'air d'un mage, tout. Ambitious Cololius, welcome to scenic Seyda Neen, gateway to Morrowind. Looking for someone in particular, or want a little advice? Qu'est-ce que t'as à dire, little advice? Here to stand out, ouais, il me dit de pratiquer mes skills, c'est bon. Little secret? Buy from merchants and traders like you. Ways, c'est bien. There's rumors. Did you hear that some fool lost a mentor's ring in a tomb along the Bitter Coast? Or so they say. Ah bon? The Red Lantern. Je pense que c'est pas mal. Je sais même pas. Il n'y a pas d'entraînement, lui? Moi, je suis certain qu'il y avait un mage. Marianne de Castor. Oh, ouais. I suppose I have a moment. What is it? Travel together? To where? You want to travel together? Well, you certainly look like a competent adventurer. But how do I know I can trust you? Ah, ben, c'est une bonne question, ça. Comment est-ce que je peux gagner la compagnie de... Bon, de toute façon... je cherche pas nécessairement la compagnie de quelqu'un. Alone. Bonjour, Alone. Go ahead. You're not interrupting anything. I'm alone. Scout. You need direction? Training. Ah, by training. You must have been misinformed. I don't offer services to the public. Ah bon. En tout cas, elle me dit un paquet d'affaires. Hein? Sérieux, hein? She's a scout. Balmora. Oh, is the district seat of 𝓐𝓢𝓜 and the largest settlement in Vardenfell after Vivek City, with roads lead north. From here to Balmora, passing through Fort Pelagiad and Pelagiad village. From Balmora, roads lead north to 𝓐𝓢𝓜 through the town of 𝓐𝓢𝓜. Maybe I'd better write down the direction to Balmora for you. It's a long walk, and a little confusing. Ah, ben merci beaucoup. The Bitter Coast. It's also called the Smuggler's Coast. Hidden coves and islands are handy for smugglers, and the frequent rain and fog hides small boats from excise cutters. Okay, 𝓐𝓢𝓜. 𝓐𝓢𝓜 is a recently charted imperial town and mining corporation north of Balmora on the road to 𝓐𝓢𝓜. The 𝓐𝓢𝓜 Mining Company has been granted an imperial monopoly to remove raw ebony from the rich deposits here. 𝓐𝓢𝓜 is a new town, recently built in the Western Imperial style, and most of the citizens are outlanders and new colonists. Okay. Ebenhart is south on the road from Pelagiad. Built on the western shore, the water-founded city of Vivek. Ebenhart is the seat of the imperial government for Vardenfell district and a busy center of maritime trade. Castle Ebenhart is the home of Duke Vedamdren, the district's ruler and emperor's representative. Also located at Castle Ebenhart are the Vardenfell District Council Chambers and the Hawkmoth Legion Garrison. The East Empire Company has its headquarters in Ebenhart. Ok, ça va être une place importante pour Geographic Regions, 9, bon, ben, on va toutes les dire, c'est bon. Gnarmok is a tiny island fishing village in the Bitter Coast region of western Vardenfell. D'accord. There's rumors? Well, the tax collector, little advice. Ouais, le racisme, c'est bon. A little secret. Et 𝓷𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓭, ok, ça on me l'a déjà dit plusieurs fois. Morrowind. Ok, my trade. She knows. Ah oui, comme l'autre, c'est un... 𝓐𝓢𝓜 is a newly chartered imperial village on the road north from Vivec to Balmora. Right on the western edge of the 𝓐𝓢𝓜 region, the village is right outside the Imperial Legion garrison at Fort 𝓐𝓢𝓜. The houses and shops are built in the Western Imperial style, and 𝓐𝓢𝓜 looks more like a village in the Western Empire than a Morrowind settlement. Red Mountain, qu'est-ce que tu as à me dire sur le Red Mountain? Is a great volcano in the center of Vvardenfell Island. To reach Red Mountain, follow 𝓐𝓢𝓜 from the old Dwemer Bridge near Fort Moonmoth to Ghostgate. Parfait. We are warriors by nature, quick of foot and hardy of constitution. We are good with all weapons and armors. Look for us in the thick of battle. Indeed. Services. Get food and sundries from Ariel's trade house. That's also where you'll find anyone who offers training. You may also want to visit the Red Lantern. Je vais faire ça après, mais jusqu'à date, au niveau du training, il n'y a rien qu'une personne. C'est un peu triste, ça. Seyda Neen, qu'est-ce que tu as me dire? Most visitors from the Empire make landfall at the port of Seyda Neen, where they are processed by the Imperial Census and Excise Commission agents of the Coast Guard Station. D'accord? Sheogorath is largely hostile and uninhabited, with 2 small villages at Ald Redania and Dagenfell. Carry passengers and cargo between settlements. Ouais, ok. Someone in particular. Chief agent of the Census and Excise Offices. Ouais, c'est pas mal ce que tout le monde me dit jusqu'à date. Ça c'est specific place. 𝓐𝓢𝓜 is the next town up the road. Cross the bridge out of town and just stay on the road. From 𝓐𝓢𝓜, take the road north to Balmora and Caldera, or east to Ebenheart and Vivec. If you have the cash and are in a hurry, or afraid of getting lost, take the 𝓐𝓢𝓜 to Balmora or Vivec. Speak to 𝓷𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓻𝓻, c'est ça, ouais, Laran, at the 𝓐𝓢𝓜 landing, across the bridge and south along the shore. And if you plan to travel widely, get a copy of Guide to Vvardenfell from Ariel. It's got maps. Ok. Sauf que j'ai plus une salle. Fait qu'on va oublier ça. Vivec. Vivec City is south on the road of 𝓐𝓢𝓜. Vivec is the largest settlement on Vvardenfell and one of the largest cities in the east. Built on Norvain Bay, completely surrounded by water, the city itself is a group of giant town-sized buildings called cantons. The High Fane and the Palace of Vivec are visited by hundreds of tourists and pilgrims daily. Outlanders mostly confine themselves to the foreign canton, while natives live, work, and shop in the great house compounds and residential cantons. Okay. Only recently opened to settlement and trade, most of Vvardenfell's population is confined to the relatively hospitable west and southwest coast. D'accord. Vvardenfell District. It's one of the 6 administrative districts of the Imperial Province of Morrowind. Vvardenfell District consists of the island of Vvardenfell, with its great house and imperial settlements, at the city of Vivek, surrounded by the inland sea, and dominated by the titanic volcano Red Mountain and its associated ash wasteland. Bon, ben c'est pas mal tout ce que t'as à me dire, je pense. Parce que ouais, trading, non. Door. Bon. D'accord. Bon. A little advice, no we don't. Fast and cheap, but I don't have any gold left, so that's bad. Odonius Nutius. By that means, if you decide to take the Strider, tell 𝓐𝓷𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀𝓲 I sent you. Come. Talk to everyone. There's rumors. Ouais, d'accord. She's a commoner. Je me demande Violet. Teleport control? Teleport control. What the hell? It's shameful in this day and age, but it's legal here in Morrowind. Many dark elves own Argonian and Khajiit slaves. Their treatment is disgraceful. You would think the practice would die out as Morrowind adopts imperial ways, but the natives persist in their cruel and barbaric traditions. Indeed, they do. Aaron Tirala's house. Je t'ai déjà parlé. J'ai pas besoin de te reparler encore. Tirala's house, non. Imperial Legion barracks. Il est censé avoir une caverne ici dans le port. Ah ah! Ah ah! Elle est là la caverne. Ben, je pourrais aller faire ça. Ben, allons-y. Mais auparavant, on va aller ramasser des affaires. Est-ce qu'il y a des choses là, ici? J'entends comme un serpent. Je sais pas si je suis le... Ok. Non. Quand même beau. Bah ouais, puis moi je viens de me blesser comme un tata. Bravo, hein. Bravo, non. Non, mais... Bon. Et ça va peut-être me permettre de... me guérir. Ah, ben voilà. Ça fonctionne, ce sort-là, finalement. Ça fonctionne très très bien. Charlot. Ça va être... devant la grotte de... je sais plus quoi le nom du village, donc pas grave. On va juste l'appeler devant la grotte. Puis on y va. Adamasartus. Bonjour, Orange Gecko. Oh, bonne nuit plutôt. Bienvenue. Et là, je m'apprête à peut-être avoir mon premier stealth kill, peut-être. Serait-ce le cas? Ben, on peut dire. 𝓐𝓢𝓷𝓭, 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 leather boots. Oh, j'ai des pants. Common shirt. Take all. Et ouais, dispose of corpse. Ah, ben c'est bien merveilleux ça. Ben c'est pas le fun, c'est rien qu'un peu. Voilà, 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 key, drink, personality, je crois pas ça. Iron dagger, 𝓐𝓢𝓷𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀𝓲, ok. Key for 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 slaves. Ah d'accord. Bienvenue à toi, Orange Gecko. Je vais tenter de libérer le village de Seyda Neen de ces villes. Explorer ces villes de smugglers, contrebandiers. Bloat. Oh, je reprends tout, évidemment. Wooden bucket, bellows. Non, j'ai peut-être pas besoin de ça. Ouais, ça c'était pas brillant de ma part. Ok, bon. Au lieu d'aller en bas, on va aller le faire en haut. Hey, 𝓷𝓭𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀. Oop, no. Close.
It has no master.
Do you have the key to those bracers? Will you let me go free? Yes, I will. You have the key. Well, again, I will unlock the slave's bracers. Yes, 𝓷𝓭𝓻𝓻 is free. You are a good friend of 𝓷𝓭𝓻𝓻. Good. Banals. Yes, I will let you go free. Thank you, Charlot. Vous pouvez y aller maintenant. Mais j'ai ouvert la porte et tout. Hein. Bon, probablement falloir que j'aille disposer de certains méchants en bas. Hein. Ben voilà. Même pas fait mal, c'est pas pire. 𝓜𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀𝓲, 𝓜𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀𝓲, better boots, come roam. Okay, I shall take it all. Non, il aurait pu servir à mon donneur Telvanni. I will dispose of corpse. Ah, c'est parce que j'étais pas en stealth.
This will not go unnoticed. You will be disgraced for this.
Sorry. So I guess I won't be disgraced, c'est ça? Bracer left. Oh, nice. Fait que maintenant j'ai des... T'es un peu mort dans le... C'est laid, ça. Bon. Voilà. Leather boots. Common shoes, non. Mais, bracers. Voyons, bracers. Je veux pas? Ok. Ouais, bon, voilà. Oh, j'ai un lockpick maintenant. Ça, c'est bien, ça. Cool. Showing star. Ah, d'accord. Showing star. Yeah, ok. Je vais les mettre ensemble? Ah, non. Ah bon. Oh oh. Ben voilà, merci. Store intelligence bargain, ok. Intéressant, intéressant. Ça va plus loin, ça va. Ok. D'accord. Steel Claymore. D'accord. Ça va être... Pour vendre ça. Bone sugar. Common belt. Oh, d'accord. Expensive amulet. D'accord. Tu comptes rejoindre une guilde dans cet opus d'Elder Scrolls? Si possible, les trois. Évidemment. Je sais que dans les autres opus de Elder Scrolls, c'était possible de joindre les trois guildes Warrior, Mage et Voleur. Et ben, j'espère que ce sera le cas pour Morrowind aussi. Ça c'est du skooma. Ah ben écoute. Hey, on dit que je vais me vendre du skooma. C'est bon ça? Ah oui, c'est pas terminé. Quelque chose. C'est juste moi. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? D'accord. Salut au logo Pogo. De rentrer dans toutes les guildes. Par contre, quand tu fais certaines quêtes d'une guilde, tu peux rentrer en conflit avec une autre. Donc, faut faire attention. Ah, d'accord. Ah, là, moi je lis pas vos spoilers, par exemple. What? Bon, c'est bon ça? Je suppose. Un rat. Leather powder. Oh, nice. C'est bon ça. Ok. Throwing star. The claymore. Bon, ok. Common bell. Et est-ce que il est où déjà là? Skull, blah blah, attacker. Weapon, apparel? Apparel, j'imagine. Ah, voilà. Tiens, c'est nice ça. J'aime bien ça comme ça. Expensive amulet. Donc ça me sert à rien d'avoir ça sur moi. turn left, pull turn right. Ben voilà. Là, je suis épaulé au complet. J'entends ce qui semble être de la magie. Mais qu'est-ce que c'est? Je suis pas revenu au départ, non? Ouais, c'est au départ, ça. Bon. Il ne reste qu'à aller par là. On va aller voir ce qu'il y a. J'aime beaucoup l'armure de cuir de 𝓐𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀. De 𝓬𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀, ben oui. Mais faut pas trop motiver. Il reste simple, mais sympa visuellement, en fait, je trouve. Ben moi, je vais être un assassin, donc ça va être light armor pas mal. Hein? Oh! Attention, attention. Ici, ça va être de... Je pense que je sais ce que... si je me souviens bien, il faut que je me souvienne c'est quoi déjà les... right... Focus... Quick menu... Quick... Quick save, c'est F5. D'accord. Donc, F5. Hein? Comme ça. All. Miss. Lockpick. Fail. 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 Failed again. Fail. Unlocked. Strength exclusive. Gold. 2 gold seulement. Soul Gem. Petit Soul Gem. Ah d'accord. Bon, ben ça aura donné ça. Hein? Il y a vraiment un son bizarre que je sais pas d'où ça vient ou juste là, mais... Bonjour, monsieur le garde. The Dark Paladin, welcome. Can I tell you about the Imperial Cult? Invite you to become a Lee member. Bah oui, pourquoi pas, hein? Qui n'est pas... Ce n'est pas le son de la torche qui est fort lorsque tu es à proximité. Je sais pas. Je t'avoue, j'en ai aucune idée. J'ai aucune idée de ce que c'est que ce son-là. Bon. Ah, le paladin, moi non plus. C'est la première fois que je le vois, je t'avoue. Donc, barter. You will have to get rid of that moon sugar if you want my services. I don't want any trouble. Ah bon? Ben, écoute, hein? Moon sugar, c'est bien correct. Ce moon sugar. Ça? Moon sugar? Bon. Je suis sûr qu'il y a moyen de faire de quoi d'intéressant avec ça. Okay, Laura, I'm not going to buy that skooma from you. Ah mon dieu, mais t'es... Are you for real, pal? Pour vrai, là? Il est où le skooma, là? Transporto... Beat, lockpick. Ah, bon, voilà. Eh mon dieu. Avec les poches pleines de cocaïne, en gros. Ouais, mais j'aurais pu comme juste pas y vendre, c'est tout. Bon, maintenant, est-ce que... Oui, bon. Alright. Oh. Ok. Ouais, Iron Dagger... 2, 4, 2, 5, 4, 7... Ah ouais, finalement, je t'avais dit vendre ça. Ouais, Steel Claymore, oui. Le boost, j'en ai pas besoin, donc Common Belt, j'en ai un. Common Pants, bon. Common Pants, j'en ai. J'en ai absolument pareil en plus. Common Robe. J'ai un Common Shirt. Qui pèse moins. Common Shirt, je sais pas vendre ça. Expensive Amulet. Tu peux être certain que je vais te vendre ça. Restore Intelligence. Bargain. Mais bien sûr. Moi, j'en ai pas besoin de ça. Moi, j'ai besoin d'augmenter Mercantile. Et si je me fie à mon expérience de Morrowind, de Oblivion et de Skyrim, il faut que tu vendes des affaires pour augmenter Mercantile. Donc, moi, tout ce que j'ai pas besoin, pour l'instant, je vends. Flower, tout. Tout. Le rat meat aussi. Saltris, oui. Spore rot, oui. Vend tout. Tout. Oh, on vend tout. Le lockpick m'a gardé par exemple. D'ailleurs, il n'y a pas des petits lockpick, probe, lockpick. Ah, voilà. Merci. Ceramic bowl. Cloth, je dois te vendre ça certain. Fishing pole. Question comme ça, est-ce qu'on peut pêcher dans Morrowind? Ah oui, je peux vendre une taille de squelette. Ouais, tiens mon homme, t'as trouvé ça? Ah, Wicker basket. Probe, je sais même pas à quoi ça sert un probe encore. Bon, ça c'est à moi. Glass goblet, oui. Glass bottle, voilà. Donc ouais, je vais acheter ça. Et Core Club Arrow, 59. Évidemment que je vais acheter ça, tu peux être certain. Tu ne crois pas. Dans mon souvenir, c'est décoratif, c'est tout. Bon, bah gars. 8 gold pieces de plus. Et voilà. Bon. Les Throwing Stars, c'est 2-2 par exemple. Je me demande si je devrais vendre les Throwing Stars parce que bon, 2-2. Je pense que le bow fait plus de dégâts en fait. Est-ce que t'as un bow qui fait plus de dégâts? Shitten Short Bow, attaque 1 vite. Toi t'es Short Bow 1-12. Non, ok, le mien fait plus de dégâts déjà. Ok. Shitten pulled left 8. Bon, ça c'est Armor 4. Oh, d'accord. C'est light. Ooh, Iron Breeze, Iron Helmet, Iron Shield, Match, Leather, Tower Shield, non. 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 𝓜𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀𝓲 25. Est-ce que je veux un Crab Helm? Vraiment? Est-ce que je veux ça? Je ne sais pas, hein? Je peux peut-être vouloir les Chitin Pauldron qui sont d'un meilleur armor rating que le mien. Je pense que oui, en fait, moi. Oui, alors voilà. Chitin Gauntlet Light. Bracer Gauntlet. Chitin cuirasse. Match leather cuirasse. Voilà. Ah ouais, mais j'en ai pas besoin de deux là. Attention, attention. Ouais, quand même, quand même. Quand même. Chitin boots, j'en ai pas besoin. Et est-ce que j'ai Chitin helmet? Ouais, apparel. Shit boots, iron boots, iron gauntlet, greaves, helmet, shield. Il y a vraiment juste ça là pour vrai? Bah, si c'était ainsi. Oui, hein, c'est... Donc voilà. Et ensuite, weapons. Est-ce qu'il y a un meilleur dagger? Iron Spear. Iron Short Sword. Short Blade. Oh, ça c'est Short Blade. Iron Dagger. Long Blade, Iron Short Sword, Iron Dagger, 4 à 7. Six à 12, 2 à 6. Condition 16 par exemple. Ça paye 16, c'est ça l'affaire. Steel, 6 à 14. Est-ce qu'il y a moyen de se battre à 2 armes à une main? Bonne question. Bonne question. Malheureusement, non. T'es prêt avec Skyrim, si tu te trompes pas. Ok. Donc, ma prochaine question, c'est, vu que je vais jouer sur un assassin qui va se baser sur le stealth, qu'est-ce qui fait le plus de dégâts? Short Sword ou Dagger? J'ai l'impression que la réponse à ça, c'est Dagger. Hein? Est-ce que je me trompe? Ouais. Ben, ça m'a fait augmenter à 87, ça. Ok. Bon. J'espère que j'ai pas perdu mon... Ah, yes, Moon Sugar et Skooma. Voilà. Parfait, ça. Hey, juste à temps pour ça va surtout dépendre du métal avec lequel est fabriquée l'arme. Ah, d'accord. Non, parce que je sais qu'avec avec Oblivion, valait mieux avoir une dague, en fait. Key to Garva's Values Tower. Oh ouais. Drette là de même. Ah bon? Series off limit until further notice. Values. D'accord. Mais j'ai la clé. Ah, tes mods t'ont rajouté pas mal de contenu apparemment. Ce n'est pas pareil. Le Tower, je ne l'ai jamais vu comme le Paladin. Ok. Ouais, mais là, ils me disent que je peux prendre quelqu'un de la nuit. Spool. Un gold. Je sais jamais la... Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Je sais pas, mais ça regarde pas bien, ça. Iron Dagger. Ok. Crate. Glass Pot. Ouais, il est où? Barrel. Barrel. Y'a rien. Pour revenir à la dague et ou la short sword, je t'avoue que j'ai très peu joué assassin ou voleur. En général, je suis mage ou arme à deux mains avec une armure lourde. Royal Netch Leather Cuirasse. Oh. 6. Leather Greaves. Hey, je pense que j'ai pas des Greaves. Oh. Ben, regardons ça, toi. C'est pas intéressant. Bon. Premièrement. Ah, ça. On va s'équiper comme il faut. Hein. Parce que... Oh, armor rating 8. Ça, c'est armor rating 7. Ok. Greaves. Je pense que je n'ai pas les Greaves. Voilà. Voilà. Notch. Leather, Pullman left. Ouais, mais j'ai des meilleurs. C'est ça, j'ai des shit-in là. Shit-in sont bien meilleurs. Et Crab Helm. Beast races cannot wear full helmets. Ah! C'est un full helm. Puis je peux pas. D'accord. Bon, ben ça. Voilà, on le revend. Ça va être tout. Ok. Charlot, ok. Ça fait ça. Glass bottle. Master. Ok. Clothes. Oh ouais. Metal pitcher. En tout cas, il y a pas quelle affaire. Toutes. Barrel. Ok, on need bread. Take all. C'est bien. Ça. Take all. Ok, ça. Sultress. Take all. C'était très roleplay. En effet. En effet. Wicker basket. J'y pogne tout. Je ne laisse rien. Il n'y a rien dedans. Sultress. D'accord. Ok. D'accord. Bonjour, toi. Comment ça va? Ah, il y a quelqu'un. Non, 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 non. Elle ne sert pas de rangement. Ok. Bon, on va faire un petit F5 ici. Bonjour, personne qui ne me voit pas du tout. Ah bon? D'accord. Ok. Ouais, non, elle est pas contente. Je pense qu'elle est vraiment pas contente, là. J'ai bien fait de CV juste avant, par exemple. Ça, c'était une très bonne initiative de ma part. D'accord? C'est peut-être pas comme ça qu'on va y arriver. Ouais, non, elle est pas mal... Non, non, mais écoute... moi, je... Teleport control, Eye of Fear...
There is no escape! Die, Vector! Stupid!
D'accord. Mais c'est qu'elle... elle aime pas ça, elle, je pense.
I have you!
Il y a quelque chose qui me dit que... Ouais, non. Que c'est peut-être comme trop haut niveau pour moi. Right, I'm wrecked. I'm totally wrecked. Mais bon, dans la quête, il me disait de me rendre en haut. En fait. Fait que c'est ce que je vais faire. Je vais me rendre en haut. Il y a des choses intéressantes ici. The first barrier, shield, 5%, 5 points pour juste là, ok. Ben ouais, I shall take it, of course. Ça c'est quoi, c'est class picture? Oh ouais, on s'en fout. Vas-y, ouais. Barrel. Mais bien sûr. Ça, take all, oui. Oh, il achète. Il achète tout, là. Moi je prends tout, hein. Moon Sugar, ok. Plain Paper. Ben, oh, ouais, non, moi ça se vend. Hein. Skull, ils achètent des Skulls. Fait que, oui. The House of Troubles. Qu'habituellement c'est pas bon signe. Ok. Comme ça. Comme ça. Miscellaneous. Et qui. Lockpick. Lockpick. Unlocked. Écoute, hein? Ouais, The House of Troubles. Je l'ai lu tantôt, ça. Ouais, mais si le cambriole le sait, elle va pas se calmer. Non, c'est sûr. Oh, moi je pogne tout. Ah ouais, bah, calé, là, la place, là. Là, la place de choses que j'ai oublié. Great. Ben voilà. Alors ben moi je... Elle aura plus rien. Ça va être tout. Alors même le balai, là. Donne-moi ton balai, fille. Donne-moi tout. Bon. Fait qu'on va refaire un prise 2. Là-dessus. Non, ok.
Let me live.
Thatcher.
Now you die! This is the end of you, Sweat! Your life's end is approaching!
Ok. Elle devrait être à la veille, là, normalement. Elle devrait. C'est... Ouf. M'emmener, finir par l'avoir. Simonac. Alors...
Now you die!
Bon. C'est... I shall dispose of corpse. Ah non, j'ai trop de choses. Ouais, ben déjà, je peux peut-être mettre le skooma ici. Et le moon sugar. Ouais, bon, ça amène à... Ouais, c'est 4. Yellow pass, comme ça. Puis là, est-ce que ça me permet de... Non, ah, d'accord. Bah ouais, hein, tiens, comme ça, hein, on va faire ça comme ça. Ça devrait être bon, ça. Est-ce que ça me permet de... Oui. Bon. Mais ce que je vais faire maintenant... Oups. Et là, je vais pouvoir aller vendre des trucs. Barter. Oh. Short bow, non. Iron dagger, Bon, je pense que je peux vendre celui-là. Il est en condition, il est plus utilisé, disons. Staff, ouais. Donc ça va, c'est la classe, non. Bracer, ouais. Ça non. Ça, il faut acheter leur vendre. Common belt, non. Ça, je sais pas si les gloves ça marche. Peut-être que oui. Bargain. Lightning Shield. Ok. Master. ouais, ouais, je peux te vendre ça. Bargain. Du yam, du bloat, bread. Oh, je peux peut-être me garder un petit bread, hein? Question l'autre. 𝓐𝓢𝓜 personality, how meat. Je sais pas s'il y a de la cuisine dans Morrowind. Il y en avait dans Skyrim. Barrow, niche, leather, salt, supplies, soldiers, skills, cabbage, void essence, d'accord, wheat. Plain papers, ça, first barrier, a house of troubles, que j'ai le goût de vendre. Je n'ai pas souvenir de la cuisine, non. Tu manges des ingrédients directement. Ok. Pick, bamboo candlestick, iron candlestick, bolt of cloth, broom, tiens, avant deux, cloth, puis vial, tiens, full of cloth, glass bottle 2, glass bottle, glass bottle, glass bottle, glass bottle, glass bottle, glass pitcher, glass pot, glass, inkwell. Les clés, ça va. Metal bucket, metal goblet, red pitcher, gold pan, flask, redware vase. J'aime ça que tu arrives au vendeur et tu dis comme hey, oui, j'ai 2 crânes humains ici, est-ce que ça t'intéresse? Oui. Le skouma par exemple, va-t'en. Mais 2 crânes humains, pas de problème. Ça c'est pas. Aucun problème là. Oh. Et 𝓐𝓤, voilà. Ça va me faire de quoi attaquer. Ça va être excellent, ça. Iron Dagger. Claymore. Warhammer. Warax. Ah, Wakizashi. Un Wakizashi. One-handed. Short blade. Ouais. Iron Wakizashi, ça c'est intéressant ça. Donc voilà, offer, je pense que j'ai terminé, oui, et ça augmente à 88. Il manquait des petites fonctionnalités qui auraient pu être appréciables dans Morrowind, cuisine, pêche, 2 armes humaines, oui. On avait des lances, c'était hallebarde. Et le fait que les gadgets et les Ďargondiens ne puissent utiliser de bottes et de casques, ça c'était plutôt justifié. Oui. Ben, là ils me disent que je peux pas utiliser de casque de full helmet. Mais j'imagine que je peux peut-être... Là, est-ce que ça, ici... Non. Ah bon, fait que là, c'est... D'accord. Bread has no effect on you. On meat. Has no effect on you. Bon. Dans ce cas-là, ça et ça. Lui, un frère. Normalement, c'est des casques souples, comme de la baille par exemple, que tu peux équiper. On va voir s'il n'y a pas des casques. Voyons. On va la voir. Can I help you? Ok, il y a quelqu'un qui est complètement sous. On va aller trouver le reste. J'espère qu'il y a des light helmets. En fait. Ah, voilà. Il est là. On va aller chercher le reste. Parce que j'avais pas fini. Évidemment. Une pièce d'or, on s'en fout. On le vend à Paris. Ok, ouais, on prend tout ça. Merci de donner si généreusement. Je me demande si, au niveau alchimie, si tu apprends des trucs en mangeant des affaires. Parce que je sais que dans Oblivion puis dans Skyrim, c'était le cas. Jusqu'à date, ça n'a pas été le cas. Oui, muffin. Ou s'il faut vraiment faire de l'alchimie, parce que si oui, ben j'ai hâte de trouver un endroit que je puisse en faire. Il y a quelque chose qui me dit que ça va être à la... J'adore 𝓐𝓢𝓜. Ah ouais. 𝓐𝓢𝓜. Cinq torches, d'accord. Iron broadsword, iron claymore. Proche du 200. Chest. 𝓐𝓢𝓜. Petty soldier. Silver longbow. Oh, that's nice. That is very nice indeed. Thank you very much. J'aimerais te répondre comment faire de l'alchimie. Ben, en fait, tu répondais juste à ma question, c'est-à-dire que si je mange des ingrédients, est-ce que j'en apprends d'autres propriétés? Parce que sinon, au niveau de l'alchimie, je sais que ça va me prendre un mortar and pestle, en quelque part. C'est pas un lieu précis, mais j'imagine que c'est de la même façon que dans... voyons. dans Oblivion ou dans Skyrim. Ah, d'accord. Ah, puis de pas grand chose en plus. Ok. Ben voyons voir. No effect on you. Ash Yam. No effect on you. Black Enter. No effect on you. Ouais, jusqu'à date, c'est comme j'apprends pas grand chose en fait. Comme là, si maintenant je fais Header. Ah non, j'apprends pas une autre affaire. Ça c'est triste ça. Ça aurait été cool que ça soit comme ça. Ah mais là, Valorant. Qu'est-ce que c'est que Valorant? Ça semble être une autre expédition, ça. Ça, c'est une affaire. Tu peux juste pas bouger. Une fois que t'es overburger, comme je l'appelle, tu peux juste plus bouger. Ça, je trouve ça un peu triste. Pour vrai, là, No effect on you. Grave dust. Conberry. No effect on you. Green lichen. War meat. Lorsque tu manges les ingrédients, tu découvres les effets en fonction de ton niveau d'alchimie. Contrairement à Skyrim et Oblivion, tu peux faire de l'alchimie partout, condition d'avoir sur toi le matériel, mortier et pilon, alambic, etc. Ok. Ouais, ça que je n'ai pas. Donc, dans le fond, présentement, ça me sert à rien de monter ça parce que mon niveau d'alchimie est à 15 seulement. C'est bien ça? Après ce que je peux. Ben, je sais pas si, à force de. Substances are consumed directly or prepared as potion. Fait que, ah, ben oui, si je les mange directement, ça devrait augmenter mon alchimie à la longue. C'est ça? Je pense. « 9 sur 10. Attends un peu. On va regarder, voir. Ah oui, non. Ah oui, ok. Mais ça sert à quelque chose, le bord. Ah ben, pas encore. Non, mais c'est ce que... As-tu moyen de faire un right-click pour manger, non? Faut vraiment que je les prends une à la fois, comme ça. Il n'y a pas une manière plus rapide de consommer des ingrédients. Ce serait intéressant, ça. « 43 sur 100. » Résine. Moi, ça sert tout à manger, dans le fond. Mais celle-là, là, est-ce qu'il sert aussi? 56? Non. Oh. Ah, c'est ça. Attention, attention quoi? Qu'y a-t-il? Que se passe-t-il? Si des ingrédients te donnent des malus ou t'empoisonnent, tu vas tout encaisser là. Mange petit à petit. Dans le fond, le skooma puis le moon sugar, je peux laisser ça ici. Ça. Ça et ça. Là. Mais c'est-tu des... Ouais! Ouais. C'est de l'alchimie, ça aussi, dans le fond, là. Ok. Ah, ben, moi, non, mais... Take all, là. Moi, je consomme tout, là. Ouais. Je vais partir fou, là, moi. Ok, Boom Sugar. Comme ça. Sur ça. Ok. Restore fatigue. Drain personality. Lol. Ah, restore health. Mais ça, je pense, vu qu'il n'y a pas rien. Ça non plus. Torch. Ok. Je me suis déjà tué en mangeant, c'est pour ça que je t'ai... Ok. C'était déjà tué. Ben écoute, au pire, moi j'ai... Ah, je suis encore overcumbered, pour vrai. Ah ouais. Ouais, 87. Ah non, c'est ça. Quand t'as plus rien à apprendre, tu n'apprends plus rien. En fait. Bonjour, monsieur qui me vend des trucs. Barter. I'm not going to buy that skooma. Ah oui, c'est vrai. C'est vrai. J'avais oublié. Ah, miscellaneous, ça va être dans Magic. Et je vais être complètement drogué, mais je m'en fous. Et voilà, tiens. Maintenant, est-ce que tu veux m'acheter des affaires? Maintenant que j'ai pris la skooma directement dans ta face, semble-t-il que oui. Bread, sweet roll, muffin, plain paper, candlestick. Les torches, j'en ai pas besoin parce que je suis un gadget. Et je peux voir dans le noir. Redware platter. Ouais, on s'en fout. Wicker basket. Wooden bucket. Metal glass. Metal plate. Redware cup. Redware flask. Iron candlestick. Oh, je vais à tout. Arrow, weapon. Bon, dans weapon, il y a des affaires là, que Iron Broadsword, non. Iron Claymore, non. Wakizashi, je vais garder. Shortbow, je peux vendre ça. Et ben, ça va être tout. Voilà, goodbye. Puis maintenant... Je parle au monsieur là, je pense. You were supposed to find Fargut's hiding place. Were you able to? You just got to find where he's hiding his loot. Fargut. Fait que pas encore, c'est ça que tu me dis dans le fond. Hein? Blade, block. Pas quelle affaire qui m'intéresse juste pas dans le fond. Hein? D'accord. 𝓐𝓢𝓜 Même pas fait mal. I've agreed to help 𝓐𝓢𝓜 find the money that Fargut has been hiding away. I'm supposed to keep an eye on him from atop the lighthouse in town and watch where he goes. 𝓐𝓢𝓜 believes I should watch him at night. I'm not supposed to approach him at any time. I should then retrace his footsteps and find out where he's hiding the money. Ah, c'était même pas ça? Ça, c'est pas le lighthouse. C'est juste un tower comme ça. Mais c'est quoi le lighthouse de bord? Ah, c'est ça ici. Ça? Ça a l'air d'être ça. J'étais même pas au bon endroit, en fait. Oh mon Dieu. Well, hello, Charlot. I'm 𝓐𝓢𝓜 𝓚. This is Seyda Neen. Okay, bon. Because you're wondering what's going on here, I can tell you where the services are. D'accord. This rumor. Ouais. Je peux dire que je suis pas pire en armure puis en weapon. Little secret. Okay, goodbye. Rates wedding dowry. All learned from this book. Your armored skill. Quite well. The poets are right. There is something life-changing about being in love. Said 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓚, sometimes called the Wraith. I haven't wanted to rob anyone or anything in weeks. Why, the other day, I saw the door wide open at a wealthy merchant's house, but my mind was fully occupied with what I should wear on my wedding day. You have been out of the right society for very long now, frowned her friend 𝓐𝓢𝓜 approvingly. You never told me what happened to your first husband, you know, the one the shaman gave you. Torn apart by ash ghouls, smiled 𝓐𝓢𝓜 dreamily. It was rather saddish, but I know nothing like that would happen to Woodwarg. No life of adventure for him. He's practically an Imperial. In fact, he is one. Did I tell you how we met? Hundreds of times, grumbled 𝓐𝓢𝓜, reaching for his flagon. He was your jailer, and he refused you food until you promised to marry him. Have you ever heard of anything so madly romantic in all your life? Sighed 𝓐𝓢𝓜. Ce nom-là, je vois de la misère à le prononcer. And then grew serious. I was going to say that I hope my old friends will wish me well, but as old Busriel used to say, there's no point in hoping for what cannot be. We'll leave with the Imperial Knights for Balmora immediately after the wedding. But as long as we're in Dagenfell, the gang will find some way of disrupting my love life and bring me back to the light. I know. As the days approached towards the Wraith's wedding day, there was certainly something sinister in the air that 𝓐𝓢𝓜 could smell when she was not transported by heady bliss. Dark figures seemed to shift in the shadows and disappear when approached. She recognized the clothing of some beggars near Woodwarg's cottage as costumes, but the mendicants hurried away before she could recognize which of her whole gang was stalking her. But these moments of apprehension were few. 𝓐𝓢𝓜 was truly happy. making arrangements for the ceremony to be performed at the very dungeon where Woodwarg had imprisoned her. Her father was long since dead, another victim of the Ash Ghouls, but her fiancé's commander volunteered to act in his behalf. Of course, 𝓐𝓙𝓚 had to supply her own dowry. She spent every last mark of her savings of ill-gotten gain to buy her beloved a truly wonderful present. The wedding was set for the stroke of midnight, as is orc tradition. The handmaidens, wives of imperial officers, were busily sewing her into her gown of red velvet and fine gold filigree in the mid-morning. 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓚, one of the handmaidens, remarked that she had heard that 𝓐𝓙𝓚 had brought Woodwarg a truly beautiful gift for a dowry. "Let me show it to you," 𝓐𝓙𝓚 giggled, dashing from the room half-dressed to her hidden alcove. The present had been stolen. The women were horrified, but the wraith found herself merely irritated, not surprised. This was truly the old gang's style. They knew that a wedding ceremony without a dowry was marked as unlucky. She asked her handmaidens to finish dressing her quickly while she pondered what the burglars would have done with the treasure. The whole region was honeycombed with secret lairs and abandoned sites thieves used to store their loot. There were obvious places, of course, but after much reflection, she thought of where she would have put it under similar circumstances. Once the handmaids had finished, 𝓐𝓙𝓚 bade them to make certain that the ceremony went on as scheduled, and not to fret, as she might be a little late. She wrapped herself in her shawl to protect her gown from dungeon dust and set off for the shrine of Malakat. The wraith had never before attempted to rob her own friends, and though she was peeved at them for trying to ruin her happiness, she had no interest in hurting them physically. Her style was to avoid conflict, though she knew it would be inevitable. The lessons her mentor 𝓐𝓙𝓚 had given her had helped her avoid the lances and blades of guards and imperial knights over the years. Now she would see if they would allow her to survive a den of thieves and the unknown dangers of the shrine, without, most importantly, ruining her dress. The desolate place was so empty as she delved into it that she feared she might have made a miscalculation. It was not until she found a small room hidden down the long corridor that she knew she was at the right place, and that it was well suited for an ambush. She grabbed the chest with her treasure within and turned to face the assault. Two of her old gang, Jorunn and 𝓐𝓚, the Red Guard twin brother and sister, were outside the door as she came from the room. They knew the wraith better than to taunt her and immediately attacked. Jorunn struck out with a left thrust of his blade, while 𝓐𝓚 sought to rush her. The wraith neatly sidestepped 𝓐𝓚 while dropping her weight to her rear left leg, shifting her right shoulder to the left to slip past Jorunn's strike. The twins crashed into one another, and 𝓐𝓙𝓚 passed swiftly on. Almost immediately, she was set on by the Argonian Binyar, his mace whistling through the air at her head. They had never much liked one another. The wraith snapped into a duck, so the mace whacked with a tremendous clamor against the stone wall. Binyar was thrown off balance, giving her a few seconds lead, hurrying up the passage. Ahead, She could smell the fresh night again. She could smell the fresh night air. The last of her dowry's defenders was 𝓐𝓢𝓜, an orc with whom she had shared a brief romance. It was he who 𝓐𝓢𝓜 knew had masterminded the theft. In a way and in context, she thought his devotion to her misery was rather sweet. At the moment, though, she was most concerned with avoiding his barbed axe that seemed ideal for breaking her dress fine stitchwork and the flesh beneath. Bending her knees slightly, bobbing to avoid strikes to the head, weaving her head to confuse 𝓐𝓢𝓜 of her next move, shuffling her feet arrhythmically, the wraith made an impossible target. She ducked inside his thrusts, sidestepped his swings, and then sidestepped his thrusts and ducked his swings. As erratic as she tried to make her defensive moves, 𝓐𝓢𝓜 still kept pace with her, refusing to budge from his position at the dungeon outlet. Midnight was coming, and the wraith finally decided that she must end the confrontation. When 𝓐𝓢𝓜 swung out next, she sidestepped to the left, swayed down, and ducked her head, so the axe whistled over her right shoulder. In that instant, his right side was exposed, and she reluctantly smashed the chest hard into his torso. There was not enough time for 𝓐𝓢𝓜 to see if she had killed him or merely knocked him unconscious. In truth, she thought of nothing else but rushing to her wedding ceremony. At precisely midnight, Woodwork and 𝓐𝓢𝓜 were united together. He was delighted with a dowry gift, a fine suit of armor that would make him the envy of other imperial jailers. Even more, he was enchanted by his wife's tale of retrieving it from the shrine of Malacath. "Did it occur to you to put on the armor when you knew that it was an ambush?" he asked. "I didn't want to dent your present," she replied, between kisses, "and I certainly didn't want to wrinkle my gown." Well, that's a great tale. Bon. Oh, il y a juste un truc, c'est que... Il est 7h du matin ici. Donc, ce que je vais faire, c'est que je vais aller continuer l'exploration de l'autre tour, en fait. Parce qu'il y avait une espèce de tunnel, là, que... Je sais pas c'est quoi, au juste. J'aimerais bien savoir ce que c'est. Curieux, curieux, très curieux. Très curieux. Je sais pas si ça marcherait. Use mark, summon all my companions, review my companion list. Nothing. Review my companion list. You don't have any companions. Ah bon, c'est ce que ça fait ça? Caméléon 20% on self. Écoute, on va sortir de là. De potion de. Non, j'en ai pas. Mais moi, ça fait juste me dire qu'il y a quelque chose dans les environs qui sert de grotte. Il suffirait simplement de le trouver. Puis je joue un petit peu toute la journée, là. Il est 10h AM. Parce qu'il faut que j'attende le soir, hein, donc ouais. Donc il doit bien y avoir une entrée quelconque, là, quelque part. C'est quoi ces bébêtes-là? Ah tiens, des champignons. Je sais pas si c'est dangereux, ça. Bon. Bon, moi, je vais dépasser ma flèche. Je sais qu'il y a la grotte là, mais est-ce que c'est vraiment cette grotte-là qui... C'est là l'affaire, c'est que je vois pas rien d'autre, là. Est-ce que c'est vraiment ça? Sincèrement, ça n'a pas l'air. Hein. Ah bon, au moins les esclaves sont partis. Au moins ça. Ouais non, c'est pas cet endroit-là. C'est vraiment un autre endroit. Que je sais pas c'est où. Vraiment, je ne saurais dire. Quand même que ce soit proche, là. Peut-être dans le choix. On va essayer. Il n'y a pas moyen de... Quand t'encoches une flèche, on dirait qu'il n'y a pas moyen de la désencocher. Un quoi? Mud crab. Voilà. Bon, dans le fin fond, il faudrait que je retourne, là. Ah, je suis au Seyda Outpost. Ah, d'accord. Pawn shop. Bon. Et là, on va attendre que 𝓐𝓢𝓚 nous montre sa cachette. L'affaire, c'est que je ne sais pas c'est qui 𝓐𝓢𝓚 au juste. Mais à un moment donné, il devrait... il devrait apparaître. On va l'attendre patiemment, pas de problème. C'est le fun d'être un gadget. 𝓐𝓢𝓚, c'est ça, ok. Juste... Peut-être... Ouais. forgot. Ok, ils disent 10 PM. C'est 9 PM, ok, on va attendre. Oh, oh. C'est qui ça? Regardez donc, il se déplace en sneaky pis tout, là. Peut-être trompé, mais... Hmm. Ah, c'est lui. Ok, ben, ça voudrait dire que c'est bon, là. Fait que je pourrais y aller. Puis comme, faire comme fuck it, j'y vais, puis let's go. D'après ce que j'ai lu, je pourrais, là. Ah ah! Moi, je vais augmenter mes dispositions à propos des gens. Fait que, ouais, je vais aller le voir, moi. Mais très certainement que je vais aller le voir.
I could kill that boar. Those boots are ruined.
If you're heading to the back country, always carry a couple of restore health, restore fatigue, cure disease, and cure blight potions with you. En effet. Ouais, d'ailleurs, parlant de cela, spells, parce que, hein? Ah, il y a un feather, hein? Hmm. Cure common disease, cure poison. Hmm. Ouais. Ouais, j'aimerais ça avoir des, du mysticism. Ah, là, c'est restoration. Resist shock, c'est restoration aussi, non? Ouais. Mais ouais, ça. Et cure poison, oui. Mais c'est ça, ah ouais. Absorbe fatigue. Ah ouais. Eh ben. Barter. En effet. Ouais. Ring of Healing. Note. Que ça vend rien. Pour vrai? Rien du tout, là. Shadow Exclusive. Ah ben, regarde ça, moi, je vais le vendre. War Meat. Ça, genre. Ouais, le Note. Ah, il vaut rien, le Note. Ah bon? Weapon. J'avoue que je peux prendre ça. Puis vendre les Corkball Arrow. Parce que les deux, ils valent comme. Ils font pas plus de dégâts, là. On s'entend. C'est 14, et moi j'ai 6-14, Iron Wakizashi. Donc ben voilà. Bye. What is it? Catch it. I found it. You found his hiding place. That's great. Tell you what, I'll give you 100 gold. You can keep anything else that you found in there. Thanks for your help. Alright? Okay. Alchemy, ça s'en vient bientôt à ça. Train aussi agility, mais je m'en fous. Le drainera, ah oui. J'ai alchemy à 16, oui. Voilà, qui est fait, presque. Bim. Drain Magica, ah ouais, non, pourquoi pas. Ça fait augmenter Alchemy, ça fait que... Eat it all. Bon, alright.
Head on.
Ouais, non, c'est que il y a quelque chose ici, là. Ariel's Trade House, port of Seyda Neen. Whereas at the general sessions of the peace held for the district of House 𝓐𝓢𝓚, at the town of Balmora, the 16th day of first seed in the year of the reign of our sovereign king 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓚, by the grace of all gods, king of Morrowind, duke of Mournhold and 𝓐𝓢 province, defender of the people and the law, loyal servant of the empire, etc. Pourquoi est-ce que je mange toutes mes choses, Orange Gecko? Eh bien, pour augmenter mon alchimie. Ariel of the port of Seyda Neen, aforesaid, hath entered into recognizance with sureties before us, his majesty's magistrates of peace, within the said district, whose names are hereunder written. We therefore, his majesty's said magistrates, have hereby licensed and allowed the said Ariel to keep a common trade house, or corner club, in the house wherein he now dwelleth, in the port of Seyda Neen, aforesaid, for 3 full years, from henceforth, next ensuing, or till such other time as shall be by us, or some of our fellow magistrates thereunto appointed, provided that if that the said Ariel do not from time to time during that time well and truly observes the articles hereafter mentioned, when this license shall presently cease and be utterly void. First item, that the said Ariel should not suffer any stranger or unknown traveler to lodge or stay in or about his house above 1 day and 1 night, without making the same known forthwith to the next bailiff or other officer of this town, to the end that the said stranger or unknown traveler may be examined by some magistrate of peace near adjoining. Second item, that he shall not suffer any playing at cards, tables, dice, balls, 9-holes, or any other unlawful game, or any disorder or outrage in his house, orchard, garden, or backside, but shall keep good order and rule in his house. Third item, that he shall not suffer any neighbor's children, servants, or slaves to tipple in his house at all, nor any other to tipple in his house, otherwise than by the statutes are allowed. Fourth item, that he does not suffer any to tipple in hours of prayer or lesson on any emperors on festival days, nor at any time after the 8th hour of night. C'est assez précis, les affaires, les items. 5th item, that he shall not harbor any rogues, vagabonds, tradeless men, nor other suspicious persons in or about his house. 6th item, that he shall not buy or take to pawn, or suffer to be bought or taken to pawn in his house, to his knowledge, any goods of any unknown traveler, or of any neighbor's children, or servants, or slaves, or of any man's wife, without the consent of their parents, masters, or husbands respectively. And if any such goods be offered to sale or pawn by any stranger, he shall make the same known forthwith to the next bailiff or other officer of the town. 7th item, that he do not sell his best drink above 4 drakes the gallon, nor the second sort above 2 drakes the gallon, nor suffer any ashfowl to be dressed or eaten in his house, or on any other victuals prohibited by the laws of this realm. 8th item, that he shall not suffer any bawdry or criminal conversation in or about his house, nor shall procure or cause to be enticed any man to drink in his house until he shall be drunk or distempered with drink. 9th item, that he shall not suffer any looting, drumming, or dancing in or about his house on any lesson day, nor in time of divine service, on any sacred festival or holy day. Pas de lutte, aïe aïe, pas de lutte, pas de percussion, ni de danse. C'est fort, là. 10th item, that he shall cause this license to be openly fixed up in the hall room of his dwelling house, to the end that everyone may see what articles he is bound to observe. Dated the day and year first above written, undersigned, Master Velanda Omani, Master Nevena Ules, Master Drambero, Master Crashes Curio, and Master Ingling Aftroll. Eh ben. C'est joli sifflement, dans ta voix, hein? C'est... I don't know where he put that. Seriously, I really don't know. Il me reste 383 là. Teleport control. Detect animal 1 feet on self. What? C'est ça que ça fait, ça? Bon, là maintenant... Il faut que je trouve ce que c'est le... Voyons. On va la voir, hein? Hey, bonjour, Forgot.
Greetings and salutations.
Ouais, parfait. Il a l'air content, lui. Bitter Coast region. Seyda Outpost, et ici c'est le pawn shop, qui est probablement pas ouvert. Ok. Bonjour au garde qui a une job de marde. Move along. Why attack you first? Don't fight when you're tired. Try to cast spell when you're tired. Ok. Processus Vitellius. J'ai aucune idée où est-ce qu'il est, lui, par exemple. On va dire le... Hey. Lui, il est happy to help. Comme total, là. Archer. House 𝓜𝓸𝓻. They are the true warriors of the ancient Dunmer, although 𝓐𝓢𝓜 has adopted more of the Empire's ways. I have more respect for the warriors of House 𝓜𝓸𝓻. Ah bon? Ouais, ça va. Theodric Shrine, they've got long, funny names, like 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 of 𝓜𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀. Some are well-known sites, like 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡 and Balfell. In stone and architecture is unmistakable. Big, dark, gray-green stone ruins, funny angles, funny markings and patterns on the stone. We're awful, crooked doors, and inside, all funny angles. I'm an archer. I'm the kind of fighter who hates getting hurt, so I ambush with my marksman weapons from a distance, then run like crazy when I can, and fight with long blades and spears when I must. I prefer spears because they're longer, and I keep farther from things trying to hurt me. If that sounds cowardly to you, you better stick with tin suits and fat axes. D'accord. Imperial Archer, Archer and Trooper of the Imperial Legion. Of course. Tu vas me dire la même affaire? Deathshed Legion at Fort Darius in the West Gaush, near the village of Gnisis. Imperial Shortsword. Hey, c'est dommage que tu sois là, toi. Parce que je la pognerais, l'Imperial Shortsword. Hello. Red Guard, hein? We're warriors by nature. D'accord, bien sûr. Oh! Bonjour, le machin qui est ici. Guide to Vivek. Ah. Vivec City is the largest settlement on Vvardenfell, and one of the largest cities in the east. Each of the great cantons is the size of a complete town. The High Fane and the Palace of Vivec are visited by hundreds of tourists and pilgrims daily. Citizens flock to the arena for public entertainments like mock battles and comic plays. Outlanders mostly confine themselves to the foreign canton, while natives live, work, and shop in the great house compounds and residential cantons. But most of all, this is Lord Vivec's holy city. The Ministry of Truth, the temple prison, hangs above the great temple of the High Fane, the halls of wisdom and justice, and Lord Vivec's palace. Vivec is a city made up of 8 cantons, each a little town in itself. On a map, it looks like a cross, with the 4 1/4 at the top. The temple compound with Vivec's palace, the High Fane, the Ministry of Truth, the Hall of Wisdom, and the Hall of Justice at the bottom, and the Hl'alu compound to the west, the Telvanni compound on the east, and 4 cantons grouped together at the center of the cross. Redoran compound northwest, Arena northeast, St. Dellen's Canton southwest, and St. Olm's Canton southeast. The 4 1/4. The 4 1/4 is the large three-tiered canton to the north. Originally, foreigners were not allowed to enter Vivec any further than the 4 1/4, but now outlanders can travel throughout Vivec at will. The Imperial Guilds each have guild halls and complete services here, and an Imperial Cult Shrine serves the spiritual needs of the Imperial Faithful. Various independent tradesmen, craftsmen, and trainers also rent space here. The Black Shulk Corner Club rents beds to non-guild visitors. Temple Compound. The High Fane is the largest tribunal temple on Vvardenfell. Archcanon Sarioni presides over the temple, along with a large staff of priests, healers, and monks. Pilgrims travel from all over Morrowind to view the High Fane and the Ministry of Truth, and to offer prayer and thanks before the Palace of Vivec. The Ministry of Truth, a celestial body suspended by Vivec's mighty power over the temple compound, is the headquarters of the temple ordinators, and heretics are imprisoned and re-educated there. The Hall of Wisdom and Hall of Justice contain the executive, administrative, judicial, and martial operations of the Tribunal Temple. The Palace of Vivec is the abode of the god-hero Lord Vivec, the warrior poet of the 3 deities who comprise Almsivi, the divine patrons of the Tribunal Temple. Only the most devout are admitted to the presence of Lord Vivec, and only at his initiation. Beneath the Palace of Vivec is the Puzzle Kennel, a place of worship and testing for questing heroes hoping to receive Vivec's favor. Many choice treasures are guarded by Daedric's servants in the Puzzle Canal's dark passages. Bon. Ben, moi je suis fier de moi, Mini-Steph, parce que grâce à moi, ben je pense, t'as réussi à dormir un peu. En m'écoutant, en choisissant mon ASMR Morrowind, ce qui me prouve que 1, c'était une bonne idée, et de 2, que c'est quelque chose que je vais répéter, évidemment, puis que je vais probablement mettre dans une suite de vidéos sur YouTube. Comme ça, si des gens veulent simplement s'endormir, ils pourront l'écouter au complet. Non, désolé. Ah, Ah, ben, moi qui étais fier, là tu m'enlèves toute ma fierté. A place of worship and testing for questing heroes hoping to receive Vivek's favor. Many choice treasures are guarded by Daedric's servants in the puzzle canals, dark passages. 𝓐𝓢𝓜 Compound. T'as juste mangé 2 hamburgers devant une vidéo YouTube pour être parfaitement honnête, désolé. Oh, mais Steph, t'aurais pu regarder ça en me regardant. Ben, t'aurais pu manger tes hamburgers en me regardant. T'aurais peut-être dormi de toute façon, mais bon. Je pourrais pas m'endormir avec ta voix quand tu parles, je t'écoute. Oh, man. 𝓐𝓢𝓜 Compound is the westmost canton. The 𝓐𝓢𝓜 𝓜𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀 has a splendid tier-top mansion here. The tiers below contain 𝓐𝓢 treasuries, records, holding cells, and various great house services. There are 2 public houses, the Elven Nations and the No Name Club, a variety of craftsmen and tradesmen who have shops at 𝓐𝓢 Compound. Some house 𝓐𝓢 nobles and retainers prefer to maintain their residences in the less formal St. Delen and St. Holmes cantons. 𝓐𝓙𝓚 Compound. 𝓐𝓙𝓚 Compound is the eastmost canton. The Mage Lord 𝓐𝓙𝓚 is the ranking 𝓐𝓙𝓚 noble. 𝓐𝓙𝓚 rent the compound from the temple and have to make do with a veloty tower instead of their preferred mushroom towers. The administrative center includes a treasury and a hall of records. Slaves are housed in the lowest tiers, along with cells full of monsters. There are many tradesmen, craftsmen, and traders, and the Lizard's Head Corner Club provides lodgings for 𝓐𝓙𝓚 kin and mercenaries. 𝓬𝓐𝓚 Compound. The 𝓬𝓐𝓚 Compound is a canton south of the Foreign Quarter, west of and next to the arena. The 𝓬𝓐𝓚 Administrative Center there includes the 𝓬𝓐𝓚 Treasury, Hall of Records, and holding cells. On the lowest tier is a 𝓬𝓐𝓚 Shrine and ancestral vaults. 2 noble families, the Sarans and the Draelors, have top-tier manors. There are many tradesmen, craftsmen, and trainers, and the Flowers of Gold Corner Club provides lodgings for 𝓬𝓚 kin and retainers. Arena Compound. The Arena Compound lies between the 𝓬𝓚 Compound on the west and the 𝓐𝓙𝓚 Compound on the east. The arena is the site of public entertainments and combat sports. The comfortable domed arena has seating for hundreds of spectators. Beneath the arena are dressing and storage rooms for entertainers and training rooms, and at-home pens for the combat competitors. St. Delen and St. Holmes residential cantons. St. Delen cantons and St. Holmes cantons are residence cantons for commoners and paupers. The temple charges very reasonable rents for comfortable workshops, shops, and apartments. And most of Vardenfell's crafts and light industry are housed in these cantons. The Abbey of St. Delen the Wise is on the top tier of St. Delen, and 𝓐𝓚 Councillor Ingling after all as a top-tier manor on St. Holmes. Transportations. Schön. Il n'y a pas de pluriel. Footbridges connect with the mainland between the Ebenheart region and 𝓐𝓚 Compound, between the North Bay region and the Foreign Quarter, and between the East Bay region and 𝓐𝓙𝓚 Compound. Good roads lead from the 𝓐𝓢𝓬𝓡 compound bridge south to Ebenhart and north to Seyda Neen and points north. Good roads lead from the foreign quarter bridge west towards Seyda Neen, north towards Suran and the Ascadian Isles, and east towards 𝓐𝓢𝓬𝓡. Roads from the Telvanni compound bridge are useful mostly for travelers to 𝓐𝓢𝓬𝓡. Silk Strider service is available at the north hand of the foreign quarter bridge. Traveling from Vivek to Suran, Seyda Neen, Balmora, and 𝓐𝓢𝓬𝓡. Ships from the docks at the foreign quarter travel to Ebenhart, 𝓐𝓢𝓬𝓡, 𝓐𝓢𝓬𝓡, and Tel Branora. Ships from nearby Ebenhart sail to 𝓐𝓬𝓡, Sadrith Mora, Tel Branora, and the foreign quarter of Vivek. Low-fare gondolas shuttle passengers from Canton to Canton via Vivek's canals. Ça c'est Vivek, une ville où je vais probablement aller un moment donné, parce que c'est la plus grosse ville, semble-t-il, de tout Morrowind. Brief history of the Empire. Personne qui regarde. Imperial longsword? For real? Good. Blood. Imperial broadsword. Imperial chain cuirasse. Bonjour. Non, j'ai rien volé, je vous jure. Je vous jure, j'ai absolument rien volé. Ah, bonjour, 𝓐𝓢𝓚. You're a bosser. We're small, sharp, and smart. We love wild creatures, wild beauty, and wildlife, unlike our dull cousins. We're not very polite, but we don't have to be, since we shoot straight and run like the wind. They are the true warriors of the ancient Dunmer, although 𝓐𝓢𝓬𝓡 has adopted more of the Empire's ways. I have more respect for the warriors of 𝓐𝓢𝓜𝓡. Oh, okay. What are you? I am Ulwain, Master at Arms and Spearman of the Imperial Legion. D'accord. I am a Master at Arms. I am a master of all the basic hand weapon types: long blades, short blades, axes, blunt weapons, and spears. I am willing to train with weapons for a fee. Ah bon? Bah, je vois pas rien, moi. Pour vrai, là, je ne vois pas rien, mon grand, là, c'est... Je suis désolé de te dire ça, mais... je vois pas comment... On va... Processus Vitellius is missing. Je suis curieux de savoir... Ouais. Processus Vitellius. Northwest, ok. Little advice. Heading into backcountry, always carry a couple of restore health. Oh, j'ai des potions, puis des... Ben, pas des potions, j'ai des sorts, ça va. Talk to everyone, oui, bien sûr. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup pour les... non, finalement, non, j'ai rien pris. Je vous jure que j'ai absolument rien pris. Je n'ai rien pris du tout. Ah, regardons, il y a un livre là. C'est quoi le livre? Ancestors and the Dunmer. Ok. Ghosts walk among them, the departed spirits of the Dunmerry, and perhaps those of all races, persist after death. The knowledge and power of departed ancestors benefits the bloodlines of Dunmerry houses. The bond between the living family members and immortal ancestors is partly blood, partly ritual, partly volitional. A member brought into the house through marriage binds himself through ritual and oath into the clan, and gains communication and benefits from the clan's ancestors. However, his access to the ancestors is less than his offspring, and he retains some access to the ancestors of his own bloodline. The family shrine. Each residence has a family shrine. In poorer homes, it may be no more than a hearth or alcove where family relics are displayed and venerated. In wealthy homes, a room is set aside for the use of the ancestors. This shrine is called the Waiting Door, and represents the door to oblivion. Here, the family members pay their respects to their ancestors through sacrifice and prayer, through oaths sworn upon duties, and through reports on the affairs of the family. In return, the family may receive information, training, and blessings from the family's ancestors. The ancestors are thus the protectors of the home, and especially the precincts of the Waiting Door. The Ghost Fence. It is a family's most solemn duty to make sure their ancestors' remains are interred properly in a city of the dead, such as Necrum. Here the spirits draw comfort from one another against the chill of the mortal world. However, as a sign of great honor and sacrifice, an ancestor may grant that part of his remains be retained, to serve as part of a ghost fence protecting the clan's shrine and family precincts. Such an arrangement is often part of the family member's will, that a knuckle bone shall be saved out of his remains and incorporated with solemn magic and ceremony into a clan ghost fence. In more exceptional cases, an entire skeleton or even a preserved corpse may be bound into a ghost fence. These remains become a beacon and focus for ancestral spirits, and for the spirits of the remains in particular. The more remains used to make a ghost fence, the more powerful the fence is, and the most powerful mortals in life have the most powerful remains. The great ghost fence created by the tribunal to hold back the blight incorporates the bones of many heroes of the temple and of the houses Indaro and Redoron who dedicated their spirits to the temple and clan as their surrogate families. The ghost fence also contains bones taken from the catacombs of Necrum and the many battlefields of Morrowind. The Mortal Shield. Spirits do not like to visit the mortal world, and they do so only out of duty and obligation. Spirits tell us that the other world is more pleasant, or at least more comfortable for spirits than our real world, which is cold, bitter, and full of pain and loss. Mad spirits. Spirits that are forced to remain in our world against their will may become mad spirits or ghosts. Some spirits are bound to this world because of some terrible circumstances of their death, or because of some powerful emotion bound to a person, place, or thing. These are called hauntings. Some spirits are captured and bound to enchanted items by wizards. If the binding is involuntary, the spirit usually goes mad. A willing spirit may or may not retain its sanity, depending on the strength of the spirit and the wisdom of the enchanter. Some spirits are bound against their wills to protect family shrines. This unpleasant fate is reserved for those who have not served the family faithfully in life. Dutiful and honorable ancestral spirits often aid in the capture and binding of wayward spirits. These spirits usually go mad and make terrifying guardians. They are ritually prevented from arming mortals of their clans, but that does not necessarily discourage them from mischievous or peevish behavior. They are exceedingly dangerous for intruders. At the same time, if the intruder can penetrate the spirit's madness and play upon the spirit's resentment of his own clan, the angry spirits may be manipulated. Oblivion. The existence of oblivion is acknowledged by all Tamriel cultures, but there is little agreement on the nature of that other world, other than it is the place where the Aedra and Daedra live. That communication and travel are possible between this world and oblivion through magic and ritual. The Dunmer do not emphasize the distinction between this world and oblivion as do the human cultures of Tamriel. They regard our world and the other world as a whole, with many paths from one end to the other, rather than two separate worlds of different natures with distinct borders. This philosophical viewpoint may account for the greater affinity of elves for magic and its practices. Foreign views of Dunmeri ancestor worship and spirit magic. The Altmeri and Busmeri cultures also venerate their ancestors, but only by respecting the orderly and blissful passage of these spirits from this world to the next. That is, wood elves and eye elves believe it is cruel and unnatural to encourage the spirits of the dead to linger in our world. Even more grotesque and repugnant is the display of the bodily remains of ancestors in ghost fences and ash pits. The presentation of finger bones in a family shrine, for example, is sacrilegious to the Bosmer, who heed their dead. They do? Oh, that's new. And barbaric to the Altmer, who inter their dead. The human cultures of Tamriel are ignorant and fearful of dark elves and their culture, considering them to be inhuman and evil, like orcs and Argonians, but more sophisticated. The human populations of Tamriel associate Dunmeri ancestor worship and spirit magic with necromancy. In fact, this association of the dark elves with necromancy is at least partly responsible for the dark reputation of Dunmer throughout Tamriel. This is generally an ignorant misconception, for necromancy outside the acceptable clan rituals is a most abhorrent abomination in the eyes of the Dunmer. The Dark Elves would never think of practicing sorcerous necromancy upon any Dark Elf or upon the remains of any elf. However, Dark elves consider the human and orcish races to be little more than animals. There is no injunction against necromancy upon such remains, or on the remains of any animal, bird, or insect. Y a du racisme là? Imperial policy officially recognizes the practices of Dunmeri ancestor veneration and spirit magic as a religion, and protects their freedom to pursue such practices so long as they do not threaten the security of the Empire. Privately, most Imperial officials and traders believe Dark Elf ancestor worship and displays of remains are barbaric or even necromantic. Telvanni necromancy. The Telvanni are adept masters of necromancy. They do not, however, practice necromancy upon the remains of Dark Elves. Saint Telvanni regards such practices with loathing and righteous anger. They do practice necromancy upon the remains of animals and upon the remains of humans, orcs, and Argonians, who are technically no more than animals in Morrowind. Publisher's notes. This book was written by an unknown scholar as a guide for foreign visitors to Morrowind shortly after the armistice was signed. Many of these practices have since fallen into disfavor. The most obvious changes are those regarding the practice of necromancy and the Great Ghost Fence. Dunmer today regard necromancy upon any of the accepted races as an abomination. The Ghost Fence has forced many changes in the practice of ancestor worship, with the vast majority of ancestors remains going to strengthen the Great Ghost Fence around the mountain of 𝓐𝓢𝓚. There are very few clan ghost fences in Morrowind. The temple discourages such practices among the houses are selfish. Okay. The upkeep of family tombs and private waiting doors has also fallen into disfavor, as very few remains have been buried in these tombs and shrines since the armistice. In recent years, most Dunmer venerate a small portion of their ancestors' remains kept at a local temple. Okay. C'est d'accord. On en apprend beaucoup sur comment les Dunmer voyaient les autres clans par là. Moving on. Fast bottle. Ah, ben moi j'ai des choses à vendre, hein? Donc, ouais. Oh, fais donc ça, des choses à ramasser. c'est Imperial Legion Barracks. Ok. Ouais, j'ai toujours pas trouvé le... Moi, je cherche le inn, là. Je sais pas ce qu'il est. Attends. Census and Excise Warehouse. Je sais pas ce qu'il est le... En fait, ça m'énerve un peu. Ouais. Level advice. Buy a weapon in as much armor as you can wear. Problème avec ça. And outlaws. Ok, ok. Ah ouais, on va barterer. J'aime ça, j'ai pu y vendre du Imperial, du matériel volé. C'est cool ça. Non mais j'aime ça, moi ça. C'est bien. C'est bien, c'est bien, c'est bien. Oh, miscellaneous. House of Troubles, Note to Riscar. Lives of the Saints, ouais. Campfire kit. Ouais, dans le fond, je pourrais tout racheter mes affaires. Puis upgrader mon alchimie. Ah ouais. Ouais, mais j'aurais peut-être pas assez, hein. Ouais, non. Ouais. C'est ça, j'aurais peut-être pas le gold nécessaire. Mais moi, ils vendent ça au moins. Hein? Au moins. Et ça. Bon, voilà. Offer. Merci. Et spells, because of course. Est-ce que tu as quelque chose d'intéressant à me vendre? Alteration, destruction, poison, destruction. Je sais pas vraiment. Ouais, non. Peut-être un petit restore fatigue, tu sais. Absorb fatigue, il pourrait être bien intéressant, ça, c'est vrai, hein. Fortify luck. Ça me sort de restoration. Mais restoration, c'est ça, je n'ai pas vraiment besoin de ça à faire. Shield, il est cher en mot, t'as dit, le shield. Ouais, hein, c'est cher, ça va. 451. Ouais. Mais ouais, il n'y a pas de... Je pensais qu'il y avait eu une map, moi. Ben, semble-t-il que non. Ben, je vais y acheter ça. Toujours pratique. Bien sûr. Bon, me voilà. Et puis, ouais. Donc, voilà. J'ai un absorb fatigue aussi. Ce qui est très très bien. Bon. Le Red Lantern. Et où le Red Lantern? J'aurais besoin de ce Red Lantern, quoi. Red Lantern. Ça existe, comme si ça n'existait pas. The Red Lantern and Seyda Neen. Attends un peu. Seyda Neen. Voilà. Ok, ça fait partie de Morrowind Rebirth. The Red Lantern. Mais ça me dit pas où est-ce qu'il est. My images. Ah, c'est ça ici? The Red Lantern. Here's the Red Lantern. Oh, hello there. Arena Chris. Yes. Are you looking for some specific place? Just some rumors. If I liked you better, then I might tell you. Ah, d'accord. Little advice. Never seen a successful adventurer who didn't carry a couple of divine adventure scroll. Okay. Little secret. If I liked you better, then I might tell you. Non, lui même pas du tout. Il parle pas bien ça. Rakshada. Ah bah hey, il m'aime pas du tout non plus. Rakshada follows the trade of smuggler. He's Imperial tax collector. Okay. No advice. Traveling up country near 𝓐𝓢𝓚, or out Moor Way, or inside the Ghoststeads. You need to know about Corpus. It's a disease that turns normal creatures into beasts, turn men into twisted mad lumps of flesh, superhumanly strong and full of hatred. You get Corpus from fighting with diseased creatures. It's hard to get Corpus, but harder to get rid of it. In fact, I hear there is no cure. Okay. D'accord. Ah, ok donc. Zabababa. What do you want, Outlander? Altmer are the tall, light-skinned elves of the West. They were once like us, but they became soft and foolish. They abandoned their ancestors and put their fate in big buildings and sorcery. The great fathers of our great fathers were kin of the Altmer, but the prophet Velet led us out of the West and brought us here, so our rights and customs could remain pure. Argonian. Argonians are the savage half-men of the southern marshes. Our peoples used to keep them as slaves, but they are useless. The settled people still keep them as slaves to grub in the soil. They are dirty and wicked, and we should drive them all back into the swamps they came from. Ok, twitch t'aime pas déjà d'avance. Background, I am Zabababa, hunter and brother of the Ashlanders. Bosmer. The Bosmer are foreigners, outlander, and they live in trees and eat nothing but meat. We have no forests here. Why don't they go back where they came from? I see forest all around, but hey, that's you. Dunmer. We are the Dunmer, the dark-skinned, red-eyed elven people who followed the prophet Velet out of the southwest generation upon generation ago, settling here in Morrowind. We are the true Dunmer. We have remained true to the sacred rites and customs of our forefathers. The house people, also called the settled people, called dark elves by the outlanders, are also of the ancient lineage of the prophet Velet. D'accord. Imperial. The Imperials came out of the west and tricked the gods of the settled people, the false gods called the Tribunal. Now the Imperials act like they own Morrowind, and they claim we are ruled by their chief, the one they call Emperor. We think nothing of this foolishness, but they have great armies of soldiers in armor, who come and burn our yurts and slay our children, so we hate them. But we must remember to be quiet and patient and cunning, as Boetia has taught us. D'accord. Latest rumors. They call them corpus beasts. They come from Red Mountain. Once they were men, then blight storms come. They walk in the storms. They get sick, grow fat and stupid. Now they wander like mad beasts, killing and eating. Very bad, very bad. Little advice: carry good, nourishing food. When you stumble warily into trouble, eat and refresh yourself, so you will fight well. 𝓐𝓢𝓜, that is the name of old Daedric stones west of Ahemousa camp. No one goes there. It is a deep and dark place. Oh. Ahemousa camp is on the northeast, the farthest tip of Vvardenfell Island, north from Tel Mora, near old Daedric ruins of Ald-Daedroth. Morrowind. Only the Ashlanders still lead the free, reverent lives of honor of the ancient Dunmer. Your trade. I am a hunter. I range across the ashlands and wastes, hunting for meat and hides. I know the native creatures of Vvardenfell, and know to avoid the diseased creature and the blighted creatures, for they are foul and worthless and deadly to the careless hunter. I know the Hashlands and the Grazelands, Azeraz's Coast and Malag Amur, and can tell you of these places. Spells the Norn. The Nords of Skyrim are the ancient enemies of the Dunmer. In the time of the prophet Veleth, the Nords invaded our lands and drove us out of the good places. Later we grew strong and cunning, and we came down and slew them, and took our land back. Since then, we have kept our land free of the Nords, but they are always scheming to return and steal our good places. The orcs are savage half-men that the Westerners call human. They should go back to their mountains in the west and leave us alone. The Emperor uses them as his soldiers, and they are indeed fierce warriors, cunning with leather and steel. Red Mountain is the great mountain of fire in the center of Vvardenfell. The outer slopes are steep and rugged, and dotted with surface lava. Beasts and servant of the devil 𝓐𝓷𝓻𝓻 live on Red Mountain. The settled people built a magical barrier called Ghost Fence to keep the evils inside. Within the Ghost Fence, rain never falls, and the sun never shines. The only weather is the red and deadly ash blight. Redguards are outlanders, foreigners, westerners. They don't belong here. They should go back where they came from. Raciste, mais raciste jusqu'à la fin. Pour vrai, là, c'est... Get food and sundries from Ariel's trade house. That's also where you'll find anyone who offers training. You may also want to visit the Red Lantern, a local tavern here in Seyda Neen. What about the guard? Guards keep the peace and chase down criminals. Ok. Ah ben t'es pas mal un esti de raciste. Salut Ashir. You're new to Seyda Neen, right? I'm Ashir. I'm sure you have questions. Go ahead, ask. I have plenty of time. What's your trade? I'm a trader, a general merchant. I travel, look for opportunities to make a profit. I'm not making any trades at present. Oh no? You're not? You sure? Because... I don't buy that hat. Oh ouais. Il veut pas l'acheter. Il veut pas acheter cet item-là. Il veut pas. Juste non. T'achèteras pas cet item-là. Il veut pas l'acheter. We return. Okay. Latest rumors. Okay, little advice. Better armor, ok. Ouais, ben avoir su, j'aurais aimé acheter de toi. Mais... ouais, je suis vraiment désolé, en fait. God, man, qu'est-ce que c'était ça? D'accord. Oh. Drawer? What the crap was that? My goddamn shit. Okay. The flying fuck is that? Whoa, the crap, man. Fucking shit. What the flying crap, man? Wouah. Yes. Qu'est-ce que c'est quoi que... Ben voyons donc. Qu'est-ce qui m'attaque de même, man, dans l'eau? Ça arrive pas d'arriver, genre. Wow. Okay. Charlot's ancestral tomb. Ah bon?
Oh shit. This is not good. Ah, okay. Hell. Voyons. Putain, j'ai comme bon, ouais. No.
common ring. Ok. Ah ben ça arrive un jour ou l'autre.
Comment est-ce que j'ai d'argent? Il pour la fin. Failed with the spell. I don't know why. On CV restoration. C'est toi qui me fais ça. Saleté de style.
Oh, Jesus. Premièrement, on va aller au Red Lantern. I will barter with you. Because I must. I don't buy that item. What? What do you buy then? Jesus. Toi, t'as l'air drôle, en esti. En effet, ouais. Ok. Oui. Bon. Oui, premièrement ça. Ensuite de ça, des lockpicks. T'en as-tu pas? Bonne question. Est-ce que t'en as des lockpicks? Je sais même pas quoi ça sert à la probe. C'est cool ça, ouais, ça je peux vendre ça, évidemment. Ouais, avec 872 de gold, c'est un peu plus différent, là, par exemple. Je pourrais m'acheter un jump ou un feather. Jump me permettrait d'aller voir la place. Mais Feather me permettrait d'amener des choses. Plus. Ça serait pas mal utile. C'est jump 15 points, je sais pas si ça me permettrait de sauter tant que ça. Ouais, je pense que Feather serait beaucoup plus utile en fait. Ouais, il faudrait que je puisse dormir en quelque part. Ouais, dans le fond, là. On a pas qu'à faire à manger. vient bientôt. Fait 41, toi. Je pense que je connais une place. Je pense que dans la grotte, il y a justement des... Même pas un petit bedroll, rien du tout. Hein. Même pas un tout petit. Ah, come on, man. For real? Même pas. Un feu éternel qui n'arrête jamais de... Oh ben, peut-être dans la tour. Bedroll de rien du tout là. Et... Rien pantoute. Rien.
What is this regarding, Outlander?
Training on sneak, acrobatics, and light armor. For real? Oh. Oh. Mais là, j'ai besoin de dormir, moi. bed. Just a bed. Next to the river, near the bridge. Supposément un bedroll. Is that? Oh mon Dieu, c'est quoi ce bug-là? J'ai tellement nulle part où dormir, là. Semble-t-il que je peux simplement pas ça que je veux faire, pour l'amour. Ah. Bon, oui. Ah d'accord, ok. Je sais plus c'est quand c'est la dernière fois que j'ai fait un quick save. Ou ça compte quand tu rentres en quelque part, tu as un autosave. Oh boy. Ouais, je sais pas si je peux. On va essayer. Points before exiting. Ah bon? Ok. Ah, mais j'ai le goût qui m'aime, moi. Moi t'avouer, hein. Juste un. Ok. J'ai tout à fait le droit. C'est excellent, ça. Catch it. Hmm. Oui, je peux dormir dans le bedroll de la prison. C'est pas si pire, finalement. Yes, Kajit. A mage. Oh, I'm here to barter with you.
Of course. Ouais, ça. Alembic. Oh, ouais. Ben, je vais acheter ça, moi, oui. Fuck. Bah, ouais. Je pense que je vais être obligé de vendre ça. Hein. Yes. Ben là maintenant j'ai mon apprentices machin. Fait que attends, je mets Troll Slime dans le... Ça, c'est ça? Non? Comment ça marche? Comment je fais pour l'utiliser? C'est ça, le mortar and pestle. Ouais. How to use. How to use mortar and pestle. Indeed. You can be tuned to have the same effect. So if you want to make a healing potion, yes, but how? So nope. Nope. Ça dit de combiner juste deux comme ça, mais non. Non. Je suis désolé, hein, mais non. Ça me dit toujours pas comment utiliser ah. Ok. Ouais, mais là, moi, j'ai plus d'argent. Hein. Ce qui aide pas. Sultress et marshmallow. Yes, but how? Just how? How do I do that? Now that's a good question, actually. Ah, marshmallow, okay. And c'est quoi les autres? Wick wheat, cork bulb root, and sultress. Un Wick-Wheat Muffin. Le Wick-Wheat marche. Et Saltress marche aussi. Et Corkbulb Root. Ça. Que de 5. Regarde. Ça. Déjà, c'est. Moi, je trouve ça excellent. Hein? Ok. Donc. Là. Ça veut dire que. Je prends le marshmallow et je le combine avec. Ça. Non? Je prends ça. Je le mets là-dessus. Non? Le Wick-Wheat là-dessus? Non. Comment ça marche? Eh mon Dieu. C'est pas évident, tu sais, quand tu le sais pas, moi j'essaye là, j'essaye fort. Readers, action. You don't necessarily need any tools at all to begin practicing. Simply eating, oui, c'est vrai. Doing so will give you, the price of a potion is not affected. Only tool that is required to create a potion. Okay. In order to mix a potion, you will need at least a mortar and pestle and 2 ingredients which share at least one effect. You can use up to 4 ingredients in a potion. Any effect shared by 2 or more of these ingredients will be applied to the potion. Oui. To begin a potion, click and drop a mortar and pestle into the character portrait. Ah, bon. Voilà. Je sais pas. Ingredients. Marshmallow. Et... un Wick-Wheat. Bon. Saltress. Wick-Wheat. Great. Ça, avec ça, ça fait rien. Moi, je suis censé avoir fait des potions, là. Ça a l'air que non. Il paraîtrait que non. Malheureusement. Fait que ouais, là j'ai comme plus d'argent. Ouais, tout ce que j'ai besoin c'est un mortar and pestle, ça je n'ai pas besoin tant que ça, puis il est pesant. Fait que, ouais, ça va être bon comme ça. Probe Journeyman, Probe Apprentice, ok. Bon. Ok, maintenant, prise de... Ah ouais, t'as vu là, toi. Ça me dit qu'il faut que j'aille redormir encore. Je vais retourner dormir. Well, but until healed. Until healed. Level 3. Déjà. C'est quand même important ce strength là. Avec mon wakizashi. Move along. Ok. Hey, merci de me laisser dormir dans les prisonniers. C'est pas gentil.
If there is anything I can do, I am humbly at your service.
Okay. What the hell was that? Seriously? I believe I may have found the correct formula for the spell I am developing. With it, I will be able to travel great distances without the need to pay others for the service. If all goes well, I will test out the new spell tomorrow. I believe I have worked out all of the possible complications. It will allow me to leap great distances, covering many hundreds of miles. Never before has one been able to travel in this manner. Vaulting from the ground, sailing through the sky, all without that terrible disorientation of a spell of flying. The time is almost upon me, my research is finished, and all of my calculations are checked and rechecked. They laughed at me when I suggested this. We'll see who laughs after I leap to the top of their towers and scream out my success. Well, You might, maybe you were at the top of the tower or whatever, but yeah. Je peux-tu porter ça, moi? Ouais. Ben oui que je peux porter ça. C'est-tu drôle, toi? Armor rating 5. Un rating 8. Ah bon? J'ai l'air brillant avec mon cône head, là. C'est magique en esti. D'accord. Samaris Ancestral Tomb. Bon, ok, c'est... Écoute, ça a fonctionné, je pense. Ça va super bien. Iron Tower Shield. Oui. Iron Longbow. Oh, schnutties. Ah, mais oui, il est meilleur. Oh, il y a des Flame Arrow. Ouh. Des Iron Arrow. Ok. Ça n'a pas marché aussi bien que je le voulais. C'est pas grave. J'avais savé juste avant, je pense. Ah, peut-être pas finalement.
Alright. Alright. Champion, Silver Claymore. Wow. Ok. Ah. Peut-être un problème, ça va. Ah. Eh bien. Merci beaucoup, Firestones, pour le... Je ne sais trop. Hébergement, raid. Les deux en même temps, je pense. Avec 2 ou 3 personnes, ben, peu importe le nombre de personnes, c'est bien vu. Et là, je suis overburger. Ça marche plus. Il n'y a plus de place là. Il va peut-être falloir que je... Ouais. Je suis en train d'explorer une crypte. Présentement. Je pense que je vais mettre des trucs là-dedans en fait. Qu'est-ce que je peux mettre? Iron Broadsword, évidemment, oui. Ouais. Non. Je... Will not fit. Ah, d'accord. Ça va bien, ça va bien. Je suis encore au premier village. Je sais pas, ça fait comme plusieurs heures que j'ai commencé en fait. Et j'en suis encore au premier village en fait. Et là, je dois retourner sain et sauf jusqu'à Seine. Machin, comment ça s'appelle ça? Ça passe pas par là, évidemment. Bonjour mes amis. Bonjour vous. Je connais pas vraiment le jeu. Ah, tu connais pas du tout Morrowind. Est-ce que tu connais Oblivion, Skyrim, peut-être Elder Scrolls Online? Morrowind, c'est un peu comme le... Pas vraiment le grand-papa, parce qu'il y en a eu d'autres avant lui. En fait, c'est le 3e opus des Elder Scrolls. On m'a dit qu'il était bien, selon plusieurs, c'est leur préféré. Moi, c'est la première fois que je joue. Donc, je ne saurais dire. Un peu Skyrim, mais t'as pas vraiment joué, ok. Et vois-tu, ça c'est... Morrowind. Au lieu d'être dans Cyrodiil ou dans Skyrim, on est dans la province de Vvardenfell, qui est en gros la province des Dunmer, si tu préfères des Dark Elves. Si tu as joué un peu à Skyrim, je pense que tu sais c'est qui, de qui dont je parle. Je vais aller voir là. pas été là. Et il y a des machins. Mais coucher, poisson. Coucher, poisson. Coucher. Pas vraiment de bon, je vais comprendre un peu en regardant au pire. En effet. Si j'avais parmi tes viewers ou tes raiders, les gens qui sont des habitués de Morrowind, oh, attention, toi. Ces gens-là pourront remarquer que j'ai installé des quelques add-ons qui permettent d'embellir Morrowind parce que originalement c'est pas un jeu qui était aussi beau qu'il en a l'air. Tu connais rien en jeu vidéo, oh mon dieu, ok. Ben, laisse-moi te poser une question à ce cas-là, vu que tu m'as raidé, t'étais sûrement en stream. Tu streamais quoi? C'était pas du jeu vidéo, est-ce que c'était un podcast? Est-ce que c'était autre chose complètement? Là, je m'en vais vraiment à la vue de là. Ok, bon. Ok, là je me replace. C'est bon. Je vais pouvoir me voir avec mon super chapeau en forme de cône. C'était sur Minecraft. Modé. Moi j'ai un 𝓐𝓢𝓜 qui est c'est un peu comme des chats. Ben si tu devrais savoir ce que c'est. Là il faut que je trouve un vendeur parce que je suis complètement plein. Je pourrais pas continuer dans la crypte en question. Je connais des jeux. Je suis pas un grand connaisseur. Je suis pas vraiment un gamer. Je suis qu'un informaticien qui fait des lives de jeux. Ben, c'est déjà beaucoup, je vais t'avouer. Ouais, nice le bonhomme. Ben, merci beaucoup. En fait, le chapeau, c'est que, vois-tu, dans Morrowind, les 𝓐𝓢𝓜 et les Argonians, les espèces de reptiles, ne peuvent pas porter ni de chapeau full helm, ni de souliers. Donc, quand je suis tombé sur... Ben, en fait, non, c'est pas moi qui est tombé. C'est un mage qui avait développé un sort. Un mage qui s'appelle Tariel, qui a développé un sort qui est... est-ce que c'est celui-là? Non. Ah, ici. Le sort de 𝓐𝓢𝓜 𝓜𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀 qui permet
d'augmenter Acrobatics de 1000 points. Alors, je te laisse imaginer qu'est-ce que ça fait. J'ai juste entendu un cri. Je suis vraiment fait le saut dans le jeu, pour vrai, là. Je me demandais ce qui se passait. Puis j'ai juste vu un mage tomber du ciel. Merci beaucoup pour le follow. Puis ce mage tombé du ciel là, avec une robe extravagante, puis des gants avec 5 de armor rating. Ben, il y avait ça, puis il y avait ce chapeau là. Et comme je suis Khajiit, il n'y a pas beaucoup de chapeaux que je peux porter. En fait, j'en avais pas vu un seul, puis c'est le premier que je peux porter. Et il y a un armor rating de 5. Donc, tu sais, je me dis, avoir un conehead avec 5 d'armure ou pas avoir de conehead et passer à côté de 5 d'armure, je trouve ça un peu... En tout cas, moi je trouve que ça fait du sens, personnellement. Là. Donc, water walking, drain personality, Ah, je peux peut-être faire une potion par exemple. Ah oui, donc comme ça. Le mortar and pistol. Water walking, drain speed, drain personality, a personality. Water breathing, restore fatigue. Voilà. Drain personality. Est-ce qu'il y en a d'autres qui font ça? Water breathing, drain luck. Drain speed. Donc non. Ok. Mais ça fait created effects, drain personality. Ça, en tout cas, c'est censé me créer une potion. Your potion failed. Your potion failed. Ah, bon. Ça n'a pas fonctionné. Water walking. On va voir s'il n'y en a pas d'autres des water walking. Water breathing. J'ai vu water walking à quelque part. Mais peut-être rien que moi. Water walking ici. Ok. Donc, create. Potion failed. Et là, j'ai fait une potion. D'accord. Ok. Restore agility, drain speed, fortify strength, drain luck, water breathing, restore fatigue, et water walking. Bon, il n'y a pas rien, je pense, qui est pareil. Non. Donc on va canceller la fabrication de potions. Mais au moins j'en ai fait une. Ça se prend quand même bien. 5 d'armure pour un cast en compte, évidemment. J'ai regardé et je n'ai aucun des Elder Scrolls sur Humble Bundle pour l'instant. Ah, d'accord. Moi, je l'ai... c'est la version sur Steam. Il y a beaucoup de gens, surtout dans la communauté des mods, qui encouragent les gens à prendre... C'est quoi ce reniflage de nez là, je ne sais pas. À prendre la version pas sur Steam, justement, parce qu'elle est beaucoup plus difficile à modder. Ça m'a pris pas mal de temps, en fait, mais... barter. Iron longbow, mais j'ai un silver longbow, moi. Ouais. Ça, puis lui, il est 700. Ouais, c'est ça, il est moins... Il y a un moins bon condition, là. Donc, je vais pas garder ça, c'est clair. C'est des Shitsin Arrow, des Iron Arrow, que je pense que je peux vendre. Looking for Gauntlet.
que je vais vendre. Iron Shield aussi. Iron Tower Shield, ouais, je vends ça. Ça, je vends ça. Ça aussi. Une potion de Water Walking que je vais vendre à 10 pièces d'or. J'ai vraiment besoin de pièces d'or en ce moment. Ça, je pense que ces ingrédients-là, je vais les garder en fait pour me créer des potions. Journal of 𝓬𝓸𝓻𝓻𝓸𝓀 que je vais vendre à 50. Ça vaut pas la peine de garder ça. Scroll à 115. Ouais, je vais les vendre tes scrolls, mon pit. Ça, 250 pour un scroll. Oui, mais oh que oui. Donc, miscellaneous. Est-ce que tu as des petits marteaux de Repair Hammer? Oui. Tu as des Apprentice. Et tu as des Journeyman. Probe. Les probes, je sais toujours pas à quoi ça sert, en fait. Ça, c'est triste un peu, mais... Donc, offer. Goodbye. Et ce qui me descend à 90. Ce qui est quand même beaucoup, pareil. J'avoue qu'il y a des Flame Arrow. One to cap 4 points. Des Flame Arrow, hein? Regardons ça. Mais regarde, je vais vendre. Ouais, pas 200 cucs là, mais je vais vendre 61 pour avoir un chevron. Comme ça, ça va me faire de la place un petit peu. Weight 10, lui 5. Okay? Fait que les Flame Arrows, c'est le double quand même. Ce qui est pas rien. Pour moi, si des mods existent, bien des chances que je regarde les mods qui viennent intéressants. Il y en a énormément pour Morrowind, ça je peux dire vraiment, là, quand j'ai passé une nuit entière à regarder juste les mods. Le véritable problème qui se présente avec Morrowind, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup des mods qui rentrent en conflit. Et ça, c'est vraiment un problème. Alors, c'est vraiment des essais rares, tout le temps. Dans mon cas, je pense que j'en avais sélectionné quelque chose comme une centaine de mods. Vraiment sélectionné beaucoup. Ah, regarde donc. Ah, ok. C'est un... Il est en vie, celui-là. Viens mourir, toi. Ça prend, of course, forever. Couché. Ok. Ok. Il veut pas passer entre l'arbre et le marchand. Ok. Die, you bunch of animals. Bon. Il y a un truc par exemple. Cure common disease. Poison. C'est quoi? C'est non, c'est pas ça. Restore fatigue. Restore health. Non. Hey, tout ça pour rien en plus. Ça, c'est frustrant. C'est vraiment frustrant. Combien de mods as-tu installé qui fonctionnent ensemble? C'est une bonne question. Plusieurs. Il y en a beaucoup. Ça fait un peu longtemps que j'ai installé ça, donc je ne saurais vraiment te dire le nombre. Donc comme ça. Et... Ah! C'est ce que j'avais peur. 𝓐𝓢𝓜 𝓚 Ok. Ok. Shrine of Saint Vellet. Rien dans l'une. Probe Apprentices. Ok. Et que je sais toujours pas à quoi ça sert un probe. Scroll of Hellfire. D'accord. Common Rain, bien sûr. On prend tout. On prend tout. Repair Hammer, because of course. Bon, finalement, ce spell-là a fonctionné. Il était temps d'ailleurs. Donation of 35 and receive a blessing. Non. J'ai combien d'argent, là, moi? Ah, ben j'ai 600. Ouais, quoique. Ouais, non, j'ai besoin de cet argent-là pour avoir un upgrade de stealth pis d'affaires comme ça, là. Ah, d'accord. Ok, ça c'est bad. Ok. Ah, c'est pas bon ça. C'est vraiment, vraiment, vraiment pas bon. Bon, moi j'avais savé là. Hein? Au moins. Quoi? Oh non. Oh mon dieu, j'ai tout ça à faire encore. Tout ce chemin-là, j'avais pas sauvegardé depuis. Déteste. Ok, ok, ok. Ok. Eh ben, je suis mort parce que j'ai oublié de sauvegarder. Et ben, en fait, c'est pas pour ça que je suis mort, mais j'ai oublié de sauvegarder après ça. Ce qui veut dire que, sûr. Ah oui, je peux peut-être essayer mon scroll de mon affaire de feather. Je sais pas à quel point ça me. Cast the spell. Ah. J'ai pas assez de magicka. Message. Donc, oui, non, c'est. Je mérite le smiley qui pleure amplement. 22 de weight, 20 de weight, 22. Sincèrement, juste 9, c'est bien en masse. Donc, ouais, tiens, on va faire ça comme ça. Eh ben, écoute, ça. C'est vraiment cool. Bon, moi en tout cas, je vais devoir aller me coucher. Je suis crevé. Ouais, quand même 7 heures du matin. Ben, merci beaucoup d'être passé. Merci pour le raid et le follow. Et ben, j'espère te revoir. Et puis, si jamais je t'ai donné le goût de jouer à Morrowind ou de rejouer à Skyrim, eh bien, tant mieux. Je vais y arriver, je l'espère. Oh. Ah, me voilà. De là, ce village. Il est là. On vend ça. On vend ça aussi. Et ça va être tout pour l'instant. Ok. Ensuite, comme ça, on va mettre ça comme ça. Water walking. Il me semble qu'il y en avait d'autres. Celui-là ici, ouais. Create, ok. Ok, comme ça, lime. Restore agility, drain speed, drain personality, drain luck, water breathing, drain personality. J'ai quand même maintenant une potion à te vendre, mon cher. Water walking. saw you. Non mais l'autre qui pensait pouvoir... je sais pas encore, j'ai déjà énormément de jeux que je souhaite faire en live, mais malheureusement je ne peux pas jouer à tout ça. Ouais, c'est vrai. Écoute, commence par jouer au jeu que t'as, je sais de quoi je parle, j'en ai comme au-dessus de 100 dans ma playlist, moi aussi. Je travaille sur un mode pack Minecraft, ça demande quand même énormément de travail pour arriver à ce que je suis persuadé que ça en demande beaucoup, donc... pardon. Je le prendrai pas personnel, n'inquiète pas si tu... de me voir jouer ne t'inspire pas à essayer ce que... voyons, Morrowind de ton côté. Faut pas t'inquiéter à ce niveau-là. Mais vraiment pas. Bon. Mais je vais te souhaiter une très bonne nuit. Ou du moins une très bonne matinée. Ah, c'est du mock. Il y avait des... Ah, c'est dommage. Hammer. Ah. Évidemment que je vais prendre ça. Lockpick. Bien sûr. Encore des lockpicks. Mais oui, mais oui. Nope. Ça va être bon. Donc, nous en étions donc à tester ça. Donc, The Apprentice Lockpick. Ah, je ne vais pas pouvoir l'ouvrir. 𝓐𝓢𝓜 Ring. Detect key. Ah ouais. Ah bah oui, mais bien sûr. Mais bien sûr. Bon. I fear Lover's Kiss. Lover's Kiss pourrait être intéressant ici. Hein. Silver Longbow. Et ouais, je pense que mettre les Flame Arrow, là, ça serait bien. Ça serait très très bien. En fait. On sauvegarde ça. Ok. Ouais, j'ai save là. Fait que si jamais je meurs, t'as pas à t'inquiéter, j'ai pas à refaire tout ça. Holy smokes, ok? C'est pas le même genre de personne, ça? Tente pas de recommencer encore. Non, non, c'est... Non. Ok. D'accord. Oui. Parce que, bien sûr... One down, two to go. Okay. C'est one shot kill, hein? C'est one shot kill. Yes, ok. Ok. D'accord. Alright. Ok. Non, mais... Eric the Rotten. Tellement pourri que... absolument rien à douter, cet style-là. Rien à douter. C'est triste. Charlot Star. Ouais, ok. Et j'ai comme plus de place, hein? Ouais, non? Okay. Fuck me, man. Ok. D'accord. On va aller se vider. Ouais, dans le fond, je suis bien de garder celui-là. Iron Arrow. Daedric Arrow. What? I cannot afford. Ah bon? Ok. You cannot afford. Donc, autrement dit, il faudrait que je t'ajoute quelque chose de moi en retour, là. C'est ce que tu es en train de me dire. Bon, ben écoute... Ouais, j'avoue. Restore agility, gain speed, personality, restore fatigue, restore fortify agility, train luck, water breathing, water walking, train intelligence, train strength. Fortify intelligence, train agility. Ah ben j'en ai du drain intelligence, mais j'en ai juste un. Déjà ça. Ensuite, drain fatigue. Restore fatigue, fortify agility. Drain strength. Drain intelligence, il me semble qu'il y en avait un, oui. Fortify willpower. Fortify agility. Je restore fatigue aussi. Train strength. Ah, ça j'en ai déjà. Oh, des water walking. Water walking. Toujours. Ouais, toujours. Restore fatigue. Ouais, des restore fatigue, ça oui. En effet. Bon, et là ça devrait fonctionner là. Ouais, bon. Alright. Water walking avec ici water walking. Non, non. Drain speed, drain personality, restore fatigue, fortify, drain intelligence, restore fatigue. Intelligence, Strain Intelligence. C'est une, mais c'est pas grave. Ça a marché! Cool! Je suis rendu avec des potions, moi. Que, c'est vrai. Je vais peut-être essayer d'aller vendre au Red Lantern. Oh, non, c'est pas ici.
What day is today?
Barter. Ça? Ça marche? Alright, bon. Parle-moi de ça. Parle-moi de ça. Restore agility, fortify willpower, restore fatigue, restore fatigue, restore fatigue, restore health. Ouais, ben j'ai un de Restore Fatigue. Pas grave, c'est pas grave. Au moins on s'est essayé. C'est ce qui est important. Il faut s'essayer dans la vie.
Where is that slave?
Who are you calling slaves? Who are you calling slaves? Ouais. Si je donne 10 de gold pour un. Wow. Ok. Pour un. Puis lui. I'm not taking your money, get lost. Oh, ouais. shit. Ok. Lui, même des bribes, ça marche pas, là. Même juste pas, là, lui. Là. D'accord. Ouais. Là, je vais juste vendre ça, 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 ectoplasme, oui. Ça. J'ai besoin d'espace, surtout, là, moi, t'avouer. Bon. Offer. Voilà. Ça va m'augmenter un peu à l'UBI. Ce qui est pas mauvais. Vu les circonstances. Bon. Bon. Shit, bon, ok.